Hello and welcome to Flutter MVVM architecture course. In this course you will learn and develop a fully functional weather application using REST API with Flutter MVVM architecture. In this app you will learn how to get the current day weather and also to get the next 14 days forecast using API. Using REST API we will develop this. So you will learn all about MVVM architecture in details. At the end of this course you will be able to make your own fully functional application using Flutter with MVVM architecture. So yeah, see you guys in the course.
So let's start this project. Create a new Flutter project from here and make sure to just select in here Flutter and then the SDK path. Right after that we will simply go and click on next. Now in here you will just give the project name, so I'll just remove that from here and write in the small alphabet. So I'll say MVVM model view model, in here short form, and then instead of space we'll just give the underscore, and this project gonna be about the weather, and we will just discover and cover all of the concepts that will be writing the MVVM with the getX. So in here I'll say weather now, and then we say with APIs, and then we say getX. Okay, that's gonna be the project name. As you guys can see in here, you can also provide the description in here, but that's fine in here. Now we'll just remove that from here, and as you guys know already, it's gonna be right for the Android and iOS platforms. Now come here and just click upon that. So it's gonna just create the project in a while. Wait for a while. There we go. And right in here, as you guys can see, that Android, click upon that arrow and just in here select that project. As you guys can see, now we can see the lib right here, and from here we will just close that readme. As you guys can see, close that, and also that main dot, close it. Now come here and open that lib. In here for now we have just this main dot, as you guys can see. Okay, there we go. From now on we will just create all of the directories that we're gonna use right in our project. First let me just create all the directories, and then I will tell you that for what specific purposes we will use that directories. So in here first we'll say right click, and in here new, come here and click upon that directory. The first one that we will create, it's going to be simply for the data. Okay, and I'll go with a capital because it's just a directory name, not the dot file. So in here it's going to be data. Right after that we're going to simply just create a directory for our model. In here, as you guys can see, now we will create it for the repository. Okay, in here and right after the repository we're gonna create a directory for our resources. So in here we'll say resources, and right after that let's create another directory, utilities. So in here we'll say utilities, instead of YT, and also in here, that is fine, utilities. Right after that, let's go create another directory. It's going to be simply for the view, so in here we'll say view, and right after that another directory going to be simply for view model. So in here you'll just say model, okay, view model, like that. So first of all, let me just tell you about that specific directory data. Right inside that specific directory, we're going to simply just create our app exceptions that we're going to just simply use it in our app. And right with that, we're going to be working right in the network for the API services and also for the base API services that we will create. So it's going to be right inside that specific directory by name data. And right after that, that specific directory by the name model, we're going to simply just create a dot file in which we will have the model, which will just basically just represent the data and the business logic of our application. And it is basically responsible for interacting with databases, web services, APIs, or any other data source. So you guys will just notice that whenever we will be working on that. And then we come towards the repository, in which we will just create our home repository, in which we will just hit the API and get the app URL, and we will just get this as a response and then return it. So basically it will just hit the API and get the app URL, and it's going to be right inside that repository directory. Right towards the resources, in here there will be our resources, for example the app URL that I'm gonna just provide it for you guys, and then also we will just get our images that we will just use in our project, and also the code combination that we will use for the specific screens. So it's going to be right inside that specific directory by the name resources. And then we just come toward the utilities. As you guys know, by the name utilities, it's going to just contain all of the data, for example the format, date, the current time, and so on. It's going to be right inside that specific directory by the name utilities. And then we come toward the view, the main thing. So basically that specific view directory in which we will just have user interface, we can just create that right in the view, and basically that specific view gonna be responsible for displaying the user interface to the user, and it basically just includes all of the visual elements, layout, and control, all of the working that the user will interact with. And basically in MVVM model view model, the view directory, as you guys can see right in here, it should be as passive as possible and should not contain any application logic, cause it just binds to the properties and commands that is basically provided by the view model to display and update the specific data, which will listen for the user interactions and then just forward them to the view model. As you guys can see now, the view model, as I told you already a little about it, so that view model is gonna just act as an intermediary between the model, the model and the view, that one. Okay, so this specific directory by the name view model, it's gonna just contain the presentation logic and the state of the view. So basically the view model gonna just expose the properties and commands that the view can bind to, and it's basically just communicate with the model that we're gonna create just to retrieve and update the data. So that's a little introduction about all of these specific directories. It will be more clear whenever we will be just working on that specific directories one by one. in a manner. And guys, as I told you already, it's going to be right in the getx, so we have to just add some dependencies. Okay, and if you guys just don't know about the getx, let me just give a little intro about the getx. So basically getx is an open source Flutter library, okay, that we will just add right in our popspec.yaml. Let me just open that in here below the Cupertino icons, right from the pub.dev. We will just do that in a while. First, let me just tell you about a little intro. So as I told you already, it's an open source Flutter library that simplifies the state management, navigation, dependency injections, and other common tasks in the Flutter app development. So basically it just provides a set of utilities and patterns that aim to make a Flutter development a way more faster, more efficient, and more maintainable. So basically it just contains the features and components of a getx. Is just the state management, as I told you already, the dependency injections, routing, navigation, and so on. So we will use that specific getx right in our app in order to just get the required work. So open the browser now and search for the pub.dev. From there we will just get the required dependencies that we will just add it right in here in our project, right in the popspec.yaml. So here am I right in the Google, and you guys can see that pub.dev. okay, just simply search for that. Here we are. As you guys can see that pub.dev, that first one, okay, dot packages. Open that. Here we are. The first dependency that we're going to simply just add it on our project, it's going to be get. So in here write get and just scroll down. As you guys can see that specific get, okay, in here. Open screen, snack bars, dialog without contacts, manage threads, and inject dependencies easily with the getx. Okay, just click upon that, and you can also just have a look on that readme. I have already checked that. Now I'll just go towards the installing, and down below in here, as you guys can see that dependencies, from here just copy that get, or you can simply just copy it from here. It will copy it to the clipboard. Okay, now I'll just add this right in the popspec.yaml in my project. Do it in a manner. So here am I right in the popspec.yaml below the Cupertino icons. In here I'll just paste it. As you guys can see, get. Okay, now we will go back towards the pub.dev and we will add another dependencies. Back again in here. Now let's go towards the pub.dev, and now we will simply search for the HTTP. As you guys can see, that one, HTTP, it's a composable multi-platform feature-based APIs for HTTP request. Okay, so click upon that. We're going to simply use that for the HTTP request, and you can also just have a look on that. Go towards the installing, and in here I'll just copy that from here. Okay, or you can copy it from here. Now go towards the Android Studio popspec.yaml. Back again in here below the get, in here paste it, and remove that dependency from here, just the HTTP, and it's going to be right in a proper alignment like that. Okay, otherwise it will not import that. Now go back to the pub.dev, and now we will add the intl. There we go with the intl, and you can also just see it's just contains the code to deal with the internationalized localized messages, date, number, formatting, and parsing bidirectional text and other internationalization issues. So we're gonna just use that for the specific purpose. Copy that from the installing dependency in here, copy it, Control C, go towards the Android Studio prospect.yaml. Below that in here, paste it with a proper alignment like that. Okay, now come here and click upon that pub.get. It will just import it in our project in order to get the required work. So we will just use that in our upcoming work. So must check that process finished with the exact code 0. So it's just successfully add that. Now take this down and we will just close that prospect.yaml from here, and first in here get the dependencies. So we are just setting the path for our project right in the start, so it's fine. Execute 0. Now you can simply ignore it. Now writing the main dot in here. Okay, we will just remove those classes from here, wrap it from here, and also this color, wrap it, and simply just del that from here. Okay, remove those command lines from here, and for now on I'll just remove that, and in here we will have a scaffold, and you can also just add the constant modifier. It will just remove the line, as you guys know already. So basically this video is getting a little lengthy. Now I'll just end this video right here, and right from the next video we will work further. So see you then. Welcome back. So now in this video we will just add our assets right in the project, and we will just set the path right in the prospect.yaml, and then we will do the further work for it. So first of all, what I'll do, I'll just get this down like that, and you guys can see that asset folder, as you guys can see right on the desktop. I will just provide that right in the resources, and you guys can simply just download it from that and add it in your project. So if I open that asset folder, in here I create that folder by the name images. In here I have already downloaded some images, as you guys can see right in here, that we will just use this in the future for our app. So now what I'll do, I'll just drag and drop this specific folder right in this MVVM weather with APIs getx, and in here you guys can see that refactor. Click upon that, it will just add it, as you guys can see right in here, the asset folder. Okay, if you just get this down in here, images folder, and there we go with all of the images, as you guys can see. Okay, it's working totally fine. Now what I'll do, I'll just add the path for the specific assets, okay, the images, right in the prospect.yaml, as I told you already. So in here we will just get this down from here. I'll just remove that from here, okay, as you guys can see, and also with it, as you guys can see, that hash, remove it like that, and with the proper alignment, guys. Okay, so move it to like that. Below this hash, the A alphabet, okay, like that, in a proper alignment. Now right after that, what I'll do, I'll just get the cursor down in here, and then we say in here the dash, or you can say the minus sign in here like that, and then we say assets, okay, and then we say slash, and then we say images, because all of the images right inside that specific folder by the name images. Okay, that's why in here we are just providing that specific path. So write it and slash. So what it will do, it will just go towards the asset, and here we just provide that. And guys, the spelling must be same, otherwise it will not just get that. So asset in here, as you guys can see, that specific directory, get this down, and right after that it's right inside the specific directory by the name images, and you guys can see slash images, and then we provide that slash. So what it will do, it will just add all of the images. So by this slash right at end, as you guys can see, it will just indicate that just to add all of the images right inside that specific directory by the name images and then assets. So it will just do that and add it successfully. So you guys can see that in here. Now what I'll do, I'll just come and click upon that pub.get. So we press on that pub.get, and in here you guys can see the exec code 0. So it's mean that it just successfully add that in our project. Now what I'll do, I'll just close that postpack.yaml from here, and now I'll go towards the resources. Right inside that resources, the first thing that I will do, create a new directory, and it's going to be simply by the name images. Okay, as you guys can see, images directory. Now right inside that we will create a new dot file, as you guys can see, dot file by the name image. And guys, remember, the dot file name must be in a small alphabets. Okay guys, like I did in here, it's going to be all of the small alphabets, and instead of space we will give the underscore like that, just for the dot file. Okay, so in here we'll say image assets. That is fine like that. Okay, just notice it and do it like that. Now in here what I'll do, I'll just create a class, and we will just give the name as a image in here, and then we say assets. Okay, all just fine, and in here curly braces, take this down. So now in here, in order to just avoid the hard coding manner for the specific image assets, and it will just contain the static constants, and it will represent the file paths to the various image assets that we just add in our project. As I told you already, by this specific practice we will just avoid the hard coding them and throughout our code base. So it's going to be simply easy for us and use it in our project by the simple name. So let's go ahead and do that. You guys will get the idea now. So now in here, first I'll say static in here, and then we say const, and then I'll just provide the specific name. Let's give it as a night rain. Okay, night rain, because I'm about to just assign the night rain image. So in here first we will say equal sign, and now we will assign the specific path in which we will just get the night rain. I'll just show you. Okay, so in here string right at end semicolon. Now right inside those strings we will say assets. Okay, as you guys can see right in here, assets, and right inside the images folder. Okay, so in here we'll say slash, there we go with the slash, and then we say images. As you guys can see that images. Okay, so in here provide it. Guys, as I told you already, the spelling must be same, or otherwise it will not just get that. Okay, so make sure to make it in a proper manner. So in here images, and then we say slash. Now let me just show you the night train. As you guys can see that one. Okay, night train dot png. Let me just open it. As you guys can see. Okay, now just make sure the spelling must be same like that, and in here just provide it like I do. Okay, night rain, RAIN, and then write it n dot png, as you guys can see. So we just successfully just assigned that specific path for the specific image, as I showed you already, night train, and it's inside that night train. So we can get the specific images everywhere in our project by this simple and specific name, which will be so easy. Now for time saving, I'll just copy that like that, and below that in here we'll say static const, and then we will just add the stars. Okay, so in here first I'll just give the name as a stars, okay, because we are about to just set that start.png, that one. Okay, and now let me just check that from here, remove it, and then we say start.png. Guys, remember in here you guys can see that the name of this specific image start.png. I just add that in here. Okay, and it's gonna just assign that specific path right in these stars, and we will just get that with simple name stars. So for a time saving, I'll just quickly add all of the required images that we will just use it in our project. I'll do that quickly. So now you guys can see that I'll just quickly add that, the map, the sun, heavy rain. I just give it the specific name to it, and then I just add the specific path. As you guys can see in here, we assign that in the map, and also the sun, heavy rain in here, in this one assign it, and one by one in order. And guys, make sure, I'm telling you again and again, the spelling must be same, or otherwise it will not give the required image. It will give you then an error whenever we will use that right in our project. It will not show the specific image. So in here, as you guys can see the map, we just assign that specific asset path right in this map, and if you guys can see that in here, there we go with the map, and then sun heavy rain .png. So there we go with the sun heavy rain .png. So I have already successfully added that in here. So do the same like that, and all just fine. Now I'll just close that from here, and what I'll do, I'll just go towards the view in here, and we will create a new directory by the name splash. Okay, now right inside that specific directory we will create a new dart file. So we'll say splash instead of space underscore, and then we say screen. Now in here we will have a stateful widget, so write st, and there we go with a stateful widget. Now I'll just give the name as a splash screen. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll just add the library. So in here import, then we say package, and then we say Flutter slash, there we go, then we say material dot, there we go. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll just remove that from here, and we will have a scaffold widget in here. So now what I'll do in here, I'll just say body, and right in the body we'll have a center widget, because I'm about to show you specific image for the splash screen, so that you guys can get the idea how we can simply just do that. So what I'll do now, take this down, in here we'll say child, and then image dot asset. With the help of that we'll say image asset, there we go, image assets, and then we say dot, we will go, as you guys can see the suggestion now. Okay, you can simply just tap on any of the, for example, the map, nitran, start, and so on, and it will just simply add it and show it right on the specific screen that we are about to create, splash screen. So it's going to be simply and more easily added. So I'll go with the night star ran because I'll choose this for the splash screen. Now in here, comma, and also I'll just set the height, we'll go with the 200, and I'll just set the width also, which will be 200. That is fine. Now what I'll do, I'll just copy that splash screen from here, copy it, and go toward the main dot. In here we will remove that scaffold and paste the splash screen in here, and click upon that splash screen, import the library. Okay, and you can also just add the cons modifier, it will just remove that yellow line. All fine. Now go toward the splash screen, as you guys can see right in here. Okay, here we are. Now I'll just show you the output for this specific splash screen. Now I'll open the emulator, and you can also test it with your real phones. So I'll go with the emulator from here, I'll click upon that, and then the running device, there we go, as you guys can see. Let's move it to the right side. From here I'll remove the zoom controls, all just fine. This will take some time, just wait for a while. There we go. Now so come here and click upon that run man.don or to load the app. This will take some time, just wait for a while. So it's just running the app. And you guys can see the image right in here, right on the splash screen, right in the white background. Okay, it's working totally fine. So I was just talking about that how we can simply and more easily just add the image asset, the image. Okay, so it's working fine. Now I'll just remove that debug banner from here. So for that specific purpose, what I'll do, also you will just remove the Flutter demo, and we'll say MVVM weather app with APIs GetX. Now in here, right in the material app, we'll say the debug show check mode banner, that one, and set these to false in here. Now it will just remove that debug banner, the other one, from here. You can simply just run the man.dot from here once you load it, or you can simply just press the Ctrl S. There we go, it's gone now, as you guys can see. So basically this video is getting a little lengthy. Right from the next video you will work further. So that's it for now, see you then. Welcome back. So now I'll just create a color combination for this specific background. As you guys can see right in here in this splash screen, that white one, it's not that attractive, so I'll just create a color combination, the gradient color, and we will just apply that on the splash screen. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just go towards the resources. As you guys can see right in here, I'll create a new directory. By the name we'll say colors. Now right inside that we will create a new dart file by the name colors. So in here we will create a class by the name app colors. As you guys can see in here, curly braces. Take this down. In here we'll say static, and then we say box decoration, as you guys can see. Then we say build gradient, as you guys can see. Okay, gradient box decoration, and in here braces. Then right after curly braces, take this down. Now in here we'll simply just return the box decoration in here, as you guys can see, and write it and semicolon. Now right inside that I'll have the gradient, so we'll say linear gradient. Okay, and then we'll just apply the color, which will be simply right in those brackets. Okay guys, remember that. Now the first color we will choose is going to be white. It's not showing the suggestion because we just import the Cupertino. Instead of that we'll have the material dot, that one. Okay, so in here just remove that. All fine. Make sure to import that specific Flutter package material dot. So now if we just write white, there we go with the suggestion, it's working fine. So I'll go with the white 38, it's gonna look good. And then the second color that we will choose is gonna be the green. So I'll just create a combination between those two colors, as you guys can see, the white 38 and the green. Now write it and comma. Now I'll just begin that. So in here we'll say alignment, we'll set the center left for the white 38. We'll go with the left, there we go. And right after that we'll just end. Also in here alignment, and then we'll go with the center right for the green. So right in here comma, take this down. Now we'll just stop this and give the 0.0 and the other coordinate will be 1.0, and that is fine here comma. And then also we'll just select the tile mode. So let's go with the tile mode dot, we'll go with the clamp, right, and comma. Now in here add the const modifier to the box decoration, so the yellow line will be gone down. There we go. Okay, it's working fine. Now with a simple line of code we will just get this linear gradient color, all of this code easily with a single line of code. So what I'll do, I'll just go toward display screen. You can choose it from here or here. Now what I'll do, I'll just wrap this with a container widget. In here I'll say decoration, and then we say app color, because the class name was, let me see, app colors. Okay, so in here we'll say app colors, there we go. And then we say dot build gradient box decoration, there we go. Now also right in the scaffold we will just provide the background color, so it's gonna be simply transparent in order to get that linear gradient color. Now if you guys didn't hot reload the app, simply do it from here. So I have already hot reloaded the app. I'll just press the Ctrl S, and you guys will notice the combination of two color, the white 38 and the green. Control S. There we go. As you guys can see, it's working totally fine, and you guys can see the combination of two color. The white 38 from the left side, center left, and the green from the center right, as we did this right in the app colors. Okay, center left for the white 38, there we go, and center right for the green. Now with a single line of code, we just get this linear gradient curve right on the splash screen, as you guys can see. Okay, so that's how MVVM organize the code in a more specific and easy way to get the required result. And let me also just show you the alternative way of adding the linear gradient curve, but it's going to be a little difficult, but I'll just show you how we will do it, and then you guys will notice that the MVVM way is a more way organized and more easy. So what I'll do, I'll just comment that decoration. Okay, it's gone from here, and what I'll do now, in here we'll say decoration, then we say box decoration. Okay, get this down from here, and if we go to the app colors, that one, okay, right in this one, colors dot, there we go. So from here I'll just copy that, okay, and go to display screen dot, in here I'll just paste it. Okay, as you guys can see, this whole line of code, so all just fine in here. Now add the const modifier to it, that is fine. I'll just comment that for now. Okay, so that you guys can see. Control S. Now you guys can see that the linear gradient color right through the MVVM way, we just comment that, and also the alternative way. So if I just uncomment that, the alternative way, which will be a little difficult, and if we just go this way, then we're gonna again and again write this whole line of code right in the upcoming screens. Okay, so which will be more difficult for us. But if we go to the MVVM way, which is this one, that simple line of code, simply with the class app color, we will just get that more organized and more simple way. So now I'll just show you the result with the alternative way. If you guys just press the Control S, it will work just fine, and you guys can see that the result, it just show you that linear gradient color. As you guys can see, there's the alternative way. If we go this way, as I told you already, then we will have to write again and again this whole line of code in the future for the upcoming screens, and it's gonna be a way more difficult. So we will not choose that, since we are working with a MVVM, so that's not going to be a proper way to use this alternative way. So I'll just tell that, and if you guys just press the Control S, you guys will notice the black screen for now, because we just comment that decoration, okay, which we just getting that from the app colors. Which one? That one, app colors, in which we just set all of this. So this simple line of code, we will get the linear gradient color, which will be a more organized and more simple way through MVVM. So now I'll just uncomment that. As you guys can see, now press the Control S, and boom, there we go. So that's how we can get the required work through MVVM with a single line of code, and just to avoid the hard coding them. I hope it's clear now. Now what I'll do, I'll just close that from here, and also the colors. and now we are on the man dot. So what I'll do now, we will leave the view, okay, and we're gonna simply just now working right on the model, and then we will go towards the best API services, and then the repository utilities. First we will create that, so then it's gonna be more easy for us to use it in our work, right in the view and also the view model, the logic that we will create right in the future. So from now on, if we just close that and go toward the resources, so from now on we just don't need this emulator. You guys get the idea. Now we will just come back right to that right in the future. From now on, as I told you already, we will be working right on the model and the API services, best API services, repository, utilities, and so on. So from now on, we just don't need this. We will come back right to it right in the future, whenever we will be working right on the view and the view model. So close that for now. Here we are with the man dot. Now what I'll do, I'll just create a new directory right in the resources by the name app URL. So in here app underscore, not underscore, yes, we say URL. Since it's a directory name, we can just go with the capital alphabets. App URL. Now right inside that we will create a dot file by the name dot file. Here we'll say app, now in a small alphabet, guys, since it's a dot file, and instead of space we will give the underscore, and then we say URL. Okay, as you guys can see, that specific dot file in here right in the resources, app URL, and there you go, the dot file. From now on, this video is getting a little lengthy. First let me just create a class quickly, and then we will just end this video, and right from the next video we will be working on that. First let me just create that specific class for the app URL, okay, and here curly braces, and take this down for now. In here let me just write that with a capital U, that is fine. So basically, as you guys can see, this video is getting a little lengthy. We will end this video right here, and that's it for this video. Right from the next video we will be working on that specific app URL. So see you then. Welcome back. So now in this video I'll provide the URL from which we will just generate the data model. So then we will create a dot file right in the model, and we will just have that data model which will contain all of the detail for the weather. So now in here, right in this class app URL, we will say static, okay, and then we'll say const, and then we'll give the name as URL, in which now we will just assign the URL. And one more thing, guys, I just made this URL static because when we declare a variable as static within a class, so that specific variable is shared among all instances of the class. It's a class level variable, not in an instance level variable. So this is basically means that all objects of that specific class will have access to that same variable, and any change to it will affect all the instances. So now right in here I'll just pass the URL, and I will provide that specific URL right in the comment section down below, and also I will provide it just in the resources, so you guys can easily get it from the resources and also from the comment section down below. So in here I'll just paste it. There we go, as you guys can see, okay, it's going to be right in the JSON format, and there we go. I just pasted it inside those strings, and you guys can see that. So that's going to be our app URL. Now the next thing what we will do, we will just generate a data model from the specific URL. So the first thing we will do, open the browser. Here we are, and you guys can see that Postman. Search for that. Open that first one, Postman API platform. So now here we are. Come here and click on this window icon, as you guys can see. Okay, download the desktop app for Windows. Just click upon that, and now you guys can see that Windows 64-bit. Just click upon that and download it. This will take a while, and just wait for a while. There we go, it's done. Now I'll just click upon that, and let's see. Here we are with the Postman. So we have successfully just get that, and you guys can see the Postman right on the desktop. And if you guys just go toward the download folder, here we are, it's my download. Okay, in here you guys can see that Postman Windows 64-bit. Okay, setup. You can just also get it from here. If you just close that and double click on that, it will just open it. Postman. Here we go. Okay, so now what we will do, I'll just take this down, close that, and I'll just copy the URL, the app URL from the Android Studio. Just get this down from here, and you guys can see that specific URL. Okay, right in the class of app URL, and there we go with the URL as static. So copy that URL from here, all of it. Okay, right to this area, JSON, and then open the Postman. Here we are. So what I'll do now, I'll just remove that from here. Okay, dial this, and in here paste the URL that you guys just copied from the Android Studio, the app URL. So in here, Control V, there we go. As you guys can see, now all just fine, and click upon that sending request. As you guys can see, get from the get, and as you guys can see, it's in a JSON format, so it just contain all of the detail. And you guys can see that in here, for example, the latitude, longitude, the resolve address, okay, Lahore, Pakistan, and time zone, and everything. You guys can see that in here. If you just go down below all the way, there we go. Okay, so we just successfully get that from the specific URL. And now what I'll do, I'll just copy all of this. Okay, so I'll say Control A, as you guys can see. Okay, Control A from this brace to all the way down to this brace, copy that. Control C. Now right after that, what I'll do, I'll just get this down and open the browser, and right in here, as you guys can see, JSON to dot, search for that. So we are about to create the data model, as I told you already right in the start. So JSON to dot, and you guys can see that first one, JSON to dot. Click upon that. Here we are. Now in here, paste the JSON format, all detail in here. So in here I'll say Control V, and there we go, as you guys can see. Okay, as we copied that from the post main. Make sure that there will be no missing braces or any other error, because it will just give then an error. In here now I'll just choose the name for the specific model that we will just add it in our project in order to get the required data for the weather. So that's gonna be our data model. So I will give the name in here as data, as you guys can see, and then we say model. That is going to be the name. Now just click upon that, generate dart. Here we are with our class data model. You guys can see that in here. Okay, so it just contain all of the detail that we will just use in our app. Now what I'll do, I'll just copy all of this code from here, copy dart code to the clipboard, click upon that in here. So it's done now. Let's go toward the Android Studio. Here we are in the Android Studio. Now I'll just close this app URL from here, also close that, and we will go toward the model directory. You guys can see that now. Right click and we will create a new dart file. So I will give the name as data, instead of space give the underscore, and then we say model. That is fine. Now in here I'll just paste the code of a data model. So in here Control V, and here we are with all of our code. Let me just go right at top. We are having that errors, as you guys can see. We'll just scroll down, and in here if you guys can see, if JSON days, if that's not equal to null, then we just assign the array days to the days, and then JSON days for each, and then we just add a new days dot from JSON. So we are getting that, and we'll just remove that null one, okay, because we just don't need this. Simply from here to here dial that in order to just get rid of this specific error. Now we are just left with this one. Since we just removed the above one, now we have to just remove that, okay, from here to here, delete, and all of the error has been gone now. So there's our data model. As I told you already, it will just contain all of the detail. You guys can have a look, and from that we will just get the required data and just use it in our app, and it's right in the JSON format. So return data successfully. Now just go right at top. We are done with our data model. Just close that from here, and now man.dart. So this video is getting a little lengthy, and we are done with our model. We just successfully get all of the details from the specific URL that we just have it before, as I explained in detail. Now we'll just end this video right here, and right from the next video we will work further. So see you then. That's it for now. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be working right on the utilities. So click upon that directory, utilities, right click, create a new dart file by the name utilities, okay, in here. Now in here we will create a class, okay. So in here I'll say class, and then we will give the name as utilities with a capital U, all just fine, and right at end curly braces, and tag this down. as you guys can see. Okay, now the first thing that we will do, we will just define static type map in here, and then we say less than greater than, and right in between we say dynamic. You have this as a dynamic. Okay, and then we'll have string in here. Now we will just give the name as an image map, because we will just use that for the different weather condition. So I give the name as image map, and now in here curly braces, and we will just put semicolon, write it n, and take this down from here. Now we will just define the weather condition with the corresponding image paths. So we will just show the image for that. Basically that can be useful for displaying the weather icons or images in our application based basically on the current weather condition. Okay, so now in here we'll say first in here string, and then we say partially cloudy, and in here colon, and then in here string again, and then we will just provide the image path, which will be right inside the asset, that asset. Okay, open that. In here images done, and then we will just choose for the partially cloudy that night rain. Okay, that specific image. So what I'll do now in here, first I'll just write assets. As you guys can see, make sure the spelling must be same, or otherwise it will give you error. Now in here slash, then we say images, and then right inside the directory images it's nightrain.png, as you guys can see. So in here slash again, and then we say night, and it's rain dot png, and write it and comma, so it will just get that as a partially cloudy. So basically that partially cloudy, that is a key which will just represent the weather condition, as I told you already. Now just take this down, and what I'll do now, bash again in here, and then we'll say overcast in here, and write it here colon, again brashes, and in here we'll just provide the path as assets. I'll go with the slash now, and then we say images, and then slash again, then we will go with the sun slow rain. Let me just show you that one. Okay, so in here I'll just provide the name in here sun slow rain, and it's a .png, write it and comma. Now in here down below we'll go with the clear one. Okay, colon. Now in here for time saving I'll just copy that, and in here paste it. We will just remove that from here, and we will go for the clear one as a wind, that one. Okay, we will just show the wind as clear. That key will represent different weather condition. For example, the first one partially cloudy, overcast, and clear. So in here I'll go with the wind spelling is D, that is fine. Now in here also we will go with a null if this will not recognize any weather condition. So only in that case we will use this null key for a default image, as I told you already, in case if the weather condition will not be recognized in the future whenever we will use that in our app. So in here null colon, and what I'll do in here, let me just copy that from here and paste it for time saving. We'll just change that to the night state train, that one. Okay, so in here I'll just make this spelling right, night, its state, stat state, and its rain, rain.png. as you guys can see. Guys, again, I'm telling you, the spelling must be same, otherwise it will not work properly whenever we will just use this in our app. From now on, we are just making that. So then with a single line of code, as you guys can see, that specific name, image map, we will just get all of this. In future, we will be just call upon that, and it will just show the required different weather condition, and we get this as dynamic, because dynamic is that specific type that will allows you to store different values of different types within the same variable. So we just take this as a dynamic, and all just fine. Now let's move further, and we will create a function for the format dat. In order to just get the dat format, we have to just import the library right above in here. So what I'll do, I'll say import, and then we say package, and then we say intl. There we go. Okay, that specific package imported. So in order to get the dat format, so down below in here, now we will make this as static, as I told you already about the static, and also is going to be string type, because we are about to just format the dat in here. Now give the name as a format dat. Okay, in here now you'll have to just define the parameter as a type datetime. So in here as a type datetime, and we're gonna just give the name as a dat. Okay, we'll just define that specific parameter and pass it curly braces in here, take this down like that. Now what I'll do, in here we'll say string, and we'll create a string type variable by the name as a formatted, and here dat, in which now we'll just assign the dat format. So we have to just write in here dat format, since we are getting that from the intl, as I told you already. Okay, dat format in here, braces, string, and then we say the dat format in here, just write it provided. Okay, so for time capital E, and then in here D, and here then for triple M, that is fine. And then we say dot format, in here we'll just provide that dat in here, that is fine. Okay, and write it and semicolon, and now we will just return that specific formatted dat in here, that is fine. In here semicolon, all just fine. Let's save it to the dictionary. Now let me just tell you about this specific E that we just put it in here 4 times, and then D, and then M. So basically that E will represent the full name of the day of the week, for example Monday or Tuesday. And right after that, that small d, as you guys can see in small alphabet, this will represent the day of the month as a numeric value without leading zeros. For example, if the day is the 5th of the month, then it will just represent it as a 5, digit 5. Okay, and right after that, in the capital triple time M, this will represent the abbreviated month name. For example, let's say January for Jan, and Feb for the February. And as I told you already, so we use this specific format with a datetime object and the dat format class from the intl package right in the start. So it will just format the date in the string, and that will include the full day of the week, the day of a month, and the abbreviated month name, as I told you already. I hope this is clear. Now let's move further. Now we will create another function down below in here, simply for just extract the dat only. Okay, so in here is going to be static string type in here, and we will give the name as extract. Let me just put it in here, correct spelling in here, extract date, and in here we will pass the parameter as a string type date, curly braces in here, tag this down. So basically that extract that function, we're about to just create that and just to design to extract and format the day of the month from the given date string. Okay, now down below in here we will just parse the input date as a string into the date time object. So in here we'll say date time in here, now the name date time object in here, now we'll say date time dot parse, and in here we will just provide the parameter date as string type, as you guys can see. Okay, now in here semicolon and tag this down. Now what we will do, we will just format the day of the month, for example as a numeric value without leading zeros. So in here first we'll say string type, let's declare that in here as a formatted date in here. Now in here we will just assign the date format in here string, then d, then we say dot format, and in here we'll say date time, in which we just assign that date time dot parse. Okay, in this date time. So in here we just call upon that, write it and semicolon. Now we will just return the formatted date. Okay, in here, which one? That one. You can just copy it from here or you can manually write it in here. All is fine, write it and semicolon. So this will just extract the date and format the day of the month from the given date string. And basically that small d, this will just represent the day of the month as a numeric value without leading zeros, as I told you already. Now let's move further. We will create another function for the extract day. So we will just extract the day and format the day of the week. So down below in here is going to be static, and we'll just say string type. Let me just, for time saving, what I'll do, I'll just copy that from here to here. Okay, just copy that and we will do a little change to this specific function. Okay, for the extract day, copy that first, and down in here tell this and pass the function. So this one, as I explained this in detail for the extract date, now we will just simply create this function and modify it for the day, as you guys can see. Okay, now all of the thing will be similar as we did for the extract date, but we have to just format the date format in here. Okay, as you guys can see, remove that d from here, and then we'll say 4 times capital E, as you guys can see. Okay, so this will basically just extract the day. Whenever it will just format it successfully, then it will just to assign that string type variable formatted date, and then in here, as you guys can see, and remember guys, it will just format the full day of the week. Okay, so whenever it will just get that, then it will just assign it to this formatted date. From now on we'll just remove that from here, and then now we will just extract the first 3 character, which will be abbreviated form. So in here first, let me just declare string type, and then we'll just give the name as abbreviated day. Okay, for the first 3 characters. Okay guys, so in here abbreviated day, and then we'll just assign the formatted date, in which we just assign that. Okay, all of this. what it will do, it will just format the full day of the week, and then we just assign that into this string type variable formatted date, and then in here we define that, declare it string type variable abbreviated day. Okay, as you guys can see in here. And now to this string type variable we'll just assign the formatted date, then we say dot substring in here, and then we'll provide the 0 and then 3 star. Okay, so in here semicolon, as I told you already, first 3 characters from 0 to 3, that is fine. And now let's just return that, the abbreviated day in here semicolon. So I hope this is clear now, and let me just tell you one more time, this 4 time capital E will represent the full day of the week, guys. I have already explained this above in detail. So that's it. This video is getting a little lengthy. I'll just end this video right here, and right from the next video we will create some other function. So see you then. Welcome back. So now in this video we will create more function, as I told you already that in the previous video. First let me just close that from here, and we'll simply write on the utilities dot, as you guys can see. Now below down here we will create another function, so we will say in here static, and it's going to be string type in here, and now we will give the name as format time. So simply we will just format the time with the AM and PM right in a 12-hour format. So let's go ahead and start working on that, get the required work. Now in here we will pass the parameter, and it's going to be string type for time in here, and curly braces. Down below in here we will have the object name date format in here, and now we will give the name as date format, the object name in here. Now we will just assign the date format. Let me just write it in here, date format, and then we will just provide the format for the 12-hour format. So in here string, right at and semicolon. Now in here we'll say double H in small, and then colon, and then we say double M but small in here, as you guys can see, and now with it we'll say small a. So this is the 12-hour format, as I told you already. H is for hours and M is for minutes, and this A small simply for the AM and PM. Now right after that in here we'll say date time object in here. Now give the name to the object name in here, date time, then we'll simply just assign the date time in here. We'll say dot pers in here, and right in here we'll just provide the time. So whenever we will just get the time, and in here we will just pass it. As you guys can see, we're taking this as a parameter, as a string type. Now right after that we just assign that right to this object name date time, so it's right inside that. Now right after that we'll just declare a string type variable in here. Simply you'll say time in 12-hour format. To this now we'll say date format in here. With that we'll say format, and we will just in here provide the date time in which we just assign this, okay, the time that we will get. Okay, so in here we're passing, and we're just assigning that to this object name date time. So in here we'll just call upon that, have it in here simply just to get the 12-hour format. Okay, So we just successfully format that, the time. Okay, right inside this, format it to in here, as you guys can see, date format, in which we are having that 12-hour format. So it will just successfully change that, the specific time, to the 12-hour format, and then we assign this specific 12-hour format in this string type variable. So it's going to be right inside that, and you guys know what we will do next. You'll simply just return that. So time in 12-hour format, call upon that, it will just return it. So I hope it's clear now. Let's move ahead and create another method down below. Now in here we will create another function simply for the current time to get it. So in here we'll say static, and it's going to be string type, and we will give the name as current time, braces, then curly braces, take this down. Now in here first I'll have the date format object in here, and then gonna simply object name in here, and then we will assign the date format in here, and first in here string, write it and semicolon, and right in the string, right in the middle we'll say double H in small, and then colon, then double M small, and then A. As you guys know, H is for hours, M is for minutes, and this small a is simply for AM and PM. So we are getting that date format, and we just assign that to this specific object name date format. And guys, remember, it's a 12-hour format, as I explained this in here. Okay, now let's move ahead. Gonna have the date time object. Okay, now we will just give the name for the current time, so we'll say now, and to this we will just assign the date time in here, write it and semicolon, and with it we'll say dot now, as you guys can see. So we'll create now string type variable time, in which we'll just assign the date format 12-hour format, and then we'll say just format the now, in which we are having the time. So in here write it and semicolon, and we just successfully format this to the 12-hour format, and we assign that specifically into this string type variable time. And now we'll just return that in here, so we'll say return time, write it and semicolon. Now right after that we will create another function simply for just formatting the time in 24-hour format. So in here we'll say static, and it's gonna be string type, it will just return the string. So in here we'll say string, and then we say format time without AM and PM, as you guys can see, because the 24-hour format is without the AM and PM. Okay, and in here curly braces, take this down. So let me just give you a little example. For example, in the 12-hour format, if the time will be 3:30 PM, then let me just comment that and write in here in the 24-hour format, which will be without AM and PM. So it's gonna be then like 15:30. Okay, that is gonna be the 24-hour format, the result we will get, and that is going to be right in the 12-hour format. So it will be something like that. I hope it's clear now, and let's move ahead now to just get the required work in 24-hour format. So what I'll do now, and guys, one more thing, whenever we will just get the time, so in here we will pass the parameter as a string type time. Now down below in here we'll have the object name at format. Now provide the name as a date format. Now we will just assign the date format, which will be the 24-hour format. So in here for the 24-hour format we will do double H in small and then colon, then in small alphabet double M. So basically that is the format for the 24 hours format. Now down below in here we'll say date time object. Now give the name to the object name as date time, and now we will just assign date time. We'll say in here dot pers, and in here now just have the time, the parameter we are passing. So whenever we will just get the time in here, we'll just have it. Now we are just assigning that to the specific object name date time, so it's going to be right inside that. Then now right after that I'm gonna just declare string type variable, which will be time in 24 hours format. Okay, to this now I'll say date format, in which we are having the format of 24 hours, as you guys can see right here. So in here call upon it, and then we said dot format the date time, the time we are having. In here we just assign to this, so in here we'll just call upon that. So this will successfully just convert the time to the 24-hour format, and it's going to be right inside this string type variable. Now you guys know what we will do, just return it. Now right after that we will create another function. So let's give the name as a static bool type. Simply we will just check the time. So in here we'll give the name as check time, and then we will just pass the string type variable as a time, and in here curly braces, take this down. Now in this specific function, first I'll call upon the date format object, and in here give the name, and then we say date format simply for the check time. So in here we'll say hours double H and then A, and it's going to be right inside the string. Let me just cut it, and in here for string, then paste it the required format for the check time. Now right after that I'll say date time the object. Now give the name as date time object name. In here what I'll do, I'll say date time, and with it I'll say dot pers. So in here we'll just provide the formatted string, and it's going to be the time, which one, that parameter we are having, that you're passing. So right at end semicolon. Now in here we'll say date time, and now for the check time in here we'll just assign the date time dot now, and right after that we'll just return, we'll say date format, in which we are having this specific format. Okay, so what you'll do then, format the date time, okay, in which we are having that specific time in here we are passing, and it's right inside this date time. So date time in here, and we'll say if that's equal to the date format dot format, then in here we'll just return it right at end semicolon. So this is going to simply just check the time for us, and that's all the functions that we created in order to use it in our app for the specific required work. For example, if you just want to write in the future, let's say if we check the current time, then we will simply just call upon this specific function name, which will be the current time, and we will just get the required work. So we will not again and again write the same code. So this will be more easy for us simply by just calling function name anywhere in the app. So basically that's it for this video. This video is getting a little lengthy, and let me just close that. Since we are done with the utilities, here we are right on the main.dot, and right from the next video we will be working right on the data with the API services and base one. So see you then. That's it for this video. Welcome back. So now in this video, as I told you already right in the previous video, that we will be working right on the data. So right in the data, first we will be just working right on the app exceptions, and then we will go towards the network, for example the API services and base API services. So let's go ahead and start working on that. Right click, create a new Dart file by the name app exceptions. Press enter. Now in here I'll just implement the class as app exceptions, and this will just implements the exception, as you guys can see. Now in here called the braces, take this down. Now in here we will just create a string type variable. Simply the first one is going to be for prefix, and we will make that private. So for in here underscore, it will just make it private, and then we will give the name as prefix and semicolon. Now in here again we will create another string type variable, and it's going to be simply message. Now we're going to call upon the constructor in here. So in here we'll say app exceptions, and in here let me just have this braces, and then we'll just take the bracket in there, write it and semicolon. Okay, and in here we'll say this dot prefix, and then comma, then we say this dot message. And also we will just provide in here the final key, so it's going to be non-changeable then. Okay, once something will be assigned to the specific string type variables, then it will be just not changeable. So in here final key provided. Now what we will do, we will just concatenate the prefix and the message. We will just link that together. So for that purpose, what we will do, we will just call upon the toString, as you guys can see in here. Now I'll just remove that from here, and then we will say right in the return, okay guys, braces, write it and semicolon. Now right in the mid of braces we'll say $sign first, and then the prefix. There we go. We are about to just link them together, and right after that we will do it for the message. So in here now message, and it will just return the result together, linked together. Okay, now down below in here we will create a class. So in here it will be for the internet exception. So we will give the name as internet exception, and this will extend the app exceptions above. Okay, the class we created a while ago. In here curly braces. Now just take this down. Now in here we'll say internet exception, and we're gonna simply braces then bracket Then in here we will just declare string type variable simply for the message. So in here we'll say message, and then in here colon, and then we say super braces, again string in there and write it and semicolon. And in here we will provide that message for the internet exception, and also we will just, it's going to be right inside the string in here, past it, then comma, and also with it we will just show the message related to the internet exception. So in here we will say something like internet error, and then we say issue. You can just print whatever you want in here simply for the message. Okay, so whenever we will just use that internet exception in our app anywhere, then it will just show us a message if we use that specific internet error message issues. Okay, so that's for the internet exception. Now the next that we will create is going to be simply for the request time out, and this will extend basically the app exception. In here curly braces, take this down. Now in here we'll say request time out, there we go, and in here braces, then bracket right at, and in here colon, then we say in here super, and in here provide the braces, then in there string right at and semicolon. Now right in here we will just declare a string type, and here it's going to be simply the message as we did above, and this is going to be simply for the request time out in here. Now what I'll do, I'll just provide this specific message in here, put comma, and then also we will just provide a message in here for the request time out. Okay, so in here we will say something like the request has time out. Okay, so we are done with that. Now let's go ahead and create another one. So in here first class, then it's going to be simply for the server error. Okay, server error, this is going to basically extend the app exceptions in here. There we go, curly braces, take this down, and in here server error, and then we say braces, then bracket right at n colon, then we say in here super, and here braces, then in the string right at n semicolon. Now in here we will just create string type method, so we will copy that from here and in here paste it for the server error. And what we will do, as you guys know, in here we will provide that specific message for the server error, and we will provide some text message in here for the server error. So we will say something like an entire server error occurred, OCCURRED. okay, double R, not triple, that is fine in here. So we are done with the server error. Let's move ahead and create another one. Now this time you will simply create it for the invalid URL exception. Okay, and this will extend basically the app exceptions. And here curly braces, take this down from here. So we'll say invalid URL exception, braces in here bracket, then colon in here, then we say super, and here braces, string, right, and semicolon. Now in here what I'll do, I'll just copy that from here, because we have to create that in order to get the message result. And in here we'll just copy that in here, provide it, and then we will give some message tags in here for the invalid URL exception. So in here we'll say the URL provided is invalid. The message will be something like that whenever the URL will be invalid. Now right after that we'll create another one. So in here we'll say class, and it's going to be simply for the fetch data exception. So in here we'll say fetch data exception. Got the braces in here, take this down, and we didn't just extend the app exception. So in here extends app exceptions, all just fine. Now in here, you guys know, fetch data exception, and what we will do, you guys know already in here. Now what I'll do in here, let's copy that in here, paste it, and now the message, provide the message tags in here. And if you guys don't want to show anything, just leave this string empty, but I'll show the message whenever you will use that anywhere in our app exceptions. So then it will just pop up a message for us whenever something will happen. For example, related to the internet exception, this will pop up the message whenever we will use it, the internet error issues. And for example, if we use that server error, then it will just pop up the message as an internal server error occurred. Okay, now the last one is fetch data. So we have to just provide the message tags in here. So in here we will say failed to fetch data from the server, all just fine. So we are all the way done with our app exceptions. Okay, and it will be easy for us to get the required result for the app exception by simply just calling that specific single name, and we will get the required result. And if you guys go towards the alternative way, then you guys will create this again and again in every class of the app, and it will be just difficult for us. So we have just successfully created that, and with a single line of code we will get the required result whenever we will just use that in our app, as I told you already. So that's it for this video. This video is getting a little lengthy. Right from the next video we will be working right on the network, writing the data simply for the API services and also the base one. So that's it. See you in the next one. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be working right on the network, the API services and the base one, as I told you already right in the previous video. So write in the data, right click and create a new directory by the name network. So in here I'll say network, and right in this directory network, right click, create a new file, and we will give the name as base underscore API underscore services. Now in here we will create an abstract class. So in here we'll say abstract, and then we say class, and gonna give the name as base API services, and gonna in here call the braces and take this down for now. So now we will just leave this empty. Later on whenever we will just get the URL from the specific API, then we will come back right to this class and we will be working on that. And here let me just make that right, remove the O and write I, all just fine. Now let's go back to the directory network and create a new .file simply for the API services. Now in here we will just create a class by the name API services, and this will basically extend the base API services that we created a while ago. So in here it will just extend that, and in here curly braces, take this down. Now the first thing that we will do, we will create a function, and it's going to be simply handle the different HTTP response, and we will provide some status code, and according to that we will get the required work. So let's go ahead and start working on that. As I told you already, it's going to be dynamic. Simply the dynamic type in dots means that the function can return any type. Okay, so we will make that dynamic. So in here first we'll say dynamic, and then we will just give the name to the function as JSON response. Okay, and this will take a one argument of a type. Let me just write it in here as HTTP dot response in here, and then we will just give the object name in here response, as you guys can see in here. Now in here curly braces, and take this down. Now in order to remove that specific error, we have to just import the package, and it's going to be simply, first let me just write in here import, and then we say package. Right with it we'll say HTTP. There we go with the first one. Okay, import that and write at, and in here we'll say as HTTP. Okay, as you guys can see now the error has been gone. Now just get down to this. In here the function JSON response. So in here now we will use the switch statement in order to get the required result, and we will just check upon the stated code with a response. So in here we'll say switch, and then in here braces, then we say response in here. Okay, since we are passing that in here as argument. Okay, HTTP response. Now in here response dot status code. Okay, in here, as I told you already, this switch statement totally based on the status code that we will provide as a response object. Okay, and the status code property that we will use, it will basically just represent the HTTP status code that will return by the server. Okay, so in here we have that, and in here curly braces, take this down. Now in here we'll say case, and we'll go with a 200. Okay, so it basically means that if the status code gonna be 200, which is simply just stand for successful HTTP response. Okay, that specific 200. So this block of code, whenever it will be executed, it will stand for successful HTTP response. Now right after that, what we will do, write in this gas 200 with the status code 200. Okay, in here we will declare variable by the name JSON response, as you guys can see. Now to this specific variable JSON response, we will just assign the JSON decode. Let me just write it in here, JSON decode. There we go. And now we will just provide the source. The source is going to be the response. Okay, and with it we'll say dot body and write it n semicolon. So we successfully just assigned that into this variable JSON response. So you guys can see we just declare a variable by the name JSON response and just assign it the result of decoding. Okay, as you guys can see, the JSON data from the response body using JSON decode. This will only be executed whenever the status code will be 200 and it's going to be done simply a successful HTTP response. Now right after that we will just return that, return JSON response in here. Now right after that we will just take another case. Okay, right down in here with a status code. First let me write just case and in here 400 colon then, and then we will just declare a variable. First let me just write the code, I'll just explain it. Okay, now in here, as you guys know, JSON response, we will declare it. Okay, and to this we will just assign the JSON decode. Okay, there we go. And in here we will just provide the source. The source is going to be the response.body, and write it and semicolon, and then what we will do, we will just return the JSON response for the status code 400. So basically what it will do, if the status code will be 400, this typically indicates a client error such as a bad request. So whenever there will be any kind of error, this will indicate that the status code 400. And similar to the previous one, that one, it will just decode the JSON data from the response body. Okay, and assign it to the variable, as you guys can see, JSON response, and we just return that. I hope it's clear. Now let's move further. Now what we will do, we will just call upon the default in order if the status code doesn't match 200 or 400. So in that case we will just enter the default case. So right down below in here I'll say default, in here ULT, and there we go, the suggestion. Now take this down, in here we'll say throw, and what we will throw, we will throw the app exception from this. Let me just show you. If we just open that app exceptions in here, we will go with this exception fetch data, okay, which extend the app exception as I explained this right in the previous video in detail. So we will be using that with a single line of code, and it will be just easy for us. So let me just close that from here and go towards the API services. Here we are. Now in here we are just throwing the fetch data exception, as you guys can see the suggestion right in here. Now write it and semicolon. In here, let's take this down, we'll say in here string, and right in the string we'll say the message something like error. You can type whatever you want for the message in here, so I'll write error while communication, and then we will just have the status code with the response. So in here first let me just have the $sign and here call the braces, then in here we say response dot status code. Okay, so this default will only, from here remove the semicolon since we are just having that right in the fetch data exception. So this default will only be work or run, let's say, if the status code will not match any of these. Okay, then it will just come right to this default and run that. It will just print the message as you write in here, error while communication with the response status code. So that's fine. You guys know all the working of this specific function which has a dynamic JSON response. Now right after that, let's move ahead. Now we will create another function. So down below in here, let's have that. It's going to be simply future type. So in here we'll say future, and then we will just give the name to this specific function as a get API. Okay, first in here let me just write it, then I'll explain it. Okay, then in here braces, then we say string, and have that in here. Then since it's a future, so we have to just make this asynchronous in here, curly braces, take this down. Now in here, as I told you already, it's going to be a future type, and we give the specific name to this function as get API, which basically just takes a single argument, as you guys can see, string type URL, as we are passing that in here. And this function is marked with asynchronous, okay, as you guys can see in here, which means it can perform asynchronous operations. Now right after that, right in the function, first we will just declare a variable by the name JSON data. Okay, first let me just write it in here, JSON data. So now in this specific JSON data, we will just assign the JSON response. Okay, above, as you guys can see, that specific function in which we just did all of this work. So later on in this specific function, to this variable we will assign that. Now right after that, what I'll do, I'll just in here call upon the try block in here. Okay, as you guys can see in here, curly braces, and then just take this down. Now right in the try block, I'll just declare a variable by the name response, in which now we'll just assign. First let me just write in here await, since it's asynchronous. So in here we'll just call upon the wait, add it in here, since the actual result will come, because it's an asynchronous operation, it will do that. So in here we have that await. Now we will just give the request HTTP. So in here what I'll do now, we'll say HTTP, as you guys can see in here. Now with it we'll say dot get. Now in here, right in the get, we'll say URI dot parse, there we go, and in here we'll provide the URL. Okay, as we are passing that, so we provide that. So basically this will convert the URL string into the URI object. And with it, what I'll do now, in here we'll say dot timeout, we'll have the timeout. We will just set this to, first let me just write in here duration, and then we'll go with the seconds. Let's set it to 10 seconds. Okay, write it and semicolon, and add the const modifier in order to remove the yellow line. So we just set an of 10 seconds for the request. If the request takes longer than the 10 seconds, then a timeout exception will be thrown. So that's why in here we just add that. I hope it's clear now. Right after that, now what I'll do, I'll just assign this, as I told you already. First let me just write in here JSON response. Okay, is JSON response, that is fine. And with it in here response, write it and semicolon. Now we'll just assign that to the variable as we declare right in the specific function by the name JSON data. So let's go ahead and Control Z. Let me just move it to the side like that, and in here we'll say JSON data. So we just successfully assigned the JSON response to this JSON data. And you guys know already, as I explained in detail right in the start of the video. Okay, this specific JSON response function. Now we just assign that to the JSON data. So basically, once the response is obtained, so it's passed to the JSON response function, which I just provided earlier. It will just handle the response based on its status code, and the resultant data is assigned, as I told you already, to the JSON data variable in here. Now right after that, what I'll do now, I'll just throw the request timeout, the exception we will use. So in here we'll say on request timeout. If the request time will be out, then what we will do in here, curly brace, take this down. Guys, remember, we are just getting this request timeout right from the app exceptions. Okay, so now in here I'll just throw that. In here we'll say request timeout, and then we'll provide something like anything that you want as message in here provided. I'll say request time out and write it n semicolon. Now if you just press the control right on the keyboard and left click on the mouse, it will just take you right in here, right in the app exceptions. Okay, this specific dot file. So in here we are using that request timeout. You can type the message whatever you want. Okay, so we'll close that. We'll go to the API service dot file. In here we just throw that. So whenever the request time will be out, it means that the request, if it's take too long, in this case we will throw a custom request timeout exception with the message request timeout, as you guys can see now. Now right after that, what I'll do, I'll just return the JSON data in which we having the JSON response. Okay, the status code working, that one, we just return that in here successfully. So then if no exceptions occur, this line is reached and it will just return the JSON data as we did in here. And also let me just add another exception simply for the internet exception, because if there will be no internet or something bad happen towards the internet connectivity, then we have to just pass the internet exception in here. So below in here, or with it in here, we'll say on, as you guys can see. Okay, then we say socket exception in here and curly braces, take this down from here. Then let's throw the internet exception simply from the app exception. So in here we'll provide the message as no internet, all just fine in here, semicolon, and all good. So we are done with that. Now we will go towards the base API services dot in here. Okay, now in here let's do the remaining work. In here we'll say future. Okay, and in here first let me just write it dynamic, then I'll explain it. And in here we'll say get API now. Okay, with it let me just add in here with it string URL. So we'll just get the API and with it semicolon, as you guys can see. And right in the next video, whenever we will be working right on the home repository, then we will just get the API, the specific URL, app URL. Okay, so now we just add that in here successfully. Now I'll just close this base API services dot from here, and we are now right on the API services dot, as you guys can see right in here. Okay, now come here and click upon this specific function and just in here add override to it. Okay, because whenever you override a function in Dart, we have to provide a new implementation for the specific function that is already defined in the superclass. And in the case of an asynchronous function that returns a future, you need to make sure that the overridden method also returns a future. So all just fine in here, and you guys can see in here we are returning this JSON data. Okay, so right in the JSON data, as I explained this earlier in detail, we just assign that. Okay, and basically that JSON response function is specifically dynamic, and dynamics basically mean that whenever we use the dynamic type in Dart, means that the function can return any type. Okay, it's going to be future or something else. So whenever we just assign that dynamic type JSON response function into this variable JSON data, and we are just returning that in here. So this function as a future type in here we created. That's why I told you already, you need to make sure the overridden method also return the future. So we just successfully override this get API and all of the work as I explained this in detail earlier. So this video is getting a little lengthy. That's it for this video. We will be working right on the next part of the app in the next video. So that's it. See ya. Welcome back. So now we will simply just go towards the repository and we will be working right in here, right in this directory. Simply from here we will close that and close that dot file from here, API services dot. Now we will go towards repository as you guys can see, and we will create a dart file. So right click in here and there we go, the dart file in here. Now I will simply just give the name as home repository. That is fine. Now in here I'll just create a class by the name home repository. And right in there I'll say static. First let me just write it, then I'll explain it in detail. So in here future type, return type, it will be in here and it's going to be dynamic. Because we're going to simply just use this specific method by the name hit API right in our home controller to just get hit the API. And in here brashes, this is going to be a future type. So in here we'll have this asynchronous, and brashes in here and take this down. So we create a class as you guys can see by the name home repository, and right in there as you guys can see, first it's a repository class which will just typically manage data and interaction with the external services, and in here we use that static keyword. This will indicate that the method hit API, as you guys can see here, belongs to the class itself rather than the instances of the class. It's mean you can call home repository with hit API without even creating an instance of a home repository. So in here as you guys can see, there's the return type future dynamic. Okay, this specific method hit API. So this will represent, or let's say show to you guys the result that will be available at some time in the future, and it is used to handle a asynchronous operation. So that's why in here we just have that. And right after that, this dynamic, it's a type that can represent values of any type, and then we give the name to this specific method hit API, and it will just perform, as I told you already, asynchronous operation. So this will allow you to use the await keyword. We will use that in a while inside our code to just get the required word. Now in here, first let me just write it. First I'll create a variable by the name response, in which now we'll assign, first I'll say await since it's asynchronous, and in here we'll have the API services as you guys can see in here. So I'll have that in here, and then with it I'll just get the API, and then we will just provide the URL in here, basically the app URL. Okay, so in here I'll just write app URL, as you guys can see the segregation right in here, that first one. Okay, I'll just provide that in here simply for just getting API app URL in here, then semicolon in here. I'll just now return the response in here. Now let me just explain it in detail. So first we just assign that right in this specific variable by the name response, so the result gonna be right inside that specific variable, and we just return that in here. And now this line of code, what it will do, this will just get the app URL, and then we will just use it as our home to just get the required word. So in here, as you guys can see, we use that await word. This will simply wait for the result of an asynchronous operation. Okay, it can only be used, as I told you already, inside an async method or function, as we just did in here. Now right after here we call upon that API services, okay, which we just done right in the previous video, right in the data. As you guys can see that network, open it, there we go with the API services as I explained this earlier. Let me just open it, as you guys can see. Okay, API services, and there we go with the get API. Now I'll just close that. We will go towards the home repository dot in here. So we just call upon that in here to just create an instance of the API services class, and then we call upon the get API method in here, as you guys can see. If you guys just press the control first, move the mouse to the get API, press the control, and then left click on the mouse, it will just get to the specific method get API right in the API services, as you guys can see. So then it's right on the instance of the API services, as I showed you already. So this will take an argument, as you guys can see, and we successfully just provided app URL. That's the base URL of our app. So basically this just suggests that app URL is a static variable, or let's say constant, that holding a specific URL, and this specific URL we just use it in the method get API right in the API services. If you guys just press the control, left click on the mouse, there we go, the get API method right in the API services class, and there we go with all of our work. Okay, so basically that's it, and I have already explained this in detail, so there is no need of doing it again. So I'll just go towards now home repository, and then we just assign that, as I told you already, right in the response variable, and then we just return it. Okay, so we will be using that home repository and their work right in our controller for the home. Now we will go towards the first, let me just close that from here, and also this dot file, and we will go towards the view model in here, this specific directory. Now I'll just create a new directory by the name controllers, and right inside that we'll have our controllers. The first one that we will just create right in this directory, simply gonna be a dot file, and it will be for home controller. Okay, as you guys can see, and in here we will create a class, we'll give the name as home controller, as you guys can see, and this will basically just extends in here the getX controller. Okay, since we just add the package right in the popspec.yaml right in the start of the videos, there we go with the get. Okay, now close that, go towards the home controller .dat in here. Now first in here I'll just declare some reactive variable in here, and then I'll just explain it in detail. First let me just write it in here. So the first thing I'll do now, I'll just create the model and we will just get the reactive result. So in here first I'll say Rx, okay, since we are using the getX as I showed you already. So in here I'll say Rx, then in here I'll say data model, just to get the required result from our model as we added right in our start of the videos. So in here I'll just give the name as model, and in this model specific I'll just assign the Rx in here, and then we say data model. Okay, and right after that we'll just pass in here no, as you guys can see, added and semicolon. I'll just explain this in detail, guys, okay, don't worry. First let me just write it in here, then I'll just create another reactive variable in here. So we'll say Rx, and then in here is going to be simply for the horse, okay, that we will just get it right from our model. So in here we'll say horse, and with it I'll just give the name as horse. Now we will just assign the Rx, as you guys can see in here. So now I'll just provide the initial as null, okay, as you guys can see, right at n semicolon, and I'll just add with it in here the horse, as you guys can see. Okay, now right after that we will create another one. So Rx in here is gonna be integer, so in here int, and then we'll say the current specific index in here, and we will assign 0.obs, and with it semicolon. Right after that let's create another one, and it's going to be simply bool type. So in here we'll say animator, as you guys can see, and now we'll just assign as a false in here .obs, and write it n semicolon. Now let me just explain in detail from the first one. So basically, as I told you already, this will create a reactive variable, okay, of type Rx data model in here. So we initialize that with a value null, as you guys can see in here. It's mean that a model, okay, as we create that in here, it will hold a value of a type data model, okay, and whenever we will just get the acquired word from the data model, and it will just update it to it, and it will be reactive. So it's gonna just triggering the UI updates whenever it will be just used from the data model. And right after that, the second one for the hours. So as you guys can see, this create a reactive variable, as you guys can see by the name hours, of a type Rx hours in here, and it's initialized with the value of null. There we go. So basically this specific reactive variable, it will just hold any type of value for hours. That's it for it. Now that third one in here for the current index, so this will, as you guys know already, will create a reactive variable by the name current index, as you guys can see, okay, of a type Rx integer, as you guys can see in here, initialized with the value of 0. And it's important to note that with the specific .obs with the 0. Okay, so it is basically a method provided by the getX package to just convert a regular variables into the reactive ones. So it will do that. So that's why in here we just add it with it .obs. So it will just convert the regular variables into the reactive ones. So that's all they're working, and we just add it with it. And right after that, bool type animator in here, another reactive bool type variable by the name animator, initialize with the value false. And you guys know already about the OBS, so that's it for these specific reactive variables. And one more thing, guys, keep in mind that with the getX, whenever you guys will just use these reactive variables in your application, so it will just automatically trigger updates to the UI whenever their value will be changed. So basically this video is getting a little lengthy, so that's it for this video. Right from the next video we will be working further right on this specific home controller. So see you then, and that's it. Welcome back. So now in this video we will create some functions in order to just get the required data right in the class home controller, which extends getX control, as you guys can see. Okay, so below down in here, the first function that I'll create is going to be simply just for getting the current index. So first I'll just write it and then I'll explain it in detail. So in here first we'll say integer type, the return type will be that. So I'm gonna just give the name now as a current, get current index. In here parentheses, then we'll just shorthand text in here, and then we say the current index that we just declare earlier right in the previous video, as you guys can see in here. Okay, now current index in here we will save the dot value. So as I told you already, we will create a function by the name get current index, and the return type will be integer. With it there is an empty parenthesis, so there is no parameters, it's totally empty. And in here, as you guys can see, that shorthand syntax that is basically used in Flutter Dart for one-liner functions or expression. It is basically signifies that the expression on the right side, as you guys can see, that one will be the return value of that specific function. Okay, and this current index, as you guys can see, this refers to a reactive variable, as we declared earlier right in the previous video, as you guys can see in here with .obs. And I have already explained this in detail right in the previous video as an integer type, as you guys can see in here. And this specific dot value, this is basically accesses the current value, which will be stored right inside the current index reactive variable. Okay, that one. So this function will just get the current index with a specific value. Now right after that, what I'll do, I'll just create another function, and the return type will be bool for the specific, and it's going to simply just for compare the index. So I'll say compare in here, and we'll say index, there we go. And in here parentheses, and we will have a parameter in here, so I'll take integer type parameter, and it's going to be simply for the index. And then the shorthand sign in here, and then we say if the index, if that's equal to the current index dot value, write it and dot value and semicolon. So basically this function will compare the index, which takes a parameter integer type index in here, as you guys can see. And in here, as you guys can see, that index, if that's equal to the current index dot value, which is the reactive value, as we declare earlier right in the previous video, as I told you so many times. So if that equals to the current index.value, then it will return true, or otherwise if it's not equal to the current index.value, then it will return false, just for comparing the index. Now right after that we will just create another one, and here the return type will be string, and we'll simply just give the name as get har. So we will just get the specific har, the time, okay, and in here parentheses, and it will take a parameter which will be integer type, and it's gonna be index in here, as you guys can see. And then in here the shorthand syntax sign in here, and then we will just use the utilities, the class that we created right in the previous videos. As you guys can see, the directory, okay, utilities dot. In here we just created all of the function, okay. From here we will just tag this specific function, which is format time without AM and PM, and I have already explained this in detail, so there is no need of explaining it again. So I'll just close that, and we will go towards the home controller dot. In here now I'll just call upon the utilities. So I'll say utilities, and we'll say dot format. We didn't see the suggestion yet. Let me just import the library for the utilities, then we will also see the suggestion then. So simply just click upon that utilities, red bulb in here, and you guys can see that import library utilities dot. Now if we just write it again, then you guys will just see the suggestion, as you guys can see in here, format time without AM and PM, okay. Just call upon that in here, and also we will just provide the time in here. Let me just check upon the utilities class in here, as you guys can see the argument parameter in here. So we have to just in here provide the time and remove that from here. Now I'll just use the model, okay, the data model, and here we just created, okay, model in here. So we'll use that in here. I'll say model, and then we say dot value with a null check, and then I'll go with the days, okay, with a null check, and then I'll just provide the specific 0th index in here in order to get that, and then we say dot hours right after the days, okay. Then we say HOU, or as there we go the suggestion, and then with a null check specific index, okay, and then we'll go with that dot date time, and we have to just convert this to string. So in here we'll say dot to string and write it and semicolon, okay. And I have already told you the return type gonna be string, as you guys can see in here, and we simply just give the name to the specific function get har. So it will just retrieve the formatted time, and then in here right in the parentheses it takes parameter by the name index, which is integer type, okay. And again in here you guys know already about this san. This is a shorthand syntax which is used in Flutter dot. As I told you already, it signifies that the expression on the right side, which expression, all of this, will be the return value of the specific function. And in here, as I told you already, we use that utilities class. From this specific class we just call upon and use that specific function just for formatting the time without AM and PM. And I have already explained this in detail right in the class of utilities, that specific function. If you guys just press the control and left click on the mouse, it will take you right towards the specific function right inside the class of utilities, okay. And you guys can see that from here. Now go back to the home controller in here, then we just provide the model, which I told you already, the data model. You will get the required data from our model. And then, and guys remember, which holds the specific model name we give, it's hold the data model object, okay. So here we use it right after that, you guys can see that dot value, this accesses the current value which is stored right inside the model reactive variable. Okay, there we go, as you guys can see. And right after that, and then in here the days, as you guys can see, with a null check. This is basically used in Flutter dot null assertion operator, which is used to basically indicate that the days property of a model is expected to be non-nullable. So that's why in here we use that. And right after that, as you guys can see, that specific index, okay, this accesses the first element of the days list. Okay, so we provide that in here. Then right after, you guys can see that hours with the index in here, this basically accesses the hours properties from the model of the first element of the days list. And then we provide it from the hours, the specific index. So this will just accesses the element at the specific index within the hour list. And right at end, you guys can see that that time, this will basically access the date time property of the element at specified index. And then we say, as I told you already, about this dot to string, and the return type will be string. So that's it, just for formatting the time without AM and PM. Now let's move further. I'll just create another function right down in here, and the return type will be string in here, and we're gonna just give the name to the specific function as get image, simply for just getting the image. And it's gonna take the parameter, as you guys can see in here, as integer type for the index. Okay, then right after this, the shorthand sign in here, as I told you already about this. And then we'll use the utilities class, call upon that in here, and from there we will just get the and call upon the image map. Okay, so in here write image map. We didn't see the suggestion, let me just check upon that right in the utilities. There we go, image map. Okay, as you guys can see, we will just have that and go back in here. Now in here, the bracket, then we say the model, as we did for the get hour. So call upon the model in here, then we say dot value with a null check, then we say dot days, null check with a specific index, 0th index. Okay, and in here we'll say dot hours, you guys can see that with a null check, then provide the index in here. And right after that we'll say dot conditions, there we go, and then we say dot to string. Okay, then in here, first let me move to the right side so that you guys can see it easily. Then we say if that's equal to null, so in that case I'll just take this down from here, and we say if that equals to null, then we will have in here the null aware operators. So let's say in here that's the if. So if that equals to null, then what we will do, we will have the image asset in here. Okay, let me just write it in here, the image asset. Then we'll just take the image. First let me just click upon that, import the library, as you guys can see that one. Okay, image assets. Okay, import the library. Now it will just show you the suggestion. Now we will just take that specific image right on the first index, as you guys can see, night star ran. Okay, we will show that only if that's equal to the null, then we will show that specific image right from the image assets. I'll just show you that right in the resources, images, image assets, as you guys can see. Okay, the class image asset, and from here we are just getting that. Okay, in here we just provide the path, and I have already explained this in detail right in the previous video, so there is no need of explaining it again. You guys know about that already. So we are getting that from the specific class image assets. Okay, I was talking about that. Let us go to home controller.dart. In here we will only show that, as I told you already so many times, if that will be equal to null. Okay, all of this, the image map and the specific var, if that equal to null, then we will show right in the if from the image asset that specific image which is stored inside that. Now on the flip side, if the from the utilities image map, if that not equals to null, so only in that case what we will do, in here we'll have else. Okay, then we will just have the utilities class in here. First let me just move it to the side, utilities, call upon that in here, then we'll have the image map in here, image, then we say map, and then in here the bracket. So for time saving, what I'll do, I'll just copy from here to here, copy that, as you guys can see, Control C, and in here paste it, and write it, and in here add the null check so that error will be gone, as you guys can see, and write it and semicolon. So now let me just check that error for the image map, what they say in here. There is an alternative way to remove that specific error from here, but then we will just update the code and it will just take a little time. So what I'll do for time saving, we will just go towards the utilities directory, open that utilities.dart, and from here we will just remove that static from here. Okay, and all just fine. If you guys just close that from here and go toward the home controller.dart, in here you guys can see the error has been gone now. So for getting the image, I have already explained this in detail, and I hope it's clear now. If it's equal to null, as I told you already so many times, it will show that. If it's not equal to null, then it will just go towards that. And if you go towards the image map, and here, as we created right in the previous video, you guys can see that. Okay, for partially cloudy, we just provide the night rain. For overcast, we just provide the sun slow rain. And I have already explained this in detail, so there is no need of explaining it again. I hope it's clear now. And this video is getting a little lengthy. Right from the next video we will create some other function for just getting the, for example, let's say the address, the condition, the current temperature, and so on. So that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. So now in this video, as I told you already, we will create other functions. So in here, the other one that we will create is going to be simply for just getting the address, and the return type will be for this specific function will be string, and now we'll give the name as get address. Okay, and in here parentheses, and then we say the shorthand syntax sign in here, as I explained this earlier. And then what I'll do in here, string, and then we'll go with the dollar sign in here, and then curly braces. This is basically the Dart string interpolation syntax, which is allow you to embed the expressions within the string. So now in here I'll have the model in here, the object name in here for the data model, and then with that we'll have the null check with the value. So in here first we'll say dot value null check, And I told you already about this null. This is basically used for the null assertion right in the Flutter dot, indicating that it is expected to be non-nullable. So we have to do that in here with the value, and then we'll go with the dot address, and we will just convert that to string in here, as you guys can see. So this line of code, what it will do, it will just give the access to the address property from the data model. So in here we are using for the data model the object name model, so it will give the access, as I told you already, to the address property of the model, and basically we just convert that to string, and you guys can see that. And right with it, what I'll do now, we will just use the escape sequence, which will represent a new line. So in here what I'll do, I'll say the escape section, the escape sequence. So in here with it n in small, so this will give you a new line, okay, which basically create a line break. Okay, now right after that, in here I'll just put the comma first in here, okay, as you guys can see, and then in here with it we'll say the dollar sign, then bracket, in here write it and semicolon, and in here I'll say the model, then we'll go with a dot value null check, okay, then we'll just get the time zone, okay. This will basically give the access to the model, the data model, okay, to the time zone specific, and then we will just convert this to string, all just fine. So this will just get the address and also in here the time zone from the data model class, and in here, as I told you already, we are just getting the model name in here, the object name, okay. There we go. So just don't get confused in that. So that's it. Now right after that we will just create another one, and the return type will be string, as you guys can see in here, and this time we will just get the condition, okay, the current. So what I'll do in here, I'll say get condition, okay, and with the parentheses it will take no parameters, and then the shorthand sign in here, all just fine, and then we'll just get the hours. So in here I'll say hours, we'll go with the dot value, and then I'll say with null check condition, okay, and we'll just simply convert this to string, write it and semicolon, because the return type will be string. So this will just get the current condition, okay, and right after that we'll just get the current temperature. So in here the return type will be string, you guys know, get current current temperature, so TMP short name for the temperature, in here parentheses the shorthand sign in here, and then we'll say hours, as you guys can see. Now we'll go with the dot value null check, and then we say dot temp, okay, and then we'll say dot to int, as you guys can see in here, and then we'll just convert this to string. So this will simply get the current temperature, and in order to remove that error, right with the temperature we'll have the null check, as you guys can see, and just don't confuse in that, this will just convert the temperature right into integers, okay. So that's why in here we're having that. Right after that we will just simply getting the feel like, okay. So for that specific function the return type will be string, and then we'll say get feel like in here, and in here parentheses the shorthand sign in here, okay. Then with that we'll say hours, with a dot value null check, okay, and then we'll say dot feel like, as you guys can see, then we say dot to string and write it n semicolon. And guys, remember that we are getting that condition temperature, okay, condition temperature and the feel like right from the data model, okay, from our model. If you guys just come here and press the control and move the mouse to the feel like, and then just left click on the mouse, it will take you, as you guys can see right in here, the class heart feel like, okay, and all of their work right down in here, and it's simply from the data model, okay. Let me just show you the class data model, okay, just don't get confused in that. The feel like, the temperature, the condition, you can check it. Now right after that we will create another function simply for the cloud hour, and we will get that from our data model. So in here the return type will be string, you guys know, and we'll give the name to the specific function, which will be get cloud over, and in here parentheses we short and sign in here, then we say hours in here with a dot value null check, and then we say cloud over simply from the data model class, okay. Just don't get confused in that. And cloud over, right after that we will just convert this to integer type, okay, and then we say convert it to string. In here with the cloud over, add the null check, the error will be gone, okay. So move the mouse here, click left click on the mouse, and there we go with the cloud over, okay, as I told you already. Now let's move further. We will create another function simply for the wind speed. So the return type for this function will be string, and then we say get wind speed in here, okay. Then the short and sign in here, then we say hours, then we say dot value with an null check, then we say wind speed. So simply we'll just get that, and then we'll just convert this to integer, convert it to string. Now write it and semicolon, and we are having the all of the required work from the data model class, as you guys can see, as I explained this earlier right in the previous video, and the object name is model, and we are having that all of the work, getting it easily. Now right after that the wind speed is done, we will create a function for the humidity. So in here the return type will be string, then we say get humidity, okay, humidity parentheses in here, short and sign in here, and then we say hours with a dot value null check, and then humidity in here, there we go, and then we'll just convert this to integer type and then convert to string, write it and semicolon. So we are done with that and get the required data. So this video is getting a little lengthy. We will end this right here, and right from the next video we will create some other function right from the next video. So see you then. That's it for this video. Welcome back. So now writing the class form controller, which extends getX control, as you guys can see. Now we will create some other functions down below in here. I'm gonna give the name as get data because we're about to get some data. So give the number to this function, braces, then curly braces, take this down, scroll down. The next step that we will do, we can simply just call the API and then processing the data. So right from the home repository we're gonna just call the API. First let me just show you the repository directory, home repository, there we go, okay, as you guys can see in here. hit API right in the class home repository. So let's go back to the home controller. Here we are. In here we'll say home repository, as you guys can see in here, and then we say dot hit API, then we say dot, then in here we'll provide the value, remove that null from here, and here curly braces, write it n semicolon, and take this brace down from here like that. And one more thing guys, it implies that hit API returns the future, which means it's an asynchronous operations, likely an API call. So whenever the future completes all of their work, meaning the API call is finished, then it will execute the function passed to then. Now right after that, right in the curly braces, we will just parsing the data right into the data model. So what I'll say in here, I'll say model, the object name in here, then we say dot value, then we say equal, and then we'll just say data model in here. With it in here we'll say value, provide it, write it n semicolon, and in here it's right in the JSON format, so in here we'll say from JSON. There we go. Okay, so we successfully just parsing the data right into the data model, as you guys can see in here. So basically this line is setting the value property of the model object name, which will be the reactive variable with a data model class object created by parsing the value and return from the API call. So this assume hit API returns data that can be converted right into the data model. Now right after that we will just set the for loop simply for iteration through hours. So for that purpose what I'll do in here, I'll say for loop in here, we'll create it. Okay, and then in here curly braces, we'll just take this curly braces down, and right in the braces we will just set the condition. First I'll just declare an integer type variable, and which will be I, and we will just give the value 0. Okay, and right after that what I'll do, I'll say I, if that less than the model object name in here, then we say value with another check. Okay, then we say days in here, as we did above right in the previous functions. In here days, and then bracket from the 0th index. Okay, we'll check, and then we'll say hours with another check, and then we say dot length in here. Okay, so semicolon in here, it's n right here, and then we will simply just increment the integer type variable I in here. So it will just increment the value, and let's scroll down first. So basically this is a loop that iterates to the hours of the first day in the received data, which will be from the model dot value. It uses basically, as you guys can see in here, the index I integer type that we created a while ago to access each hour in that specific list. And right after that what we will do, we will just check upon the time. So for that in here I'll just set the if condition. First let me just write it in here, if, then we say from the utilities, as you guys can see that specific utilities class, call upon that in here, and we will just go with a check time. Okay, if you guys just come here, press the control and left click on the mouse, it will take you right toward this specific function. Okay, check time, which I explained this right in the previous video in detail, right from the utilities class. Okay, just don't get confused in that. So that's why in here we get that the single line of code, which is more easy rather than create it again and again. So now let's move further. So for checking the time, we'll provide in here the model and then we'll go with the dot value null check, and then we say days. There we go, null check, and then we will provide the 0th index in here, and then we'll go with the hours, null check, and then we'll provide the specific index, which will be the integer type I, right in the for loop, as you guys can see in here. So that's going to be the specific index simply just for the hours. So in here provided, so it's going to then check it one by one, and right after that we say date time. Now right after that, in here with it, we'll convert this to string and write it, and in here curly braces, take this down like that. So simply for each horse it will call a function check time, as you guys can see here from the utilities class, okay, that passing the date time of a current hour. So if this condition is met, then the code inside the if block will execute. Now right after that we will just set the hours and the specific current index. So right in here I'll say hours, and then we say dot value, we will just put the equal sign, and then we'll say model dot value in here with a null check, and then we say days, null check, 0th index, and then the hours in here with a null check, and the specific index for the hours will be the integer type I. Okay, so it will just changes according to the required work. Whenever the integer type I will be incremented, then the index, specific index, will be changes accordingly. Okay, right in here. Now right after that, in here semicolon, take this down. In here now we'll just set the current index dot value right towards the integer type variable I. As I told you already, that integer type I gonna be the current index then, okay, and it will changes accordingly whenever it will just increment the value for this I, and we just assign that right in the current index dot value. And right after that, what I'll just bracket, okay, process, whenever you will just complete it. So if the condition in the if statement is true, so what it will do, it will just assign the current hour to the hour dot value, okay, as you guys can see, and then it will set the current index to the current index dot value, okay, in which we just assign that. It then breaks out of the loop since the desired condition has been met. So right after that, whenever all of the work will be done successfully, then we will just navigate the user right toward the home screen then. So for navigating the user to the home screen, in here, since we are working with a get, so in here we'll say get dot to, in here we'll provide the page, and the page is going to be the home screen, okay, home screen, right at end semicolon. Now click upon this home screen and import the library. And if you guys go toward the view, in here we are only having that splash screen, we didn't create the home screen yet, so we will quickly just do that, and then from here the red line will be gone. First, right in the view directory, we will create a new directory by the name home, and right in the specific directory we will just create a dot file by the name home screen. So right in here, quickly I'll just create the class at full, and we're gonna simply just give the name as home screen in here. And what I'll do now, in here I'll just quickly import the package which is going to be the flutter material dot. So in here flutter with it, and then we say material. There we go. Okay, so we are done with this home screen. It's totally empty now, as you guys can see. From now on you'll just leave that, and whenever we will be working right on the view, then we will just prepare the beautiful design for the home screen and the required work. From now on, close that, home controller, back again in here. Okay, and now if you guys just click upon that home screen, it will show you the suggestion, as you guys can see. Okay, and you can also just remove that specific yellow line at the const modifier, all just fine. So all of the working for this specific function get data has been completed, and I hope it's clear now because I just explained this in detail, each and every line in it. Okay, and right after that I'll create another function simply for the set hours. So down below in here we'll create another function simply, as I told you already, for the set hour. Okay, and it's gonna just take the parameter which will be the integer type simply for the index. Okay, you'll pass that, and here curly braces, take this down. Now writing the set hour function, we will use the timer call function in here. First let me just write the code and then I'll explain it. So in here timer, and then we'll set the duration in here, which will be a milliseconds in here, and we will set this to 100. Okay, and in here comma, as you guys can see. Now in here braces, then we'll just animator in here, use it dot value, and we'll set this to true. All just fine, write it and semicolon, and in here with the duration add the const modifier, all just fine. So this line, what it will do, it uses the timer class to basically schedule a task after every delay of 100 milliseconds, as you guys can see in here. Whenever the 100 millisecond pass, the function inside the timer will be executed. Okay, and right after that we set the animator for the specific timer, as you guys can see in here, and we set this to true. All just fine. Now right after that we're gonna simply just set the current index. So in here whenever we will just get the index, okay, we will just set this as a current index. So in here we'll say current index dot value, that's going to be the current index whenever we will get it. Okay, right after that we will just set the hours. So down below in here we'll say hours, okay, dot value. Now in that we will just assign from the model dot value in here null check days, the format gonna be same in here, null check 0th index, and then we say dot hours in here null check and the specific index which will just get it, and then in here we'll pass it. Okay, which index? That one. Okay, so that's gonna be our hours. We just set that successfully. Write to the hours data, add specified index in the model, the object name in here using right from the class data model, and right after that we'll just use the timer again in order to, let's say for example, whenever the schedule will work for the 100 milliseconds, then right after that whenever the execution will be completed, then we will just set the animator value to false. So we're gonna stop that. So what I'll do for time saving, I'll just copy that from here, you guys can see, and down below in here paste it, and instead of true we'll say false, and all just fine, as you guys can see. So basically overall this specific function set hour is responsible for changing the selected hour. So it first schedule the animation to start by setting the animator to true, as I told you already about this. Okay, then updates the current index, as you guys can see. Okay, then updates the specific current index and hers based on the provided index. Okay, that's going to be the provided index. And finally schedules the animation to end, as we set it to false by setting the animator back to false. Okay, I'll just set for this specific function as I explained this in detail. I hope it's clear now. So basically that's it for this video. This video is getting a little lengthy. Right from the next video we will work further. So see you then. That's it. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be writing on the days controller. We are done, as you guys know already, for the home controller dot. So simply close that from here, and then what we will do, we will go towards the view model, and in here, as you guys can see, that directory controller, in here right click, create a new Dart file, and this is going to be simply for the days controller. So in here we will create a class by the name days controller, and this will basically extends getX controller in here with it curly braces, and take this down from here. So this basically means that days controller, the class that we created, is a controller that will basically uses getX for the state management. Now simply right after that click upon the getX and import the library. Okay, this one. Now in here we are about to create a reactive variable. Okay, so what I'll do first, let me just write in here and then I'll just explain it in detail. So in here Rx, and it's going to be integer type, and now we will give the name as current day. We're going to assign 0 with .obs and write it n semicolon, and click upon that and import the library, as you guys can see. So the error has been gone now. So in here, here's a reactive variable name current day. Okay, we just defined that, and it's of type Rx integer, meaning it's a basically observable integer, and we just give the initial value 0. Okay, we set this to 0, and you guys already know about that .obs, as I explained this in detail right in the previous video. Basically that .obs in getX is used to convert a regular variable into the reactive one. That's why I told you already that we will create a reactive variable. Okay, now let's move ahead. We will do the dependency injection in here. So what I'll do first, we'll say final key in here, so it's going to be non-changeable then, and then we'll say in here home controller. Okay, and then in here we'll say get dot put towards the home controller, as you guys can see, right at end semicolon. Now simply just click upon that home controller and import the required libraries, also for the get one, and I'll just find also click upon that put, and here we go, get dot. All just fine. Okay, so basically we just created that instance home controller, and we just stored that right in the specific home controller using getX dependency injection mechanism. Okay, since we are working with the getX, so we have to do that. So basically the reason that I did that, this will allows the days controller to have access to the methods and properties of home controller. Okay, so then we will just get the required data and we'll give the access to the days controller to get the methods properties from the home controller. So that's how you guys can do the dependency injection using getAx. Now we're about to create another reactive variable and we will declare this as a late initialize reactive variable. Okay, so in here first we'll say late, okay, and then rx in here, as you guys know about that already, and then days in here, give the name, and there we go with the day. We just declare that. Now simply just click upon that days, import that, okay, the model, data model. So basically this means that it's a variable of type rx, as you guys can see, that will basically hold an object of type days in here. Now we are about to just have the constructor for the days controller in here. So first let me just write it in here, then I'll explain it. Okay, and in here curly braces, what we will do, we will just take this down from here, and in here we'll say home controller dot model dot value with another check, and then we'll go with the days. Okay, and in here we'll provide the 0th index as we did this right in the home controller also. Okay, and with it we'll say dot obs, we will make that reactive. Now what I'll do, I'll just assign that right into the day. Which day? That we just created right in here. Okay, so in here we'll say day, so the result gonna be right inside that. Successfully assign it. As I told you already, we just created that constructor for the days controller, so whenever an instance of a day controller is created, then this code block runs. So basically this will assign the first day from the home controller dot model to this specific day variable. Okay, and basically this suggests that home controller contains the property name model, which has property days within the list of days objects. I hope it's clear now, and this will just assign the first day, as I told you already, from the home control dot model to this specific day variable. Now we're about to create a function simply for just setting the day. So down below in here I'm gonna just give the name to the specific function simply as set day. Okay, and it's gonna simply just take the argument in here as integer type simply for the index. Curly braces in here, take this down. So in here what we will do, we'll say home controller, okay, dot model in here dot value with a null check, and then we go with the days in here, null check, and then we'll provide the index whenever we'll get it. Okay, the specific one. And now we are about to just assign this right into the days, that day specific dot value. So we just successfully set the day, and also we're going to do the last step. We have to just assign the specific index, okay, because that's going to be our current day. So in here we'll say current day dot value. We just assign the index to the specific current day dot value. So this will just successfully set the day whenever we will use that specific function. So that's all the working of this specific function, just to set the current day. And you guys can see that right down in here, day dot value, and we just assign that into this. Okay, Control Z, there we go. Okay, we just assign that into day dot value. So basically this will just set the day variable to the day at the specified index. This is where the new day information is set. And lastly, this index, we just assign this right on the current day dot value. So this will just update the current day as a reactive variable, as we declared that in here. Okay, let's explain this in detail. And remember, with the new index. So that's it. Now we are about to just create another function simply for just getting the image. So down below in here, the return type will be string, okay, for this specific function, and we'll say get image. The name is gonna simply just take the argument as integer type simply for the index. In here curly braces, and take this down from here, scroll down. Now right on this specific function, what we will do, we will just call upon the utilities class, and from there we will get the function image map. Okay, so in here I'll say return, and then let's have the utilities in here, the capital utilities, and then dot. First click upon that utilities, import the library, as you guys can see in here. Okay, now if you just remove that and then say dot image, we didn't see the suggestion yet. Let me just open the utilities from here. What was the name? Let me just confirm that it's image map. Okay, right in the utilities class, as you guys can see. I don't know why it didn't just show its suggestion, but anyways we will just write it. Okay, with it map, and in here bracket. Now right inside that we'll say home controller dot model, okay, dot value with a null check. We'll go with the days, then null check with the specific index in here. We'll just provide that, and right after that we'll say dot condition. There we go, and then we say if that's equal to the null. So right down in here we'll say if, and then we'll have the image asset in here. We'll have that ETS. Click upon that, import the library for the image asset, as you guys can see. Okay, and right after that we'll go with the night star ran. So this will only run if that's equal to no, and else in here we'll just have the utilities, okay, and go with the image map. Now issue the suggestion, as you guys can see image map in here, and in here we'll say home controller dot model, then go with the dot value, null check. We'll go with the days, null check, and with the specific index in here, then we say dot condition. Condition is going to be right here, dot conditions. Okay, and with it null check, as you guys can see, and write it and semicolon. And also you guys can see that error right on the image map. If you check, they say instance member image map can be accessed. Okay, if you just go toward the utilities, and if you guys remember, we remove the static keyword from here. Okay, so what we will do now, in order to just remove that specific error, so we have to just create the instance for the utilities class. Okay, so what I'll do in here, I'll say utilities, and then we'll give the object name in here, and then I'll just assign the utilities into this specific object name utilities. Okay, and we will just copy that from here, Control C, and in here instead of that we'll just paste it utilities with a small u. Okay, the object name in here, and you guys can see the error has been removed now. So in this way you guys can just remove that specific error and it will work just fine whenever we will just use that specific function for the get image. So basically what this will do, it will just retrieve the image path, okay, based on the condition of the day at specific index. So it will just show you the image path, the image according to the condition of the day. So that's why in here we use that image map right from the utilities. If you just press the control and left click on the mouse, it will take you right to this specific image map function in here right in the utilities class, and in here we just set all of this, okay, partially cloudy, overcast, and so on. It will just set that, as I told you already, according to the condition of the current day. So back in here, this controller, here we are. So then if that will be, all of this will be just equals to null, it will show you that specific night star ran, the image that we just assigned into this night star ran. If you guys write from the image asset, okay, so if you guys just press the control and left click on the mouse, it will take you right towards the class image asset, and in here there we go with the night star ran. Okay, that's the path. It will show you that specific image, as I explained this in detail right in the previous videos. Okay, so there is no need of explaining it again. We'll just go back. If that's equal to null, then it will show you that, and if that's not equal to null, right from the utilities class, the image map, it will just get the image path, as I told you already, based on the condition of the current day. Then as I show you the function right in the utilities, let me show you one more time. Control left click on the mouse, here we are. Okay, all of this. So I hope this is clear now, and basically this video is getting a little lengthy, so we will end this video, and right from the next video we will work further. And one more thing guys, in here since we add this package, the library get.dart, so we have to just remove that specific libraries from here, and if you guys just want to go with it, this will not cause any error. Okay, so I'll just remove that in order to just clean the code a little. Okay, and it will work just fine if you guys go with it. So that's it, see you in the next one. Welcome back. So now in this video we will create some other function right in the days controller, which is trans getX control. Okay, right down below in here. So the function that I'm about to create, simply we will just retrieve the month from the date string. Okay, so what we will do in here, return type will be string, and we will give the name as get month in here, and this will take the argument which will be integer type simply for the index, and in here curly braces, take this down. Now in here I'll say home controller, then we say dot model, then we say dot value with a null check, and then we go with the days null check with the index in here. Okay, and right with it we'll say date time. Okay, and with it semicolon. So what this will do, basically it's a string that will just represent a date. Okay, and then we will just assign that right onto the string type variable in here. First we will create a date, and right with it in here we'll say convert it to string. so dot to string, and as I told you already, this will just represent the date. Okay, and we just assign this right on this string type variable date, so the result gonna be right inside that. Then, and right after that, what I'll do, I'll say return right from the utilities class in here what the function that will just extract the date. Okay, so in here first let me just say utilities dot extract date. As you guys can see, it's a gestion right in here, and we have to provide the date in here right at end semicolon. Okay, so this will basically just extract the date right from this specific function right from the utilities class. If you guys just press the control like play on the mouse, it will take you right in here toward the utilities class, and here we go with the extract date. And as I explained this in detail right in the previous video, and you guys know already what this function will do. Okay, so we'll go back to this controller. There we go, and we are done with this function get month. And as I told you already, this will just retrieve the month from this date string. Okay, that's why in here we use that utilities dot extract that. It will just retrieve the month from this date string. So that's it. Let's move ahead, create another function right down in here, scroll down. Return type will be string. Okay, in here as you guys can see, and we'll say get month day, and in here it will take the argument integer type simply for the index. Okay, and here curly braces, take this down. So we will simply just retrieve the day from the date string. Okay, and right from the utilities class we will just use the function extract day in order to get the day. So what I'll do in here right in this specific function, the first thing that I'll do, I'll say in here home controller, we'll go with the dot model, then and dot value in here with the null check, then we'll go with the days null check with the specific index in here, and then we say dot date time. Okay, with it semicolon, and right after that we will just assign this to the string type variable, which will be date in here, and in here we'll say dot to string since the return type will be string, convert it. Okay, so what this will do, this line of code, it will just assign the date string right from this home controller model to the variable date in here string type, and then right after that we will use the right from the utilities class the extract that function in order to retrieve the day. Okay, so in here I'll say return, and then we'll go with the utilities class, there we go. Okay, then we say extract day. Okay, so what it will do, it will basically just retrieve the specific day and write it end semicolon. As I told you already, this line of code, what it will do, it will just assign the date string right from this home controller model dot value days with the specific index, and then we say dot time, and then we convert to string from this right to the variable date in here string type, and then we use the right from the utilities class the extract day function in order to retrieve the specific day. So I hope it's clear now. Right after that we will create another function down below in here. So in here the return type will be string, and we'll say get that, that is in the function name, in here argument integer type simply for the index, and here curly braces. First let me just write that and then I'll just explain it in detail. So what I'll do in here, I'll say date time, I'll go with that, and then we'll say dot parse in here. Now we'll say home controller, there we go, and then we say dot model dot value with a null check, then dot days null check with a specific index in here. There we go. And right with it we'll say date time dot date time, just date time. Okay, and then I'll just convert this to string. So in here we'll say dot to string and write at end semicolon. Now I'll just assign that. First I'll just create in here date time, the object name will be date in here. Okay, and right after that what I'll do in here, I'll just return right from the utilities class utilities, and we'll say use the function formatted date. There we go, and in here we'll provide that at end semicolon. So this function, what we will do, it using the datetime.parse to just convert the date string right into a datetime object. Okay, and then passing it to the utilities dot format date. Right from the utilities class we use that function just to get a formatted date. Okay, and you guys already know this line of code. What it will do, this will just convert the date string right from this datetime.parse and all of this to the datetime object. Okay, and then we just assign the object name in here date to this. Okay, we assign it to this date, and as I told you already, then we use the right from the utilities class this specific function format date. This will just get the formatted date. So I hope this clear now. Right after that you will just create another function simply for getting the minimum temperature. So in here string type, there's going to be return type, and we'll give the name as get minimum, short name for the minimum, and in here we'll say temp for the temperature, and take the argument integer type for the index, and in here curly braces take this down. So in here I'll just return home controller. Okay, then we'll go with the model. In here we'll say dot value with a null check, and then we go with the days null check with the specific index in here. Okay, and right after that we'll go with the temp minimum. There we go, the suggestion, and right after that null check in here. Then we say just convert it to integer type, and since the return type will be string, so in here we'll convert to string dot to string right at end semicolon. And also we will just show the degree sample with the temperature. So for this what we will do, I'll just Control X cut this, and then in here we will use the string. We will go with the dollar sign in here, then curly braces, and right inside that I'll paste the code in here. Okay, as you guys can see, and here remove that semicolon. So right outside this curly bracket, what we will do, right for the degree sample, we'll just add that in here. Okay, we'll add the 00 in here, and then we'll go with the capital B and then 0 again. Okay, and right at end semicolon, all just fine. So this will basically show the degree sample with the current temperature. Okay, I hope it's clear now. So basically this line of code, all of it will just retrieving the minimum temperature from this home controller dot model value days with a specific index, and in here temp minimum, the temperature minimum. Okay, it will just retrieving that from here, and then we just convert this to integer type. Okay, so in here we just add that, and then we just convert it to string, and it will show us the degree sample with the current temperature minimum. I hope it's clear now. Let's go ahead and create another function, the last one for this class, which is days controllers extends getters controller. Now in here and it's going to be simply for just getting the maximum temperature. So for a time saving, what I'll do, I'll just copy that specific function above, and down in here I'll paste it. I'll just change the name to max in here. Okay, and the one thing that we will change right in here, to remove that minimum from here, with it we'll go with the max one. Okay, as you guys can see, temp max, temperature max, it will just get that, and all of the code is just similar. So basically this video is getting a little lengthy, and we are done with the days controller. Okay, so that's it for this video. Right from the next video we will work further, so see you then. That's it. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be just working right in the splash screen, and we will just create a service for that. So for now I'm about to just open the emulator. Here we are, as you guys can see in here. If you guys remember, right in the splash screen, let me just go towards that specific directory splash, and in here splash screen dot. In here we just add the decoration, and right in the scaffold we just apply the background color, which is transparent, and right in the body, in the center widget, we just add that image, as you guys can see in here, for the splash screen. So whenever the app will run right after this splash screen, we will just redirect the user right towards the home screen. So we have to go, and as I told you already, that we will be working right in the splash screen and also for their services. So now I'm gonna just close this controller from here, and now we are on the splash screen dot. I'm gonna just close that from here, and right in the view model we have to create a new directory. So right click in here, directory, we're gonna simply just give the name as services. Okay, and then we say simply for the splash screen. Now right in the directory, and then we have this specific directory splash screen. So in here we will just create the services for the splash screen. So right click in here and create a new dot file, and simply we will just give the name as splash in here. Instead of space we'll give the underscore, and then we say services. Okay, now right in here we will create a class. Okay, and simply we'll just give the name as splash screen services. So I think splash services would be good. In here services, and in here curly braces is gonna just short name, and right in there we'll have the static void. Gonna create that for the function by name get API data. So first we will just get the home controller, and then we will store it right inside the controller, and then we will just get the data. Okay, so how we will do that? In here first I'll just give the name to the specific function get API data. Okay, and in here braces, as you guys can see, and then curly braces, take this down in here. Now we will create a first in here final key, so it's going to be non-changeable. Then in here we'll create the controller. Now in this specific controller we will just assign word just to redirect it to get, then we simply just put in here the home controller. So in here home controller, there we go, write it and semicolon. Now simply get put home controller, we just assign that right in this specific controller. So we will just take this controller and get the data, the function that we created right in the home controller. Okay, I'll just show you, and I have already explained this in detail. Now if we just come here, the cursor, and press the control and then left click on the mouse, it will just redirect you to the specific get data, which is right inside the home controller. Okay, there we go. As you guys can see, home controller, as I explained this all code in detail. Okay, so it's gonna just get that, and in here right with the home repository we just hit the API, and all of the working that I explained this right in the previous video in detail. Okay, and whenever all of the work will be done, and then we just redirect the user right toward the home screen. Okay, now I'll just close that. We are done with the splash services, and close that. From here we will go towards the, simply just close this from here so that you guys just don't get confused in that. Now view, open that, go toward the splash, and in here open that. Here we are. Okay, now in here what I'll do, I'll just call upon the init state above the widget build. That's a widget build, and in here let me have the init state in here, and right in there what I'll do, I'll say splash services, the class we created a while ago, and simply we'll just get the API data, the function that we create right inside the splash services class. Okay, so in here you will get that, call upon it, it will just get the required OR and use it right inside the splash screen. Okay, so now what we will do, we will just hot reload the app. So come here and click upon that, just wait for a while and you guys will notice the output. But it didn't show the home screen as we set it right in the get data function in here, get to home screen. First let me just check the run for that. So open the run, and in here you're having that error. Okay, so what I'll do now, I'll go towards the data model, and in there we will just make some changes in order to just get the required word. So if you guys just click upon that, it will just get you right in here, right into this specific class data model. Okay, right from here. So we will start make changes right from the bottom. Okay, so if you guys just get down in here, and as you guys can see that class current condition. Okay, so we have to change this variable declare type in here. As you guys can see, it's string, and we will just change this to dynamic one by one, and the null one will be like that. So there will be no changes, just for the integer type double and the string we will just set this to dynamic, because this specific dynamic data type will allow you to just change your type or behavior at a runtime for the specific values. Okay, so we have to just add that. So in here I'll just remove that from here, and instead of that we'll say dynamic. Okay, so then it will allow values to change their specific type, or let's say behavior, at a runtime, as I told you already. Now I'll just copy that, and in here it passed it also for the temp in here, for the double, and also for this one. This will just take a little time. Okay, and the none one will be similar like that. Okay, there will be no changes as I told you already. Okay, just change it like that, just one dynamic. Also with this one you have to do it for that, not this fee, just the dynamic. Okay, dynamic, and this specific list in here we will remove that string and it's gonna be just dynamic like that. And also with this one, integer type dynamic, string type dynamic, and also dynamic. Now we will scroll above, and in here also we will change this. Okay, as you guys can see, for the class VIAR. Okay, so in here, as you guys know already, dynamic, in here space little dynamic, just do it one by one like that. Okay, now scroll above, and we have to just change it for this class hearts now. Okay, so in here I'll just get it one by one so that you guys just don't get confused in that. Okay, in here dynamic for the list and also the remaining ones, not V, control V in here. This is gonna take a little time, but it will worth it. Okay, and also this one, as you guys can see. Now we will go for the above class days, as you guys can see in here, class days. So we have to change it one by one. I'll do that quickly. For this due dynamic, just change it one by one and don't get confused in that. It will just give us the accurate result then, and there will be gone. And I have already told you about the dynamic. What you will do, and the hearts will be like that, all just fine. We are left with the last one. Here we are. Okay, so we have to also just change that dynamic from here, remove that, and the days will be like that. Also the now one and the station one will be similar, and also the current conditions, all just fine. So we are done with that. Now close that. From here, the data model, go toward display screen. In here we already just successfully call upon that in here, and now if we just hot reload the app, it will just first go toward display screen and then it will go towards the home screen. Still it didn't go toward the home screen. First let me just check the run. In here again you're having that error, just click upon that, it will just get you right towards the data model, as you guys can see. Okay, it's a data model. Let me just show you. Okay, data model, because in here they say the method const was colon null, so we have to just remove that because there is no need of that. And if you just go down right towards the horse class, there we go, and in here you guys can see that cost. Okay, if you guys just click upon that, it will get you right here. So we have to just remove that successfully from here and write it and just the semicolon. Okay, and if we just check the other class, which is days, also from here you guys can just remove that. Okay, first let me just show you, just don't get confused in that. Okay, class days in here, and we have to remove that from here, add and semicolon. Now let me just check the other one in here, all just good, there is no just cast, and we have to go down all the way, days done, horse, we just remove it successfully, and scroll down. Let me just check it one more time, all just good. Okay, the last one is that class current condition. As you guys can see from here, we have to just remove where it's gone, there we go, cost. Okay, as I told you already, for the current condition, remove that from here, add it and semicolon, and all just fine. Now close the data model, and here we are right on display screen, and from here you will just close the splash services and go toward the main dot. In here, as you guys can see that material app, with it we will just provide the get material app since we are working with the get x. Okay, so now click upon that, import the library, and all just fine. Now go to display screen in here and come here, how to load the app. It didn't go towards the home screen. Let me check the run again. In here, just click upon that. In here we have to just change the format a bit. Okay, first in here with the time, I'll just remove that, and in here we'll have this string and we will use the specific format. Okay, and then we go with the 08 with it, 08 with it, we said 3, and then $sign in here, and then the time. It will work just fine. And also we will just change this for the above one, so in future we didn't get the invalid format. Also for this time, as you guys can see, paste it, and also the above one, this one. Okay, paste it like that. Now just close that utilities from here, dot, and here we are writing the display screen dot. Now just hold to load the app, and this time whenever, first let me just show you writing the get data, whenever all of the work will be done, hit the API and it will go toward the home screen then, and right in the home screen there is just an empty placeholder. Okay, as you guys can see, the placeholder will create a widget which draws a box, so it will be right inside the home screen then. Close that from here, and also this one, since we are done. Now just hold to load the app, and this time it will work just fine, you guys will see. Now refresh the app, display screen, now it will go towards the home screen, there we go, the placeholder which draws a box, as I told you already. So it's working totally fine, and you guys can see that right after display screen it just go towards the home screen. Okay, so basically this video is getting a little lengthy. We will end this video right here, and right from the next video we will work further. So see ya then. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be working right on the home. Okay, But before that, if you guys go toward the utilities, in here we provide the specific format right in the previous video, okay? And also in here, as you guys can see, and the last one. So basically that format, as you guys can see in here, it's a partial ISO at 601 date time string. So that's why in here we provide that, and in this specific ISO at 601 format, this string will just represent a date, and in here we have this time. So if you guys don't know about the ISO at 601, it's basically a international standard covering the worldwide exchange and communication of a date and time related data. So we use this specific format for it, okay? I hope it's clear. Now what I'll do, since we are done with it right in the previous video, so now, as I told you already, we will just close that and we will go towards the home screen. That's view, directory, and in here home, as you guys can see the directory, open that. In here, as you guys can see that home screen dot, open that specific file in here. For now on, as I told you already right in the previous video, right in the home screen we have this placeholder which will just draw a box. So from this specific widget, as you guys can see the output right on the screen, okay? That's a home screen, and there we go with the box. Now we will just modify this home screen more beautifully and it will be attractive. So now in here, the first thing we will do, we will just remove that from here, the placeholder, and we will have a scaffold right in here widget. There we go with the suggestion, as you guys can see, scaffold, okay? And what I'll do now, I'll just create a instance, press the Ctrl S, and you guys will just notice the totally empty screen. Ctrl S, and there we go, okay? Because in here now we are having that specific widget scaffold, and that's the output for the scaffold, okay? We remove the placeholder successfully. Now the first thing that I will do, I'll create an instance, okay, in order to just get the access to the home controller throughout the specific home screen and the widgets. So in here, what I'll say final. The final key in here is going to be non-changeable, and then we'll give the name as controller, okay? We are about to just create the instance of our home controller, and we will just register it with the getX dependency management system. So in here we'll say get, okay, and then we'll put it towards the home controller. I'll just find, and in here braces right at end semicolon. Now click upon that and import the libraries. That's for the get. Now for the put, that's home controller. Now for the put, get dot, okay? Now the error has been gone now, as you guys can see. Now what I'll do, I'll just provide a combination of a two color, so the home screen gonna look more attractive. So what I'll do, I'll just wrap the scaffold widget, simply container, and we'll take this down right in the container. What I'll do, I'll say decoration, okay, and we'll go with the app color, the class, okay, that we created. Let me just show you first right in the resources, and then we go towards the colors, that directory, open it in here, okay? I have already explained this in detail. We will use the specific combination of a two color, which is white 38 and green. So simply just close that and go toward the home screen dot in here. So in here we'll say app color, app colors, and then we say dot. First let me just import the library for the app color class, so then it's just fine. Now in here you guys can see now the suggestion. So build gradient box decoration, call upon that in here with a single line of code, which is get this specific combination of two color. Okay, that's how it's easy with MVVM. So now if you guys didn't hot reload the app, simply do it from here. I have already hot reloaded the app, so I'll press the Ctrl S and you guys will notice the changes for the combination of two color. Ctrl S. We didn't see the combination of a two color because right in the scaffold we have to prevent the background color to the transparent, then we will get the specific color. Okay, so there's a scaffold, and right in it what I'll do, I'll say background, okay, and then we say colors transparent. Now if you guys just press the Ctrl S, you guys will notice the combination of two color. Okay, Ctrl S, there we go. Okay, it's working totally fine, and you guys can see the output right here on the screen, white 38 and green. Now what I'll do, I'll just create a custom app bar for the specific home screen. So for that specific purpose we will go toward the home directory and create a new directory in here by the name components. Okay, and in here I'll just create a new .dart file by the name app bar. Okay, now right in here we will have a stateless widget, so right in here st, and there we go with the stateless. Okay, now we will give the name as custom app bar. Now what I'll do, I'll just import the library in here, so I'll say import and then we say package material.dart. There we go. Okay, now from here we will remove that placeholder for the custom app bar and we will return the row widget. Okay, and because the app bar will be right in the row right above in here like that. Okay, so in here now in the row widget we'll say children, and right in the children we will do some padding. Okay, there we go. As usual, I'll just remove that from here and write it and comma. Now take this down, in here we'll say padding. As usual we'll go with the edge insect. Okay, we'll go with the dot all, so it's going to be for all side, and we'll set this to 8 just that. Okay, now right after that we will just have the icon, so in here we'll say child, and we're gonna have the icon widget in here as child. Okay, and then we say icons in here, and we will go with the menu. We didn't see a suggestion yet. There we go. Okay, you can choose whatever you want in here for the menu. I'll go with the first one, so there's gonna be the menu, and also I'll just choose the color for the specific menu, which will be colors dot gray. Okay, now right after that we will have another icons simply for the notification. So what I'll do, first below the specific padding in here we'll provide the size box, so there's going to be some kind of width between the first icon, which is menu, and the second icon of notification that we are about to create. Okay, so in here right in the size box we'll set the width. Okay, the reason that I start with in here because it's a row widget, so we have to just give the space as width. Okay, it's going to be right in the row as I told you already. So in here we'll set the width to 10 and right at end semicolon. Now for time saving I'll just copy that from here to here, copy it, and below this size box, as you guys can see in here, paste it. Okay, what I'll do now, I'll just change the icon from here to the notification. We will go with the this one, notification, and around it I'll go with that, and the color is going to be similar, gray, And also we will just show the image, specific image, okay, right in this custom app bar, simply for the night train that we will choose right from the, okay, that one. But we set this right in the resources and then images, open that in here. As you guys can see, that one, okay, that specific image. In here we provide the path, and I have already explained this in detail, so you'll have that. Now go towards the app bar dot. In here first I'll do some flexible space, so in here we'll have the widget by the name spacer, okay, there we go. So it will create a flexible space, as I told you already, to insert into the flexible widget. And right after that, in here comma, take this down, and we'll have the padding widget in here. Now right at and comma, take this down, in here padding, okay, and we'll go with the edge insect dot all, and we'll set this to 8. Now you can also add with it 0.0, but the result will be same, okay. And right after that, what I'll do, I'll take the child, because we're gonna have the image asset in here, image dot asset, okay. And in here now we'll just provide the name, which will be night train, okay. So first in here we'll say image asset, didn't see the suggestion yet, so in here I'll just write it, image asset, and we'll go with a dot. First let me just check that, import the specific library. Now if you guys just write in here n, and you guys can see the suggestion, we'll go with the night train, as I told you already, comma. Also we'll set the height for this specific image, which will be 30, and right after that we'll set the width, which will be 30, okay. Now we will remove those yellow lines, okay, so the code will be clean. Then just add the const modifier, and if you guys don't want to just add this const modifier, it's okay, you can go without that, it will not cause any error. I'm adding because the code will be clean and it will look more good since it's a constant. So now you guys can see, so we are done with the custom app bar, okay. Now we'll go towards the home screen. Here we are right in the home screen. Now we'll just have the body in here, and gonna have the safe area widget, there we go. Now we'll just take this down in here, padding as a child, there we go, the suggestion. Now take this down, we'll do some padding, and as usual, as insect, as you guys know, we'll go with the symmetric, because we'll just set the horizontal to 20, and you guys will notice the output in a while, okay. First let me just write the code and it will be more clear. So in here column widget, we'll go with that, okay. And then right in here we'll take the children, and then first let me just scroll down, we'll say custom app bar. First let me just add the library for the custom app bar, so the error will be gone, there we go, okay. Now it's just okay. If you guys didn't how to load the app, first do that from here and you guys will notice the output. I have already how to load the app, so I'll just press the Ctrl S and you guys will notice the changes for the custom app bar right in the home screen. So Ctrl S, and there we go, okay. As you guys can see in here, the icons, menu 1, the notification 1, and there we go with the night train image, okay, right in the app bar as we set it right in this app bar dot. there we go, right in the row widget. The first icon that we set, as you guys can see, I have already explained this in detail, okay, this menu, and there we go. And right after that we just provide some size box 10, you guys can see that width in here, and then right in the padding widget, there we go, the notification, okay, icon, and then we add a spacer, so you guys can see that flexible space in it, okay. And then we go with the padding widget, and in here we just set this image.asset, which is night rain, and there we go. So I hope it's clear now. We successfully just aired the custom app bar right in the home screen, and the last thing that I will do, right in here I'll provide some height. So in here size box right in the children, okay guys, and right and comma, and in here I'll say height, and we will just set this to 20, okay. Now press the Ctrl S, and there we go. Now it's a little bit more down, okay. So now I'll just clean the code, add to this constant modifier, it's just added right in here, because right in the future it will give us our error, because we can't just add constant modifier to the scaffold, because they're gonna be the remaining work that we will add right in the upcoming videos, and then it will give a error, because the scaffold, all of it, not gonna be the constant. So for now I'll just remove that from here, but it will cause no error, okay. So this video is getting a little lengthy, okay. Right from the next video we will work further, so see you then. That's it for this video. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be working right on the location, and we will just show that right in the home screen, okay. So what I'll do now, I'll go toward the components of a home, okay. In here, right in this directory, right click, create a new Dart file, and we will give the name as location, okay. We will have a stateless widget right in here, so write st, and now we will give the name as location in here. Import the library material.dart right above in here, so import package, there we go. Now I'll remove that from here, and we will have the row widget, okay. So I'll say row widget in here, and take this down from here. First I'll create the instance home controller. So what I'll do, right in here we'll say final, and then we'll give the name as home controller. Now we will just get and put the home controller in here. In here braces, write it and semicolon. Now click upon that and import the library for the get, also for the home controller, also for the foot. It done just for the foot in here. That's good, okay. And from here we will remove that const, all just fine. As you guys can see now, we successfully create the instance home controller and register with the GetX dependency management system, as we did right in the previous screen. And this allows you to access the home controller and the specific code throughout this widget, okay. So we will have the access to the home controller, and we will use it right in here now. So first we will just set some properties in here, because we're about to just show the address, and we have to just some set properties, and it's going to be right in the center. Cross X alignment dot center, we'll go with that, so it's going to be right in the center. And then we will take the children, right in the children we'll take the column widget, and we will just take this down from here. First I'll set the main axis alignment in here, so we'll say main axis alignment dot center. It's going to be right in the center, and then we'll say cross x alignment, so we'll just set this to center also. And right after that, I'm gonna just take the children, and in there we'll have the text widget, because we are about to show the address, specific address, okay, for the location. So that's why in here we set some properties, so it's going to be right in the center, and then right in children we take the text widget. And now what I'll do, I'll just take this down, we'll say controller in here, okay, and then we say dot get address. So it's an instance of a control object, so that's why in here we have this instance, okay, of home controller. So now we have to just have the access to the home controls and their specific functions right inside it. So if you guys just move the mouse here and press the control and left click on the mouse, it will just get you right to the specific function, okay, get address. So as I explained this in detail, so there is no need of explaining it again, so it will just get the address, okay, as you guys can see, time zone, okay, and it's right inside the home controller. So that's why in here we just have that instance, and we say controller dot get address, object of a controller. So we'll get that. Now we will do specific styling for this address, so we'll say style in here, then we'll go with the text style, okay, in here, and have the brasses. Take this down first. I'll just set the height, but it's gonna be 0, and then we'll set the color. The color is gonna be, let's go with the black, just black, okay, and in here comma, take this down, then we set the font weight, which will be font weight dot bold, and right after that we'll set the font size, and we will set it to 25. That would be good, okay. So right after the get address, we will just have the text widget another, and we will just format the dat. So in here for the dat, format dat, first take the text widget, take this down, then we'll call upon the utilities in here, utilities, and it was format dat. Yep, first let me just import the library, there we go, okay, utilities dot, and if you just now remove that and again F, there we go, the format dat function is right inside the utilities class, okay. So we'll just format the dat in order to just get that function. Now in here we'll provide the date time, okay, and we'll say dot now, all just fine, and write it and comma. Let's do some style for that, specific format date time, and we'll have the text style in here. There you go, the suggestion, take this down. First we will set the color. Color is gonna be, let's go with the gray, okay, and also we'll just set the opacity, which will be 0.7, okay, which will be good. We will just check it at a real time in a while. And also we'll set the font weight, which will be bold, okay. Now in here, in order to remove those yellow lines, add the const modifier. So that's for the format dat, okay, text widget, it's done now. Also with that, the get address and format dat, we will show the image, and it's going to be kind of map, okay. Let me show you right inside the resources. If you go to the images, open that, in here that map, okay, we provide the path successfully. Now just close that and go to what is the location dot in here, back again, just don't get confused in that. Now below this in here, first I'll set the spacer in here for the flexible space in here, and in here comma first, take this down, then we say size box in here, okay, in here comma, and take this down. First I'll just set the height for this specific image, which will be 150, and the width gonna be the same, 150. And right after that, what I'll do, I'll just have the padding as a child in here, padding widget, take this down, as usual edge insect. Let me take it in here, the padding first, edge insect as usual. We will go with the dot all, or I just tap on the symmetric, so we'll set it to 20. And right after that we'll just take the child, and now we'll have the clip or react, okay, and here brushes. So this specific clip or react widget, this is going to create a rounded rectangular clip, creates a rounded rectangular clip, okay. So in here first we will set the border radius, I'll set the border radius. It's giving me the error because we just have the clip react, not the clip react, clip or react, okay. Let me just show you one more time. There we go, that's clip react and clip or react, that second one, okay. Make sure now it will not cause error. There we go with the suggestion border radius, and let's just set this border radius. We will go with a dot circular, and we will set this to 20. Right after that, I'll take the child, now image asset in here, image dot asset, okay, as we set the image right in the previous app bar, and in here we'll set it image asset assets, and we will go with a dot map. And guys, the name must be similar, okay, as I showed right in the images directory. There we go, okay, map. Make sure it must be same, otherwise it will not show the image. So we are on the location, there we go, click upon that image asset, import the library for the image asset, okay. It's not showing the right pulp, anyways, click here, and there we go, import resources images asset dot, all just fine, okay. As you guys can see now, there has been gone now. Now in here I'll just add the constant modifier, let's add it manually, okay. Also in here all is fine, we set the image map. Now we are done with that. Now we'll go toward the home screen, and we will just set this location. So below the app bar, custom app bar, in here I'll say location, okay, and then in here comma. Now click upon that and import the library, which is components location dot, okay. There you go. Now if you guys just didn't hot reload the app, first do that from here, it will show you the result for the location, okay. And I have already hot reloaded the app, so I'll go with the Control S. There we go. As you guys can see, the location, which is Lahore, HJ Karachi, and there we go with the date format, Wednesday 20 September, and there we go with the image map, okay. So what I'll do, I'll go towards the first in here, let me just provide a little bit height between the custom app bar and the location, so it will be more good. So in here I'll just take the widget size box, let me just take that in here, we'll just set the height and it's gonna be 20, okay. And in here put comma, not dot, the comma, there we go, okay. Now press the Control S and you guys will notice the height. There we go. Now it's a little bit more down, and I'll just fit this image. So I'll go towards the location, and in here there you go with the specific image. So let's just fit that. Okay, and let me just take this down from here with it, first comma, and take this down in here. We'll say fit, and then we'll go with the focus fit in here, as you guys can see, and we'll go with a dot cover. So we are done with that, and that specific fit, box fit dot cover, it's a property used to specify how the image should be resized within its container. Okay, as we set this location in here, and right inside that there we have that specific image map. Okay, set inside the container widget. So in this case, box fit dot cover means that the image will be resized to cover the entire container, potentially cropping parts of it to maintain the aspect ratio. So there's gonna be no problem then, and we added the code in here, so it's fine. And you guys can see right in here, right in the location class, the first, as you guys can see in here, we set the address and get it from the home controller. We created the instance right in here. So control.getAddress, and we do the styling for that in here. There we go. And right after this we format the date from the utilities class. Okay, and there's a styling, and there we go with the Wednesday 20 September, and you guys can see that. Okay, if you guys want to just change the color, let me just go with another one, green, Control S. I think the gray was good before. Okay, that is fine in here. And right after that we just successfully add the spacer widget, which creates a flexible space between them, and you guys can see that. And then right in the widget size box we just do the working, set the properties, and finally have the image.asset, which is map. Okay, there we go, and you guys can see that. I hope it's clear now, and we're done with the location. So we'll close that from here, and now back again in home screen. Now I'll just add the const modifier, okay, manually one by one, not to the scaffold in here now. Okay, you guys can see that, as I told you earlier in the previous video. So that's fine. And finally right to this size box, and all just clear, and you guys can see that. Okay, and we already have the git, so we have to just remove that. It will not cause any error. Okay, don't worry. So basically that's it for this video. This video is getting a little lengthy. We will end this, and right on the next video we will be working right in the home screen further. Okay, so see you then. That's it. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be working right on the info card, simply for the home screen. Okay, and it's gonna be right in here. So for that specific purpose, what we will do, first we will go and create a dot file for the info card, and we will work there. So whenever the work will get done, then we will come back right to this specific screen, home screen, and we're gonna simply just add it below this location down below. Okay, now let's go ahead to the home directory. As you guys can see, right in the new view directory, home, components, and right click in here, create a new dot file. We're going to simply name this as a info card. So in here you'll have a stateless widget, so write st, and there you go with the suggestion stateless. Now we will simply just give the name as info card, and we will add the package import in here. Flutter, we'll go with the material.dart. That is fine, as you guys can see now. Now the first thing that I will do, I'll create an instance of home controller in order to just get to the home controller and their specific working. So as we did right in the previous screen, okay. Also in here, what I'll say, final key, and then we say controller, and now we will just assign get dot put in here. And what I'll do now, I'll say home controller and write it and semicolon. As you guys can see, successfully registered with the Galaxy dependency management system. So now this will allow you to access home controller, as I told you already, throughout this widget that we are about to create. Now I'll just create a meta query. So what I'll do in here, we'll say, let's just create it. We'll say variable, gonna give the name as size, and now in this I'll just assign the meta query, okay, not this one, just the media, okay, that one. As you guys can see now with it, I'll say dot size of, and in here provide the context and write it and semicolon. So basically that media query is likely used to obtain the dimension of the screen in Flutter Dart. And meta query, this specific class provide information about the current media, for example the screen that specific app is running on. So we will just obtain the dimension of the screen, so whenever we will just get that, and right after that we just assign this into this size. And this whole method, as you guys can see in here, is basically just return the size of the entire screen in logical pixel. And you guys can see in here it's just assigning size, so it might be just contain the width and also the height. You guys will know that whenever you will use that. And if you want to just get the width of the screen, you can use size.width. Similarly for the height, you would use like size.height. So that's fine. Now right in here I'll just remove that, and we will return size box in here. And right in this size box, the height we will give the hardcore value, which will be 233, and right after the width we will go with the size dot width, okay, as I told you already about this one for the width and height. So we go with the width, okay, and in here to the height we just give that constant value instead of size dot height, okay. Now let's move further. In here I'll say child, and then we'll go with the stake widget in here. So this specific widget stake will allow you to overlay widgets on top of each other, so that's why in here we have that. Now we will add the alignment, and we will just add this to the bottom center right into the stack, okay, widget. Now right after that we'll go with the children, and right in the children we'll take the container in here widget, take this down, and we will provide the height, which will be 180, okay, for this specific container. And right after we'll provide the margin, and we'll go with the edge intersect dot only, and we will just set the bottom to it 30, okay, 30. And right after that we'll set the width, which will be the size dot width, okay. So it will just take the width of the screen, whatever it will be, as I explained this in here, okay, in media query. Now right after that, first let me add the const modifier so the line will be gone. In here we'll do the decoration. In here, box decoration simply for the card background info card. Okay, so in here I'll provide the border radius, which will be the border radius. We'll go with a dot circular. Okay, and which will be, we'll set it to 20 for now, and you will just see. And gradient color, we will also provide that linear gradient. In here we'll say begin with alignment, we'll go with the top left, and also we'll just end it alignment, we'll go with the top left is done, we'll go with the bottom right. Okay, simply for the info card. And also I'll just provide the colors in here. So in here bracket, and in here comma, and we'll just take this down. In here colors, we'll go with the blue, and I'll just go with the opacity, just edit 0.3 in here, and I'll just choose it again just for time saving. Let me just go with that, and here past it again, past it, and this time we will just change the opacity to 4, and this will be 3, same. Okay, you guys will notice that whenever we will be just done with that, and use it right in the home screen, and it will be right here as I told you already. Now let's move further. Below the specific container, in here I'll have the position widget in here. Okay, and write it and comma, just take this down from here. I'll provide the top to -10, and also the left will be +10. Okay, and now I'll take the child. And one more thing guys, this specific widget is used to position a child within the stake widget. Okay, we are having that inside the stake widget. Let's acquire the top, bottom, left, and right properties to determine its specific position. So in here we just provide the top and left, we want that. And now in the child, what I'll do, I'll have the obx in here. Okay, and then what I'll do, I'll just redirect it to the image dot asset. Okay, in here braces, and in here comma, and we will just take this down. First let me just write the code and I'll explain in detail. Okay, in here controller, and then what I'll say dot get image. There we go, as you guys can see, get image. And here we'll provide the index, so I'll say controller dot current index, simply from the home controller guys. Okay, we are getting that value added, and comma. And what I'll do now, I'll provide the height, which will be hard-coded value 150, and the width will be 170. And I'll just fit this, so we'll say box fit dot fill. So it's gonna just fit it according to the design screen. Okay, so basically this is the child of this position widget. Okay, it's using an obx widget, as you guys can see in here. It's basically the part of the getX package, indicating that this part of UI should be rebuilt. Okay, whenever the observer value, which is controller dot current index, changes. Okay, so inside it we have this image dot asset. Okay, above, inside that, as I told you already, it's right from the getX package, so it just indicates that this part of the UI should be rebuilt whenever the observer value will be changed, and the observer value is controller dot current index value. Okay, reactable. Now right after that we will take another position widget, in which we will just show the current condition, and we will get this right from the home controller, since we create that instance of a home controller. Okay, it's right inside this specific controller. From here, remove that constant. Okay, all is fine, constant modifier, and go down in here. What I'll do now, below this position, okay, right in here, let's just have another position, okay, for just getting the get condition in here, comma, and we'll just take this down. First I'll set the bottom, which will be hard-coded value 50, and right after this we'll set the left to 20. And now I'll take the child, then in here we'll have a column widget, take this down, we'll set the property cross-axis alignment, we will set this to start right into this position widget. So we'll say cross-axis alignment dot start, and right after that I'll take the children. Right in the children we'll go with the OBX, okay, in here, and I'll just redirect it to the text widget in here, as you guys can see, and right at n, comma, also in here, comma, take this text widget down, and in here we'll say controller, and we'll just get it the get condition. Okay, as you guys can see, the segregation right in here, get condition. Okay, and right at n, comma, scroll down. If you guys just move the mouse here right on the get condition, press the control, left click on the mouse, it will just take you right to this specific function in which you just get the condition, and I have already explained this in detail right in the home controller. Okay, so in here, as I told you already so many times, you create that instance of a home controller, and with the help of that we are getting that get condition and also this current index. And I have already told you about this OBX, okay, widget that's rebuilt itself whenever the observable value, it depends on the changes. In this case, as you guys can see, that current controller, okay, and with it dot get conditions is basically an observable value. So whenever this observable value changes, so the OBX widget that rebuild itself. Okay, now with this get the current condition, also with it we will show the current time. Right after that we will do some style for that specific get condition. So you'll have say style in here, text style as usual, and take this down. The height we will set 0, and we'll set the color for the get condition, which will be white, and comma in here. Now font weight, we will go with the font weight bold, okay, and in here, comma, also we'll just choose the font size, which will be 23, edit and comma. Now right after the get condition, first let me add the constant modifier so the line will be gone. Now right after the get condition we will show the current time. So first I'll create some height, okay, in here I'll say size box, and I'll give the height which will be 5, okay, for the specific design. And right after that we'll take the text widget and take this down. In here we'll say now from the utilities class, okay, utilities, there go the suggestion. From this specific class I'll just take the current time, as you guys can see the function. And now I'll do some style for that. So in here text style, let me just remove that again, text style, that we go with the suggestion. And now we'll take this down, the height will be 0 in here, comma, I'll go with the color, so colors in here I'll go with the white, and I'll give the opacity for this current time 0.8, okay, so 0.8 in here, and in here, comma. Now also the font weight will be font weight Let me just move it down so that you guys can see it easily. Okay, font weight dot bold, and lastly the font size will be 15. So that's a little design for this current time. Add the const modifier to the size box so your line will be gone. So we successfully just wrote the code for the current time, also the get condition right in the specific position widget, as I explained this in detail, and it's right inside the stake widget. Okay, also this position and this container, there you go, the stake widget. You guys will just notice the specific work result whenever we will test it. Okay, for now on, this video is getting a little lengthy, so we will end this, and right from the next video we will just complete this design quickly for this info card, and then we will go toward the home screen and edit there the info card, and you guys will just notice the design right in here, and I will show you the result at a real time and explain the code and show you the design right on the screen in here, the design, and I'll read it from the code in here. So that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. So now here we are right in the info card. So we will take another position widget, and in there we will do the required work, and then we will just get the current temperature and also get feel like. Okay, so what I'll do now, below this position widget in here, as you guys can see, we'll take another position widget. Okay, and in here comma, take this down, and you guys already know, and I have already told you that it's right inside the stake widget. Okay, just for positioning it now. So inside that I'll provide the top, which will be 40, and right after that right will be 50. Now column widget as a child in here, will take it. Right after that I'll provide the property for the specific position widget, which will be cross X alignment. We'll go with the start, so it's going to be right in the start, and right after that I'll take the children and take this down in here. Now what I'll do, I'll just take the widget by the name shader mask. Okay, from now on let's remove it and we will edit in a while. In here comma, and take this down. Now in this specific widget shader marks, we will just have the shader call back. Okay, first let me just write the code and I'll explain it in detail, and then in here we'll say rect. Okay, as you guys can see, segregation, and we'll say bounce, give the name, and in here curly braces, and take this down. Now in here simply I'll just return the linear gradient. Okay, so it will just adjust to control the gradient area, and right after that in here comma with the linear gradient, and take this down, semicolon. Okay, now in here I'll just begin this alignment with the top center. I'll go with that and simply just end it alignment. We'll go with the bottom center. So, and the colors will be something like, we'll go with a bracket in here first, comma, take this down. I'll say colors, I'll go with a white, and then color, we'll go with the white, and with the opacity I'll choose 0.1. So in here, because in here we will just add the create shader, so we have to just remove that semicolon and add the dot, and then we say shader, it's create shader. There we go. As you guys can see, the segregation, it's create shader, and in here we'll provide the rect, and the rect is bounce. Okay, so in here let's just provide that. There we go. Okay, and the error has been gone. Now in here add the semicolon now. So basically, right inside this specific widget shader marks, this is a callback function that creates a linear gradient shader. This shader is basically used to mark the child widget that we are about to create as a text widget, okay, with a gradient, which result in a fading effect. So it just adjusts the stops to control the gradient area. That's the working of this specific widget. And right after that, now we will just take the child. And here, as I told you already, objx observable value, and now as a child we take the text widget, told you already. So in here, text widget, let me just tag that. And now what I'll do in here, comma, and just take this widget down. In here we'll say controller, okay, the instant we create earlier for the home controller. So in here we'll say get current temperature. Just have that function in here, call upon it, so it will just get the current temperature. And right after that, you guys know we will do some styling for that, so it will look good. Whenever we will test the app, you guys will notice that. So in here, text style, as usual, take this down. First we'll provide the font size, okay, which will be 60. And right after that, the height gonna be 0, and font weight will go with that. So font weight will go with a bold one, so in here bold. And lastly, we'll provide the color. The color will be, let us go with a white. In here, comma, all just fine. Add the constant modifier to that. As I told you already, the shader is used to mark the child widget, okay, and you guys can see that in here. And I have already told you about this specific objx, okay. What it will do, this is an observable widget, okay. It's rebuild itself whenever the observable value, it depends on the changes. So in here, that's the current temperature control observable value, okay, and we are getting that right from the home controller. The instance we create right in here, let me just show you one more time. There you go, it's inside that. So in here we just use it in order to get that, and just we provide the style title. Now right after that, we will also just get the feel like right from the home controller. So what I'll do with the help of instance of home controller, okay, below the shader we'll take the objx, you guys know already about that, okay. And in here I'll take the text widget, in here comma, and we'll just take this down. Also in here, what I'll do, I'll just, let me just redirect it to the text. That's why we are getting the error in here, okay, provide that. Now what I'll do, I'll have the string and I'll just pass the text feel like, and in here I'll just go with a $sign, and then I'll take the curly braces, okay. In here we'll say controller, and gonna just call upon the get feel like function, okay. There we go, and write it and comma. Now let's do some style for that. As usual, text style, height we will set 0, and right after that the color we'll set for the get feel like, which will be white, and the font weight will be font weight bold, dot bold, okay, all just fine, comma in here. Now just add the constant modifier to this text, so the yellow line will be gone. And also with that we will show the image, okay. So what I'll do now is going to be right inside this take widget, okay. So below this position widget, in here I'll take another position widget, simply you'll just remove it for now, and in here comma, take this down. First I'll set the bottom, which will be 20, and right after that what we will do, we will set the right, okay, which will be 0, and now we'll take shader marks as a child. You guys already know about it, shader marks. I just earlier explained in detail. So in here I'll have the callback function for the shader, and in here we'll say React gonna give the name as a bounce, okay, and then in here call the braces. As you guys can see, take this down, and we'll simply just return the linear gradient in here, and I don't know, we are getting this on the screen. Let me just reload it. There you go, it's fine now. Okay, splice screen, and right after that there you go with the home screen. It's just fine. Now right after that, linear gradient, you guys can see that we'll just take this down. Let us begin it with alignment. We'll go with top center. Let's end it with a bottom center, and with that I'll just choose the colors now. Take this down, and in here I'll go with the colors dot white, and the other will be colors white, but we will go with the opacity 0.1. so in here 0.1, and right after that what I'll do in here, we have to just provide the create shader, okay, and in here the React is bounce. Now right after that we'll take the child, and the child can be the image dot asset, because we're about to show the image as I told you already. Okay, so in here I'll say image asset, and with it I'll go with a dot, it's a WinVal, that one. Okay, and we'll just provide the height. Let's go with 100, and with it, which will be 200. You guys can see that. Okay, just don't get confused in that. We are getting that right from the image asset class. Move the mouse here, control left click on the mouse, there we go, that's the class, and from here we are getting that specific image which is WinVal, and that's the path, and it's right inside that WinVal. Close it, info card back again, there we go. So all of the working has been completely done for this specific info card. Okay, now I'll go to the home screen, and let's edit raw in here. So below this location now I'll say hero. Okay, the specific widget in here, have that, edit and comma, and take this down. So basically it's a widget right inside the Flutter dart. It is used to create a hero animation, allowing a widget to smoothly transition from one screen to another. Okay, so that's why in here we're having that. Now we will provide the unique identifier for the hero animation. Okay, both the source and destination widgets must have the same tag for other animation to work correctly, so we have to provide in here the tag. Okay, and the tag in here string we'll say tag tag. Okay, right after that in here child, and we will just take the material widget in here, take this down. In here we'll provide the color, we'll go with the colors dot transparent in order to just get the required work of a specific color right inside the info card. So in here child, and we say info card, there we go. Okay, call upon that in here. So we successfully just add the info card right inside the home screen. Okay, and you guys can see that in here right inside the hero widget. Now what I'll do, I'll just hot reload the app, and you guys will just notice the info card in here. display screen, reloading. Now there we go with the home screen, and there we go with the info card, the beautiful design that we created. Okay, everything you guys can see that. You guys can see the image that we could edit right in the info card, the temperature which is 27, the get feel like you guys can see 30.0, and there we go with the WinVav image, and you guys can see that it's clear and you can see the time. Now I'll show you the code for this specific beautiful design as we wrote it and explained it in detail right in the previous video and in this one. So info card, there we go. Now let's start it from here. So right inside the size box widget, that's the working a little bit, which is more easy, and there we go with the container widget. Right inside that we provide the height, margin, everything. You can apply with it according to your personal choice, and that's the decoration, the linear gradient color which we provide in here. Okay, the blue color, and we give the opacity right in here. If you guys want to change that, let's go with the 20. Okay, and Control S, you guys will just notice. Okay, it changes right from this side. Okay, you guys notice it. Let me just go with the deeper shade, 60, Control S, and there we go, 100, and there we go. Okay, you can play with it like that, and you can also change it from the mid. If you guys just go with a 90, Control S, there we go. Okay, it's gonna work like that. So I'll go with the 4. It's look more good like that. And right after that, right inside the position widget, what we just get the image. Okay, which image? This specific image which is clear, and it just get that right from the controller, and it's right inside the home controller instance. Okay, and we are getting that in here, and we use the objects in here, the observable value. Okay, and right after, if you guys just want to set the I300, let me just check it. No, not like that. 150 is good. Okay, so you can play with it like that. Also down below in here, the position widget, in here we set the get condition. Okay, and it's designed for this get condition, and there we go. Okay, clear, the get condition is clear. It's getting right from the, that's an instance of a home controller. So if you come here, control, left click on the mouse, it will just get you right from here. Okay, and I have already explained this in detail. It's just getting that. Okay, now scroll down a little bit, size, height, and you guys can see that in here the clear, and there we go the time. So in here you guys can see now the specific current time that we are getting from the utilities class. Okay, is 3:40 AM. And now let's just scroll down. What we are getting next, there's a position widget. In here we add some properties, and there we go the shader marks, and in here we just set that, as you guys can see, the get current temperature, and there we go. Okay, right after that, objects text widget, feel like, and you guys can see that get feel like is 30.0. And lastly, the position widget, which we use the shader marks as child. In here, linear gradient, the colors, the white we use, and you guys can see that in here. And simply for the image asset as a child, WinVav. There we go with a WinVav. Okay, so that's all the working, and I hope it's clear now. It's working totally fine, and you guys can see the design in here. Successfully we showed that, and I have already explained this in detail and show it again step by step. So I hope it's clear now for the info card, and basically this video is getting a little lengthy. Okay, so we will end this video right here, and right from the next video we will work further right in the home screen dot. Okay, so see you then. That's it for this video. Welcome back. So now in this video we will just create a container list in which we will show the specific condition, for example the heavy rain, wind, sun. Okay, we will show that in here. You guys will notice that. Now what I'll do, right inside the components I'll create a new dot file which will be the container list. I told already, container list. First we will work there and then we will edit right in the home screen. So in here we will have a stat list widget, so write st in here. There we go with the stat list. Now we will give the name as a container list, and we will just add the package which will be import package flutter material dot. I'll create the instance for the home controller. Okay, in here, so we'll say final key first, and then you guys know already the controller, and then let's just get x from the library. Okay, and then we say put what in here, the home controllers specifically, and write it n semicolon, click upon that, import the library get dot, also for the put. All just fine, remove that const from here, and all just good. Okay, so we just successfully add that, and now what I'll do, we'll just go and return in here padding widget. Take this down. In here we'll do some padding as usual, as insect. In here we will go with the symmetric, so dot symmetric. In here we'll provide the horizontal which will be 30. Okay, and right after that we'll just take the row widget as a child in here. Okay, because the heavy rain, wind, the condition like that, it is going to be right in the row, so we have to take the row widget in here. Now I'll set it main axis alignment. We will set the space between, so there's going to be kind of space between them. Okay, between those specific conditions that we will show right in the row widget. Now in here children, and what I'll do, I'll leave this empty for now. The children, we will go and create a small container. In there will be the specific design, the image, and also it'll work with it. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll go to the components of a home directory. In here I'll go to dot file, and we will give the name as small container. Okay, as you guys can see, small container. In here we'll have the stateful widget, stateful. Okay, and then we'll go with the small controller name. And what I'll do now, I'll just take this down. I'll just close the main dot, move it to this side, all just fine. Okay, don't confuse in that. So small container in here, that's the home, that's container list, and that's a small container. Okay, now we right inside that dot file. In here we'll say import, and then we say package, we'll go with the material dot in here. Now the first thing we will do, we'll declare some variables right above in here. Okay, so we'll say final key is going to be non-changeable, provide that specific key, and it's going to be string type, and simply we'll the first create for the text. Okay, simply we are storing the text, and also final in here string type, simply for storing the image in here, and use it in this specific widget that we are about to create. Okay, and in here final again, this time we'll go with the color. Okay, and it's gonna be simply for just storing the color. Right after that final, and we'll go with the color, and it's gonna be for simply text color storing, semicolon, right it. And now we'll just create a constructor for that. So super key in here, in there, let's take this down. Okay, and we'll say required this dot text, required this dot its image, required this dot its color, and lastly the text color. All just fine. We're done with the constructor. Now let's jump right inside the widget pill and work upon the specific design that we will show. So from here I'll just remove that quickly, and in here we will just return the column widget. Okay, scroll down. Now right inside the column widget I'll take the children, and right inside the children I'll take the container widget. So I'll provide the specific height for this container, which will be 60, and right after that I'll provide the width, which will be 60 sm, and we'll do the decoration. Okay, box decoration in here, and take this down. I'll go with the color widget dot color, and in here, and if it's not used the widget dot color, then it will just go for this one, the gray that we're about to provide. I'll give the opacity, which will be 0.1, so in here .1, and write it and comma. So basically, as you guys can see the double question mark, this is the null aware operator. It's mean if the left side is not null, this one. If that's not null, use it. Otherwise, if it's null, then it will go for this specific gray color with the opacity 0.1. Okay, I hope it's clear now. Let's move further. I'll provide the border radius, and in here border radius we'll go with the circular dot circular, and we'll set this to 20. Write it and comma. And below this box decoration, what I'll do, I'll take padding as a child in here, and in there padding as usual as insect we'll go with the dirt all. We'll set this to 8 final, and then what I'll do, child, take that, then we say image dot asset, we'll go with the widget dot image. Okay, and it's going to be what image, simply as we created that variable in here and also the constructor. So whenever we will use it right inside the container list, right in the children here, we will work upon that in a while. Okay, whenever we will just get the specific image, it's gonna pass it right from here to the small container and use it in this specific design in here. Okay, it's gonna work like that. The image and also the specific text that we will get, it's gonna then just pass it over here right to the small container and use it in this specific design that we're about to create. Okay, I hope it's clear. Now you guys will notice whenever we will test the app. Okay, now let's move further. In here, right after the image, showing image, we'll show some height, because there will be kind of some height, it will look beautiful. So height I'll give 4. Okay, and add it in comma, and then what I'll do, below this, first let me just add the const modifier also in here. All is fine. Now down below in here I'll take the text widget. Okay, simply for showing the text in here, comma, and we'll say widget dot text. Okay, let's do some style for that. So as usual, text style, and the first thing that I will set, I'll go with the font weight. Let's set it font weight dot bold, and then what I'll do, color widget text color, take the text color, it's not nullable, and if it's nullable, then here as you guys can see that operator, our operator, it will just go for this black color if the left side will be empty. Okay, for example the widget dot text color, or it will use that. So we are done with the small container design. You guys can see that right in here, and as I told you already, right in the container list. Now let me just first write the code and then I'll explain it in detail. So in here we will use the objects, you guys know already about that, okay? And now I'll have the small container that we just created, okay? It tags the text image color, text color, okay? We will provide that in here. So what I'll do, the text gonna be simply first in here string, then we'll go with the $sign and then curly braces in here, controller dot get cloud over, simply for the heavy rain, get cloud over. With that I'll show the percentage sign, okay, like that. So that's going to be the text, okay, and right after that I'll provide the image. We will take it from the image asset class, image, there we go. The class I'll say now dot heavy rain, I will just take that from here, okay, and right after that I'll just take the color, we'll go with the what color that we provided in there, okay, it's fine. Color, I'll just choose the black 54, that is going to be the color, and the text color will be the white, colors.white, okay, you guys can see that over here. And now in here comma, take this down. So what I'll do now, for time saving, I'll just copy that, copy it, and down below in here simply we will paste it for another condition and also another one, 3 we will show, okay. So in here, and guys remember we are getting that right from the home controller, okay. So first let me just show you that the instance of home controller, okay, just don't get confused in that. Now this one we will change it for the get wind speed, okay, and the speed is simply right in the kilometer per hour. So in here what I'll say, kilometer, and then we'll go with the /n and then hour, and right of side that the image gonna be the wind, okay, and the color we will choose similar. Lastly we'll get the humidity, and humidity, there we go, and it's gonna be in the percentage, image gonna be the sun, okay, there we go, and the text color will be same, okay. And I have already told you about this OBX and they're working, so that's fine, we provide that. So it's gonna simply pass that, the text, the image and so on, right to the small container, okay. If you guys just come here and move the mouse over here or right on the text, then press the control, left click on the mouse, it will take you right here to the small container, okay. So it's passing that in here and then use it in right in here the design, for example the text and the image that we just provided right in this specific design, okay, column widget. So we are showing that one and also this one, and we set the color condition, okay, and all just fine. Let's move, close that from here, or let's just leave it in here. Let me just add it manually, the constant modifier, so the yellow line will be gone, okay, there we go, like that. And here we are getting that get, so there is no need of this library, all just fine. So I have already explained this in detail, I hope it's clear. Now we will just add this container list right in your home screen. So come over here, right in the home screen, there we go. Okay, and down below in here, below this hero in here, we'll say container list. There we go. Okay, just call upon that in here. Now come over here and just hot reload the app, and you guys will just notice the changes for the container list and all of their work as I explain it in detail. Now it's time to show you the result. Display screen, it's loading. There we go. You guys can see the container list over here. There are the specific images, okay, and there are the specific circular design. Okay, let me just show you with the code. That's the container list. In here we just use a small container. Okay, if you go toward the small container, there we go. In here we provide the specific design, okay, as I explained this in detail, circular. Okay, and you guys can see the specific color, gray, okay, and everything in here. And there we go with the image, all of it, 43 and the text. If we go back towards the container list, in here we use this small container as I explained it. Okay, just don't get confused in that. And if you guys can see, the text is for the first one. Okay guys, that's a heavy rain. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's a heavy rain, and the text over here is get cloud over, it's 5%. And simply for the wind, as you guys can see over here, it's simply 0 km/h because there is no wind, and there's a wind with it. Okay, that's image we use right inside that, the wind and with the sun. So there is no wind, and you guys can see that over here, that's the text. And simply last one is sun, cloud and sun, which is get humidity, it's 88%. And there we go. Okay, so I hope it's clear now, and that's all the working. Okay, small container and everything, the container list. So here we are back again in the home screen. We successfully just add the container list, and there we go with the result, and you guys can see that it's working totally fine successfully. So basically this video is getting a little lengthy, so I'll end this video right here. Right from the next video we will work further. So see you then. That's it. Welcome back. So now in this video, right in the home screen, what I'll do, below right down in here, I'll show the text something like today and the next 14 days weather condition. Okay, it's gonna be the next page whenever the user will be here right on this specific screen, home screen, and tap on that specific text, for example the today, or let's say the next 14 days, it will just redirect the user right towards the next page, and there will be the weather condition that they can see for 14 days. So I'll just make the specific text that I'm about to create clickable, so we have to just add on it the gesture detector. You guys will notice that in a while. First, what I'll do, right in the view directory, right click, create a new directory, and we will simply just name this as a next, and then we say days. Okay, now right in this directory, for now I'll just create dart file, and I will give this name as next 14 days. Now right in this dart file, I'll just call upon the stateless widget, stateless, okay, and gonna give the name as next days. Okay, short name. And now I'll just add the package in here, material.dart. There we go. For now on, I'll just leave this next days totally empty, and just in here I'll remove the placeholder, and I'll just call upon the scaffold in here, so it's totally a empty screen. You guys will notice it whenever you will use that next days. Okay, next days totally empty, just a scaffold. Now we'll just close that, okay, and go towards the home screen dot, this specific dot file right in here. Now we will do a little work for the text that I told you already for the today and the next 14 days that we will add right in the home screen, and it's going to be clickable, so we have to add the gesture detector right on it. So you guys can see that container list, and we add that successfully right in the previous video in here, and you guys can see right here. So below that I'll create some height, and right below the height there will be that text, okay. So first let me have the size box in here, and we will give the height, let's say 20. Add the const modifier so the yellow line will be gone. Okay, scroll down. Now in here, comma, and take this down. As I told you already, that specific task that we are about to create today and next 14 days, it's going to be clickable, so we have to add the gesture detector, because the gesture detector have these properties: on tap, double tap, and so on. So call upon the gesture detector in here and write it and comma, take this down. Now we will have the on tap event in here, as you guys can see, and I'll just redirect this. We'll say get, okay, since we are using the getX, so in here get dot to, as you guys can see. Now in here brushes, then we'll just redirect this to the next days. As you guys can see the citation right in here, just call upon that in here. Now right after that we're gonna just have the padding as child in here. We'll do some padding, so write down in here padding as usual. As you guys know, as in sect, we will go with the symmetric one. We will just set the horizontal, which will be 10, and right after that gonna take the row widget as a child, because it's gonna be right in the row. The specific text, for example today and the next 14 days, it's gonna be right in here in the row. You guys will notice it in a while. First let me just complete the code for it. Okay, now take this row widget down. Okay, you guys can see. So in here what I'll do now, I'll take the children, and right inside that we'll have the text widget. The first text which will be clickable I'll have as a today. Okay, so in here take this down. In here we'll say string, and then we say today, in here comma. Now I'll do a little style for that. So in here text style, first I'll set the color for this specific text. We will go with a colors dot black and comma. Now I'll just make this bold, so in here font weight will be bold, comma, and I'll choose the size, so font size in here which will be 25 for the today just. Okay, so we are done with the text today, which will be clickable, and right after that in a row in here there will be the another text which will be next 14 days. So I'll create some spacer for the flexible space. Okay, the widget that we will use below this specific text in here. So in here spacer, have it, and take this down. Now what I'll say in here, we'll say text widget. Okay, and in here comma, take this down. The next text we'll have as next 14 days. Okay, and in here I'll have the greater sign, so it will indicate. Click upon that and go to the next page. So in here comma style, we will do text style in here. Okay, first I'll set the color, so you will go with the colors dot blue, comma. In here font weight, we'll go with a bold one, so in here font weight dot bold. And lastly, I'll just add the font size. First, let me just scroll down. Okay, font size will be 18 for the next 14 days, and in here comma, all just fine. Now I'll just clean this specific code, as you guys can see, as we just wrote. So I'll just click upon that padding and add the const modifier, and all just fine, you guys can see. Okay, and also in here just add the const modifier, all fine. The code is clean now. Now what I'll do, I'll just auto load the app and you guys will notice the output. Okay, come here, click upon that, and you guys will just notice the changes in a while. Display screen. Now go towards the home. There we go with the today, and there we go with the next 14 days. Okay, and I have already told you we just add the gesture detector on that. Okay, so whenever the user will tap on that, okay, it will go towards the next days. And if you guys just move the mouse here, press the Ctrl S, left click on the mouse, it will just take you right toward the next days class. Okay, and in here I have already told you that there is just an empty scaffold, so there will be the empty screen and you guys will notice it in a while. And there we go with the text, you guys can see today. There we go with the today in black color, and we just add the spacer widget for the flexible space, and there we go. Okay, and it's right in the row, you guys can see. That's why in here we use that row widget, and there we go the next 14 days, all is just fine. Now we just add the gesture detector on tab, go to the next days. Okay, so if you guys just come here and type in here, it will just take you right towards the next days. Okay, as I told you already, there will be an empty screen, and you guys can see that in here. Okay, let me show you one more time the next days. Okay, Control left click on the mouse, there we go, next days, and there's just an empty scaffold. That's why in here you guys can see that totally empty white screen, because we just return in here for now the scaffold. Right in the future we will be working right on the next days, and we will create an attractive and beautiful layout for the specific screen and all of their work. For now on there is no need of it. First we will just complete the home screen. Okay, or to load the app so that we can go back towards the home screen. Okay, now let me just wait for this. Okay, it's fine now. So this video is getting a little lengthy, and right from the next video, right down in here, I'll create the hard list, and we will just show the specific hard list down in here with the specific images. Okay, so basically that's it for this video. Right from the next video we will be working right on the home screen for the hard list. That's it. See ya. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be working right on the hard list, as I told you already right in the previous video. So let's go ahead and start working on that. First we will go toward the home directory, right in the view directory. Okay, home, then components of home directory. Okay, now in this specific directory, by the name components, right click, create a new dot file, and we will give the name as hard list. All is fine. Right in here we will have a stateless widget, so write st, and there we go with the suggestion. Now we will simply just give the name as hard list, and I'll just import the package, import package material dot. There we go. Okay, so first I'll create the instance of home controller in order to just get the required data from the home controller class. Okay, so what I'll do, below down in here I'll say final, and gonna create the controller, so give the name, and then the get dot put architects dependency injection. In here we'll say home controller, as you guys can see. Now write it and semicolon. So we created the instance of home controller successfully. Now we can just get the data from it and we'll use it in this hard list. Okay, now right after that, in here I'll remove that and we will return the size box widget in here. Okay, size box, take this down from here. First I'll create some height for this specific hard list. So in here I'll say 180 and right after that as a child list view. Okay, list view dot builder, and it's gonna take that for now. He'll remove it, edit in a while. Take this down. In here first I'll say item count now, and then we say controller. Okay, the instance that we created a while ago. So in here right from the model we'll say model. Okay, and then we say value, provide that in here. Then we'll go with the days and provide the index from the 0 index. Okay, and in here we'll say null check. Right after that we'll say horse, since we are working on the horse lids, so we have to provide this in a manner with the total length. So then we say dot length. So basically that's a child of a size box widget, as you guys can see right in here. And this line of code, what it will do, this will basically defines the number of items in the list. It based on the length, the total length of the list of that specific horse, as I told you already. Okay, and that list view dot builder is basically a scrollable widget that arranges children into the scrollable list. And with it you guys can see that dot builder, it's a constructor that basically use whenever you have the large number of children that you don't want to create all at once. Now let's move ahead. I'll provide the scrollable direction. So in here we'll say scrollable direction, then we go with the suggestion, and I'll go with the axis dot horizontal. Okay, so the horse is gonna be moved right in the horizontal direction. Okay, so that's why in here we provide that. Now we will just set the padding around the list view. So in order to do that, in here we'll say padding. Okay, as you guys can see, and we'll go with the edge intersect. We'll go with the symmetric one, so dot symmetric in here, and then we'll go with the vertical and we'll set this to 10, as you guys can see right in here. In here we'll add the const modifier in order to remove that yellow line from here. Now right after that I'll provide the item builder, and in here I'll say context, then provide the specific index where in here and curly braces, then tag this down. So basically this callback function, this item builder that builds a widget for each item in the list, and as you guys can see it takes on a context which provide information about the widget location in the widget tree, and then you guys can see that index which creates the index for us and indicate that the specific index of the item being built. Now in here we'll just return now the widget which will be the gesture detector, and you guys can see in here semicolon and tag this down. Now we will just call upon the on type event in here right in the gesture detector. Okay, bash is in here. Now we'll redirect it towards the controller, the instance that we created a while ago, home controller. Okay, so in here now we'll just call upon that specific function by the name set har. As you guys can see suggestion in here, provide the index specific. Okay, so basically what is going on in here, we just set up the on tap event, the handler. Whenever the item is tapped, when the user will tap on it, it's called the set har function. right from the home controller. Okay, in here we create that instance successfully, and we just assign that instance of home controller right into this controller. And in here you guys can see we are using that. So with the help of that, we call upon that setHar function right from this home controller class right in the controller, and then provide the specific index. So if you guys just move the mouse here right on the setHar, press the control and then left click on the mouse, it will take you right to it in here. It's a home controller class. Okay, and you guys can see that function in here specific, and I have already explained this in detail what it will do right in the previous video, so there is no need of explaining it again. So I'll go towards the hars list, as you guys can see in here. So it will just call the setHar functions of the controller, okay, and passes the index as an argument whenever the user will tap on it, only in that case. Okay, now right after that, what I'll do in here, child, and we'll take the column as a child in here. So right after that, in here, children, take this down from here. In here I'll take the obx observable widget in here, and in here we'll use the card widget. Okay, and here brushes, in here comma, I'll also in here comma. So take this widget card down the brushes from here down, and now what we will do right in the card, we just scroll down. And guys, I have already told you about this obx so many times right in the previous video. It's an observable widget used in Flutter GetX state management library. It's rebuild itself whenever the observable value changes. So now we will just provide the observable value down below. Let me just write the code. So the first thing that I will do, I'll just set the elevation first, the shading effect, and it will be just 10 for this specific card. Okay, so whenever all of the code will be done, you guys will notice that specific card. Okay, and I'll just show you step by step the code with the design, so don't worry for that, and I'm already explained that in detail. Let's move further. I'll set the margin for the specific card. I'll go with the edge insect dot symmetric, and we'll set the horizontal, since the card will be right in the horizontal direction. Okay, so in here 10, set it, and right after that I'll say shade of color, then we'll go with the controller, okay, the instance, and then we'll say the compare index, okay, right from the home controller class. So compare index in here, provide the index as an argument in here, it will take that. Okay, now so if that's true, okay, this line of code, if this code compare the index, and if that's true, then what I'll do right in here, I'll use the conditional ternary operator, which is using the programming language Flutter or any other language, as you guys can see in here. Okay, so I'll say if, this indicate if, so that's going to be true, then we'll say if that's true, then we will show the specific color that we will choose. Now I'll go with the colors, I'll choose, let's go with the blue, and we'll go with the else right in here. Okay, that colon sign, this indicate else. So if the compare index, this line of code will be false, then we will show right in here in else the color dot, we'll go with the white 70, we'll show that. Okay, as you guys can see now, and in here add the const modifier, so the yellow line will be gone. Now right after that, let's set the shape, and which will be the rounded rectangle border, as you guys can see now. Press in here, tag this down, and here we'll say border radius, provide that. So border radius, we'll go with the circular. Okay, it's going to be right in the circular shape, and in here we'll set this to 50, so the circular going to be some about 50. Now right after that, in here we'll take child or bx as child, okay, the observable widget in here, and I'll just redirect this to the widget, which will be the container. Okay, and take this down from here. First I'll set the height. Okay, we'll set it to 130, and right after that we'll go with the width, which will be, let's set it to 80 for now. And now we will do some padding. So edge and sect in here, we'll go with the dot symmetric and set the vertical to 10. Right after that we'll do some decoration. Okay, so in here box decoration and brushes in here, take this down. First let's just set the color as we said above. Okay, for the card. So in here now for this container, what I'll do, I'll say controller and dot compare index is gonna just compare the index. Okay, and take the index as an argument, and then we will say if that's true we'll show the colors dot blue, and if that false then we will show the color dot white 70. Okay, in here add the const modifier. So the above one for the card and this below one is for this container. Now right after that what I'll do, I'll set the border radius. So in here border radius will go with the circular, and in here set it to 50. In here comma. Now down below in here child, and I'll say column widget as a child in here. Then we'll set the property man x alignment, so there'll be kind of space between them. And you guys will notice all of the design whenever, as I told you, already test the app. Okay, so in here set this property, there's going to be some kind of space in between, and then right after take the children, take this down, obx the observable widget in here, obx, there we go. Now in here we'll say text widget, because we will just show the getHar, the specific function, right from the home controller. Okay, so what I'll do now in here, take this down from here, and the instance controller, not this one, controller, there we go, investigation, and then we say dot getHar, as you guys can see right in here. Okay, this is right from the home controller. Okay, so in here it's gonna take the index and put comma in here. Now right after that we'll do some style, and in here text style as usual, take this down from here. If you guys move the mouse here right on the getHar, press the control and then left click on the mouse, and there we go with the getHar. Okay, I have already explained this in detail, so it will just get that, the getHar, and it's right from the home controller. Now let's move back to the har list. In here you guys can see that, and now we'll do some style for that. First I'll just set the color. Okay, so in here we'll say controller dot compare index, and if that's true then we'll show the color, we'll go with a white, just white, and if that's false and that in the else we'll say colors, we'll go with a dot gray, and all just fine. Also let's just set the font weight for it, we'll set it to bold. Okay, so font weight dot bold, all just fine. So this is basically all for the getHar. Okay, as we are doing in this text widget, and you guys already know about that. I've already explained this so many times in the previous video and also in this video. So this is the observable widget. Okay, and all of their work explained in detail already. So basically right after that what I'll do, I'll just set the image, we'll just get that, and we'll show the temperature right after, but we will do this right in the next video because this video is getting a little lengthy. Okay, so right from the next video we will write down below in here. Okay, as you guys can see that below in here, we'll just set the image. We'll get the image function and call upon it right in the image.asset, and also we'll just set the temperature with it, but we will do that right in the next video, and we will just test the app also right in the next video, and you guys will notice all of the design. Okay, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. So now in this video, as I told you already right in the previous video, that we will be working out on the get image. We will just get that, and also we'll just show the temperature, and we will test the app successfully. And you guys notice in here, for now the weather is partially cloudy, and you guys can see that all of the detail in here. Okay, it changes and working totally fine. Now what I'll do, let's move ahead and working on the remaining. So first in here I'll provide the comma and then again comma in here. Now just take this down and we'll say obx, the observable widget in here, and we will redirect this to the image dot asset. Okay, in here brushes, take this down from here. Now in here the controller, we'll say dot get image. As you guys can see, section down below in here, and right after that we'll set the height 50 and also the width 50. Now in here comma, also in here comma, take this down. Now text widget, because we are about to show the temperature now, and in here put comma and take this down. Okay, now in here string first, then we'll go with the dollar sign, curly braces, then in here we'll say controller, then we'll say dot model, we'll say with the dot value null check, and then dot days in here dot. Okay, days null check, provide the specific 0th index in here, and then we'll set the hours. So hours in here, provide the index, and then we say dot temp, the temperature. Okay, and we will successfully just convert this to integer type. Okay, because we will show the temperature into the integer. So I'll just take this down from here so that you guys can see it easily, and also this one, take this down. Now we'll say in here dot to int, simply just to convert this to the integer. Okay, and here brushes, and down in here first comma, and in here we will show the degree with the temperature. So in here provide the specific pattern for the core 0 0, then we say capital B and then 0 and 0, all just fine. So this will basically show the degree sample with the temperature, and basically this is called by the name Unicode escape sequence, simply for showing the degree sample. Splash with the U small is followed by a 4-digit hexadecimal number representing a Unicode code point. Okay, so provide the specific pattern simply for just showing the degree sample with the temperature. So this line of code, all of it, this will just basically successfully access the temperature value from data structure managed by the controller. Which control? This control of a home control, the instance we create above. So right in here, this is the instance, okay, of a class that we created a while ago, and this model is basically a property of that instance, and this value is the property, or let's say a model of this model in here. And then right after, you guys can see that days, it is the list of array of object, and you guys can see that in here, and you guys can see that 0th index is just accessing the first element of that list, okay, of days. And right after that, you guys can see that hours, okay, it's a list, or you can say array of object within the first element of the days. okay. And I have already explained this right in the previous video in detail. Lastly, you guys can see that temperature is just accessing the temperature value of that element, and we just then convert it to the integer type, and that's the Unicode escape sequence simply for showing the degree sample. I hope it's clear now, and I have told you already that I explained this in detail right in the previous videos, okay. So let's move ahead now. We'll do some style for that, and below that in here we'll say style, then text style in here, then I'll set the color, we'll say controller the instance, then we'll say compare index, and then if that's true, right in the if, we'll show the color, we'll go with white, and if that false, right in the else, we'll show the colors gray, okay. And let's just set the font weight also, we'll go with a bold one, dot bold. And lastly the font size, let's just set this to 20, and that's it. That's all the working for the horse list. So I have already explained this in detail. Now let's go ahead and use that horse list right in the home screen dot, okay, right in here. So we'll just add this now below this gesture detector. In here we'll say horse list, call upon that in here and put comma. Now come here and just hold to load the app, and you guys will notice the horse list down below in here, and it will scroll the direction in the horizontal, okay. Just hold to load the app. There you go, the splash screen. Now we will go toward the home screen in a while. There we go. As you guys can see, the horse list down below in here, it's right in the beautiful direction that we created right in the horse list, okay. And we just use it right in here. Move the mouse in here, or you can just click upon that in here. There we go, okay. And you can also just scroll it right in the horizontal direction. There we go, okay. And you can see the weather condition with the specific time, okay, with the temperature, degree symbol, the image, and all of the details, okay. Whenever move it like that, and you will see that the cloudy, the sun, air, and so on, the specific condition, the rain and sun. So it's working totally fine, and you guys can see that. And also you can just move right in the back direction, and you can see that. And there we go, it's right from the horse list. And if you can scroll down, all of the working right here. For example, release view, the item count, the total length, scrollable direction, padding, item builder, and in here gesture detector, in which we just set the on tap event for the set horse. So if you guys just tap on it, it will just change according to that, okay. For now it's partially cloudy, and the temperature is 26. As you guys can see, if you just tap on here, it will change like that, okay. As you guys can see, it's working totally fine. And there we go, the card, okay, in which we just set all of the work. For example, the elevation, you can notice that, okay. If you guys can change that to the 100 and press the Ctrl S, you guys will notice. There you go with the elevation. I think that's not beautiful. I'll go with the 10. Ctrl S now, and you guys will notice again. There we go, that's elevation is good. So you can play with it. And also you guys can see the shadow color in here. For now on, it's true, and it's showing the blue color. There we go, okay. And right after that, the circular shape, there we go, down in here you can notice that, and so on. You guys can see that, okay. So I have already explained this in detail, step by step, all of the thing. For example, the get hearts, and you can see that I have already showed you the result. And there you go with the get image, simply for accessing the image, and you guys can see that according to the weather condition. Okay, and lastly, there we go with the temperature with the degree sample. Okay, I have already showed you that, and it's just set. Okay, so basically that's it for this video, and we just successfully create the hard list, and there we go with the result. It's successfully working fine, and we are done with the home screen. Okay, now what we will do right from the next video, we will be working right on the next 14 days. So whenever the user will tap right on this next 14 days, we will just create another screen, and there will be all of the detail for the next 14 days of weather condition. Okay, and we just add this right in the home screen. Okay, next day, that one. For now on, you can simply go from here, control left click on the mouse, it will take you right here towards the next days. For now, in here it's just a scaffold empty. Okay, there is a totally empty screen, white. And what I'll do, I'll just close that home from here since we are done with that, and that's the next days. Open that in here, next 14 days, that's the dot file. For now, if the user will tap right in here, as we set this right in the home screen. Okay guys, okay, if you guys just move toward the home screen, and in here just a detector on tap. Okay, whenever the user will tap on that, okay, that's the text for the on tap. Okay, for example, the today and the next 14 days, whenever the user will tap on that, it will just get the user right toward the next 14 days. So come here, tap on it, and there you go with a totally empty screen, and it's just white in color. Because if you just go toward the next 14 days in here, I have already told you there's a scaffold, we return that right in the next days. So that's why in here you guys can see that result white for now. So we'll close the home screen dot dot, and there's cement dot dot, and there you go the next 14 days dot dot. So basically that's it for this video. Right from the next video we will be working right in here in next 14 days dot dot. So see you in the next one. That's it. Welcome back. So now we will be working right in this class next days, as I told you already right in the previous video. The first thing that we will do, we will gonna simply just create the instances for the home controller and the days controller in order to just get the specific work from the home controller and also from the days controller. So for that purpose, what we will do, you guys already know. We will just simply come here, and the first instance that we will create is going to be simply for the home controller. So in here first I'll say final key is going to be non-changeable, and then I will give the name as home controller. Okay, as you guys can see in here. Now in this home controller we will just assign the home controller class that we're going to simply just get the required work from it. Okay, so first in here what I'll say get dot put in here. Okay, and right in there I'll say home controller. As you guys can see the suggestion in here, and write it and semicolon. Now come here and click upon that get, simply import the library. So basically this line of code creates an instance of a home controller, as I told you already, and we simply just register that. As you guys can see that get, because we are using the getX, and we successfully just register it with the getX dependency injection system, specifically using that get.put okay method. So this means that you can now access this controller from anywhere in your app. So that's why in here we create that. From here remove that constant modifier, all just fine. Now we will create another one right down below. So final key in here, and this time we will give the name as controller. Okay, and then we say get dot put, and in here we will simply just have the days controller. As you guys can see the suggestion, write it and semicolon. So that's it. Now you will have the access to the home control and the desk control, and we will use it right in our widget that we are about to create. Now in here I'll just remove that scaffold, and we will have the container widget in here. As you guys can see in here, I'll have the decoration. First I'll create a combination of a two color. Okay, you guys will notice it in a while. First let me just write the code. So in here we will just call upon the app colors class, okay, in which we just created that combination of a two color. I have already showed you the app color class so many times. So in here call upon that, and then we say dot build gradient box decoration, call upon that in here, add it. Now right after that, scaffold as a child in here, and we will just provide the background color, and it's going to be transparent, okay, in order to get this specific color, the combination of two color. Okay, now in here, if you guys didn't hot reload the app, first do that from here, okay, and I have already hot reload the app, so I'll just press the Ctrl S, and you guys will notice the combination of a two color. Ctrl S. So you guys already just noticed the error. So what we will do, we will go towards the home directory, and in here open that home screen dot, because in here we just add this const to the next day. Simply remove that, because that's not going to be the const. Okay, simply remove it and the error will be gone. All just fine. Now close that and go towards the next 14 days in here back again. Now you will simply just go and hot reload the app, okay, since we just make a change, so we have to hot reload the app, and we will just check it now. Splash screen. Now this is the home screen, you guys already know. If you guys click upon that next 14 days, okay, right here today, and that one, just click in here, and there we go with that next day's screen. As you guys can see in here, we just successfully add that. Okay, so the next thing that we will do, we will simply just create the meta query in order to just get the size of the screen. For example, their specific height and width, whatever it will be. So what we will do now, above in here, I'll say var, and gonna create that specific variable by the name size, in which we will just assign the meta query, as you guys can see in here, and then we say dot of context, and in here we'll say dot size. So it's going to simply take the size, for example their specific height and width of the screen, whatever it will be, okay, and we just assign that into this size variable. Now scroll down. Now right after that, in here, right in the body, we'll have the save area widget in here. So basically this widget save area, it's ensured that its child doesn't just overlap with the system areas, like for example the status bars, or you can say the button navigation bar. So that's why in here we have that. Now in here child, and we're gonna simply just take the widget size box in here, and then in there we'll set the height, okay, the size that we create above. So it's gonna just take the height of the screen, whatever it will be, and right after that we'll just set the width size dot width. Now right after that, in here child, and gonna have the stick widget in here. So basically this stack widget will allow you to just place widget others on top of each other. Now in there we will use the alignment property just to set center all of the children, okay, that we will use. So in here what I'll say now, alignment dot center is going to be right in the center, and then in here we'll say children, okay. Now right in the children we will have a column widget in here. There we go with the segregation. Now simply just take this down from here, and we'll have the children right in here. Scroll down, Now in here we will set the widget size box and we will give the height 20. Then or right after that we will have just to create the custom app bar, okay, for the next 14 days dot dot. So in here first let me just give the height in here, so size box widget in here, then we'll say height 20, you guys can see that, and in here comma. Now below down in here first we will go and create the custom app bar and then we will just use it right in here, okay. So simply come here, right to the next days directory, okay, right click, create a new directory by the name components, okay, and then right click on the components, create a new dot file which will be app bar. So here we are, right in the app bar dot dot. We will have a stateless widget, so write st and there we go. Now we will say custom app bar and we will just import the package right in here, which will be the material dot dot. Now in here I'll just remove that and we will have a padding widget in here. We will return that, okay. Take this down, in here we'll say padding as usual as insect. We will go with a dot symmetric, we will just set the horizontal 20 and right after that row widget as a child because it's going to be right in the row. You guys will notice it whenever it will be just done and test the app. Now you will just set the main axis alignment property, so there will be kind of space between them. So in here what we will do, main axis alignment dot space between, we'll use that property and then we say children. Right in the children we will have a container widget, okay. Simply just take this down. First we will set the height, which will be just 40 and the width will be also 40. Now we will do the decoration for it, okay, for the app bar, custom app bar, box decoration, and in here we'll say color, we'll go with the colors dot white, and also I'll just provide the border radius. So border radius in here we'll go with a dot circular and which will be 10, okay, and right after that below this box decoration in here gonna provide the child, okay, because we will just have the icon for it. Now in here icon and then we say icons in there and then we will go with the arrow back icon. So in here I'll say now dot arrow, I'll go with the arrow back iOS new sharp, I'll go with this one, you guys can see that, and also let's just give the color specific. So in here we'll say colors dot blue and also I'll just provide the size for it, let's give it to 20 and just we'll below this container now we'll provide the text, okay, for the app bar, custom app bar. So below that in here text widget and first in here I'll provide text next 14 days, okay, that's gonna be the text for the app bar. And now we'll gonna just do the style for this. So let me just down this from here so that you guys can see it easily, okay. So as usual text style in here, you guys know that is fine. In here first I'll give the color, we'll go with the colors dot white and also take this down from here, all just fine. So the color is white. Also I'll just give the font weight which will be bold, okay, and also the font size which will be 20. You guys can see that. And in here, add the const modifier in order to remove those yellow lines, so the code will be clean then. So that's gonna be our custom app bar. Okay, now we'll just close that from here and go towards the next 14 days in here, back again, right in the next 14 days dot dot. And in here now I'll just add that. So in here I'll say custom app bar. There we go, custom app bar, in here comma. Now if you guys didn't hot reload the app, first do that. I have already hot reloaded the app, so I'll press the Ctrl S and you guys will just notice the output for this specific line of code. Okay, and we add the app bar custom, so Ctrl S. There we go with the app bar. You guys can see that. Okay, we add the custom app bar, but that's the home controller app bar. Okay, let me just remove that from here and go towards the app bar. In here I'll just modify that a little. Okay, so refactor, rename, and right at end we will just add the alphabet Z. Okay, Z, add that. Now all just fine, and you can add that to the dictionary. Okay, save it. Now copy that, or you can here just add it manually. So custom app bar Z. Okay, that one, just add that one. Okay, and write it and comma. Now I'll just press the Ctrl S and let's just see. Ctrl S. There we go. Okay, you guys can see the arrow back button with the beautiful rounded design circle, and there we go with the text next 14 days, as we did right in the custom app bar Z, this one. Okay, there we go with the icon, text, and it's in circular. There we go, the arrow icon, and all just fine. Next 14 days. So that's all the working. Okay, and you guys can see that, and if you guys just click upon that, it will take you right towards the home screen. I think we just add the gesture detector. Okay, we will just get back the user towards the home screen. So go towards the app bar. In here you guys can see that icon, click upon that, and we will just wrap this with a widget, which will be the gesture detector. You guys can see that in here. You will just take this child down from here, and in there you will add the on tap event. So whenever the user will tap on this specific icon, so we have to just get the user to the previous screen, which will be the home screen. Okay, so in here get dot back, it will just get the user to the previous screen, which will be the home screen. Okay, with this simple line of code, get dot back. Now we just have to hot reload the app since we made a change here. Splice screen. Now go towards the next 14 days. There we go. Now if you guys just tap on that, it will just get you right toward the previous screen. So come here, click upon it, and there we go. Boom, it's working totally fine. Okay, so this video is getting a little lengthy. We will end this video right here, and right from the next video we will be working further on this specific screen next 14 days. So see ya. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be working right on the days list. So right down in here, first we will create some height right after the app bar, as you guys can see down in here, and then we will just create the days list and we will add it right in the next 14 days and it will be right in here. You guys will notice the output then whenever we will just complete the code. So first, as I told you already, we will just add the size box, so there will be kind of height, okay, between the app bar and the days list that we are about to create. In here, comma, and down below in here we will add it first. We will go toward the components and create a new dot file which will be the days list. So in here we will have a stat list widget, so write st in here, and now we will give the name as days list. Let's add the package, import package flutter material dot. There we go. First, let me just create the instance for the days controller in order to just get the required work from this specific days controller that we created right in the previous videos. Okay, so what I'll do now, I'll remove the const from here, and down below in here what I'll say, final key is going to be non-changeable. I'm going to just create that controller in which we will just assign, first we will say get dot put, and in here we will say days controller and write it and semicolon. Now what I'll do in here, click upon it, import that, and all just fine. We created successfully the instance for the days controller and registered it with the getx dependency management system, as you guys can see. Now right after that, I'll just remove that placeholder from here and we will return the widget size box. First in here I'll just set the height for it, which will be 130, and right after that in here child, and we're gonna tag it as a list view, and then I'll say dot builder. Okay, you will remove it now, you will add it just in a while. So right in the list view dot builder is going to be the list view, so I'll just add the scroll direction for it, which will be the axis. You will go with the dot horizontal, so that's going to be the scrollable direction. And the item count, we'll say in here the controller, then we say home controller, then we say dot model. Right after that we will say dot value with the null check, and then days, the null check, and then we will provide the total length of it. Okay, so basically this item count is determined by the number of days in this specific controller, as you guys can see in here, home controller, model, value, days, and with the total length of it is determined by that. Now right after that in here, item builder, in here contacts provided, and then index, let's just have it in here, create it, curly braces in here, and tag this down. So this specific item builder is a callback function that basically generates a widget for each item in the list. Now in here I'll just return, first in here we'll say obx, okay, the widget. I have already explained this in detail at so many places right in this app. So let's move further, and we'll just have the gesture detector in here because it will have the on tap event. And now we will just take this down from here, so on tap event in here, and we'll just redirect it. So first in here I'll say controller dot set day, and in here a specific index. And guys, remember that we are getting this from the days controller, okay, since we create the instance right in here and we just stored that in this controller. So in here controller dot set day, if you just move the mouse here press the control and left click on the mouse, it will take you right towards the days controller. Okay, as you guys can see right in here, and there we go with the set day function in here. And I have already explained this in detail, so there is no need of explaining it again. We will go back, tap on it, import the library. As you guys can see the suggestion right in here, just move the mouse in here and you guys will just notice that, and click upon it and the error has been gone. Now you guys can see, so this will set the day. We just call upon that in here right on the on tap event. Okay, gesture detector, and this objects, as you guys can see, in which we just redirected to the gesture detector. So basically you just wrap that, and this will allow you specifically for the widget to react to changes in the observables provided by the getAct. Okay, now let's just move further. Right after that, in here is child container widget in here. First I'll just set the width, which will be 70, and right after I'll provide the margin for it. You will go with the edge and sex, and we'll go with the dot only. You'll just set the left 20, and right after that I'll do some decorations. So in here, box decoration, and in here first I'll set the color for it. So in here, controller, we will go with the current day dot value. So if that's equal to the index, the specific index that we will get, if that's equal to that index, then in here I'll say come here and tap on it, there we go. So in here we will use the ternary operators. So in here it'll just indicate that if, okay, so if that will be equal to the index, then we will show the color right in here also with a white, and if this will be false, means if that's not going to be equal to the index, then write in the else in here, it will indicate that, and we will show the color then, which will be the white 12. You guys can see that. Okay, and here add the const modifier, all just fine. And right after that I'll just add the border radius, so it will be more good. So border radius dot circular, you will set it to 15. You guys can see that, add and comma. Now right after that, scroll down below this box decoration in here, child, and we'll take the column widget. Okay, in here first I'll set the main axis alignment. I'll just set this into center. So main axis alignment dot center, there we go, the property we set, and then we'll take the children, then the size box widget in here. Okay, take this down. First I'll set the height, which will be just 50, and the width we'll set also 50. And right after that, let's have the image in here dot asset, and right in there I'll say controller. In here we will go with a dot get image. Okay, and with a specific index in here, comma. And I have already told you that we are getting this, okay, from the days controller, so just don't get confused in that. You can have a look, and I have already explained this in detail. So this is going to simply just give the image for it. If you just move the mouse in here, control left click on the mouse, there we go, explained in detail already. Go back to the this list in here. Let's move further. Below this size box in here, we'll have the text widget in here, and here brushes, comma in here, and tag this down from here. So controller dot get month, and right after that we'll do some style for that, for the month. So as usual, text style in here. First I'll set the color. So the colors, we're gonna simply just set the condition like we did above. Okay, so in here we'll say controller dot current day dot value, if that's going to be equal to the index, specific index you'll get, so then we'll use this operator. It will get that if that is going to be equal to index, then we will show the specific color, which will be, let's go with the purple. And if that's not going to be equal to index, then in here we'll say else, and we'll show the color white, just white. Now in here comma, and I'll just set the font size, let's set it to 30, and we'll give the height 0, and right after that font weight, we'll go to the font weight dot bold for the get month, in here comma. You guys can see, scroll down. So this is gonna simply just get the month, and also we will just get the month day. So for time saving, I'll just copy that from here to here, copy it, okay, you don't get confused in that, copy it, and below this text right in here paste it, and from here you will just make a little change, move that, and we'll say get month day, okay. Above right in here it's get month, and in here it's get month day, and all of the working will be similar. So we are successfully done with the days list, and I have already explained this in detail, and we'll go and just have that right in the next 14 days dot dot. So back again in here, next 14 days dot dot, that we go in here. Now I'll say days list, there we go, and write it and comma. Now we can just add the const modifier, so the yellow line will be gone. Okay, so we add that days list. Now what I'll do, I'll just go and how to load the app, and let's just check the result for the days list. Splash screen, there we go, running the app, home screen, there we go. Now just tap on this next 14 days, there we go. Right in the next 14 days you guys can see that days list, okay, with this specific image, as I told you already. Right in here, as we add it, get image, it just get that according to the condition value, and then you can see the set day, okay, also with the specific colors, and there you go, the get image, get month, it's October 7, it just get that, and with a specific color, okay, because if that is going to be equal to the index, then it will show the purple color, okay, and you guys can see that purple color right in here. The current day, it's equal to the index, so it just showed that purple color, and you guys can see that. And today it's 7 October, there we go, Saturday, October 7. So all just fine. Let's move down, there we go with the get month day, and you guys can see that right in here with the purple color, and all just fine. You guys can see that, and we just set the circular, there we go, the border for it, okay, and you guys can see right in here. So it's working totally fine, and I have already just explained this in detail, and that's it for this video. This video is getting a little lengthy, and right from the next video we will be working right on this next 14 days dot, and we make this code reusable, and we're working with the MVVM, as you guys know already, with the getx. So that's it, see you in the next one. Welcome back. So now in this video, let's start working further. First we will create a little design, and then we will create the bottom list, and then we'll add it right in here, right in the next 14 days dot. So the first thing that I will do below this column, first in here comma, and then we'll have the position widget in here. There we go with the suggestion. From now on, just remove it, we'll add it in a while. In here comma, tag this down. I'll give the bottom one, and then in here we'll tag the container widget as a child. In here, as you guys can see, first I'll provide the height, okay, and then I'll go with the size dot height, and we'll just divide this 1.9, so it will take the height of the screen, whatever it will be. And right after that, for the width, what we will do is say size, with size above. In here we created that, or we just show you that one, okay, we made a query one. So let us go down now. In here, right, for the width we will do and take the size, the width of the screen, whatever it will be. Right after that, we will do a little decoration. So in here, box decoration, and first I'll provide the color for it. We'll go with the colors dot, first in here, let me just correct the spelling, and then we'll go with the white 38, okay. And right after that, I'll provide the border radius. We will go with the border radius dot only, and right in there I'll add the top left. We'll go with the radius in here dot circular, and it's going to be 100. Right after that, we'll go with the top right. So in here, radius dot circular, and it's going to be 100. Write it, and in here comma, also in here comma, and click upon it, add the const modifier. Now if you guys didn't know how to load the app, first do that. I have already how to load the app, so I'll press the Ctrl S, and you guys will notice that auto design, Ctrl S. There we go. As you guys can see right in here, we give the color white 38, okay. That's a little design. Now right after that, as I told you already, we will create a bottom list, and in there we will do a little design for the bottom list. You guys will notice that whenever we will complete that, and in there we will just show the get date. Also we will show the minimum temperature and the maximum temperature, and with it we will also show the image according to the weather condition. Now scroll down, we'll go towards the next day's components, right click and create a dot file. We will give the name as bottom list. In here we will have static zip, so write st. There we go, the stateless widget. Now we will give the name as a bottom list, and I have to just upload the package material.dart. There we go. Now the first thing that I will do, first remove that const modifier from here, and in here I'll create the instances for the home control and also for the days control, in order to just get the required data from those specific classes, okay. So the first one, you guys know how we will do it. In here final key is going to be non-changeable, and I'll create, first I'll give the name as home control, in which we will just assign the instance of home control, okay. Create that in here, and then in here get dot put registered with the getx dependency management system. So in here get dot put, and in here braces, then we say home controller. There we go, write it and semicolon. Now just click upon it and import the library package, okay, all just fine. Now we will do the days control. So in here I'll say controller, first give the name to the controller whatever you want, and then just register it with the getx as we did above, and we also did this right in the previous screen at so many places and explained in detail already. So in here you guys know the days controller, okay, and right at end in here semicolon. We are done with the instances for the home controller and the days controller. Now it's right inside those specific instances name, okay. Now right in here I'll remove that placeholder widget in here and we'll just return the position widget in here. For now I'll remove that child, take this down, you'll add it in a while. First I'll give the bottom one and we'll just have the size book widget as a child in here. Take this down in here. Now we'll set the height and width, but we will just give the height and width of the screen whatever it will be, so we have to just create that specific size as a meta query above right in here as we did right in the previous screen. So in here create that variable size in which now we'll just assign the media query as you guys can see. Then we say dot of context and right at end dot size and then semicolon. So it's right inside that. Now in here we'll say height and I'll just take the size, the name that we create above, and in here height we're going to simply just divide it by 2, so it's going to just take the height of the screen whatever it will be, it will just set according to that. And right after that we'll take the width, so size in here we'll set width. Now right after that in here as a child we'll take the list view in here and then we say dot builder. So now I'll remove that item builder, you will add this in a while. So this specific widget list view dot builder, that basically creates a scrollable list of widgets and it requires two main parameters, item count and item builder. You will add it now. So let us go with the item count. We'll just provide the home control right in here dot model and we'll go with the dot value. Now check and then we'll go with the days and the total length of it, okay. And right after that item builder in here contacts, and with it we'll just have and create that index in here the specific and tag this down braces. Basically that item count specifies the number of items in the list, and in this case it's set to the length of a list, likely representing days, okay, the total length. And right after that item builder, this is a callback function that takes contacts and an integer index representing the index of the item being built, and finally just return the widget that corresponds to that specific index, okay. Now right after that, right inside this callback function item builder, we will create a card and we will just return that. So basically this will mean for each item in the list a card widget will be created, so we will be working on that. Let's jump right in the callback function item builder, and as I told you already, we will create a card. So in here we will return that specific card in here. Now in here semicolon and take this down from here. So first I'll set the color for the specific card, okay. Colors, we will go with the white 38, and then I'll just set the margin for it. We'll go with the edge insect in here, then I'll say dot only. I'll set the left 20 and then I'll just set the right 20 again, and then we'll set the top in here. We'll say that if index that's equals to 0, so only right after that we will use the operators. So this will indicate if, so if the index will be equals to 0, then right in here we will just set the top to 230, and if the index will be not equals to 0, then in here we'll say else and we'll just set the top to 10, as you guys can see right in here, Okay, just don't get confused in that. It's just simple as that. Now right after that, just tag this down like that, move it to the left side so that you guys can see it easily. In here I'll provide the shape, so in here I'll say rounded rectangle border. In here brushes, take this down, we'll say border radius in here, and I'll go with the border radius dot circular, and I'll set it to 30. Write it and comma. Now just scroll down, and below this rectangle border in here we'll just take the container widget as a child, and in there I'll set the height 100, and also the width will be the size dot width. So it will just take the size, the width of the screen, whatever it will be. So right after that we will do a little decoration for that. So in here box decoration, and take this down, we'll say border radius dot circular, we'll set this to just 30, and in here comma. Right after that let's set the color also. We will go with the colors dot white 38. That would be good. Now down below this box decoration we will do the padding. So padding in here as usual as in sect, we will go with a dot symmetric, and I'll set the horizontal just 20. Scroll down, in here we'll just add the const modifier to it. Now right after that row widget as a child. So now we will just show the date, minimum temperature and maximum temperature, and also with it we will show the image according to the current condition. So it's going to be right in the row. Okay, so as I told you already, it's going to be right in the row. So in here we're taking that row widget as a child. Okay, now right inside the specific widget, first I'll set the properties, main axis alignment. We will set this space between, so there will be kind of space between them. Okay, for example the date, minimum temperature, the maximum temperature, between that there will be kind of space. Okay, so that's why in here we tag that property, and then we'll say cross axis alignment, and we will just set this right in the center of the row widget. So in here on the screen, in here dot center. Now right after that, children, take this down. In here we'll tag the text widget, in here comma, and just tag this down from here. So we'll say controller dot get date, not get month, get date. There we go, and with a specific index. Okay, in here comma, scroll down. Now we will do a little style for that. So in here style as usual, text style in here. First let me just set the color for that. So we will set the color to blue, and right after that I'll set the font weight. We'll go with the font weight dot bold, and right after that I'll just set the font size. So we'll set this to 15, and in here comma. Now below this text widget, in here we will have the rich text widget in here. So we'll say text spawn in here, and just take this down from here. We'll take the children, and in here bracket, take this down from here, text spawn in here, and then in there we'll take the text, the property text, and we'll say the controller dot get minimum temperature, the specific index in here comma, take this down. First we'll do some style for that. So in here text style, and for the time saving I'll just copy that from here to here, copy that and paste it right inside the text style for the get minimum temperature. In here we will do just a little change in here, take this down. Okay, just don't get confused in that. The color that we will choose will be gray, and it's gonna be bold. Okay, and the font size we will just set it to 30. Add the const modifier so the yellow line will be gold, and also for this one is gone now. In here comma, also in here comma. So that is simply for the get minimum temperature. And for time saving, I'll just copy that text font from here to here, copy it. Below this, in here, I'll paste it, and I'll remove that from here for the second text font. And as a text in here, we will show the slash. Okay, so there will be that with it right after the minimum temperature. In here, add the const modifier. Scroll down. Now below this text font in here, paste it again, and this time we will just get the maximum temperature. So get max temperature. There we go. You guys can see that. Color will be gray, and we'll go with the opacity 0.5. So in here, scroll down. From here, remove that const, so the error will be gone. There we go. Okay, since it's not a constant. And also you will just change this font size to, let's set it to 25. And also you will add this opacity right above with this get minimum temperature with this gray color. And from here, remove that const modifier. All just fine. Okay, is that simple. So we add the minimum temperature, and in here though that backslash, and then in here we'll show the maximum temperature. And as I told you already, with it we will show the image. So right in here, comma, and again comma. Right after that, in here, let me just add the image dot asset, and from here we'll just take this down, and we'll say controller dot get image, the specific index, and then we'll set the height for 870. Right after that, the width gonna be similar. So successfully we are done with all of the work for the bottom list. Now let's go ahead and add that right in the next 14 days. We are getting the error. Let me just check. In here we just add that double comma, remove it one time, so they are gone. Now go to the next 14 days. There we go. And below this position widget in here, we'll say bottom list. In here with it comma. Now we'll go how to load the app, and we'll just check the output, the result. So wait for a while. There we go with the splash screen. There we go with the home screen, and double tap on this next 14 days. There we go with the bottom list and their specific design that we create. Okay, you guys can see, and you guys can scroll up, okay, like that. And according to that, you guys can see the date, day, the minimum temperature. There we go with the backslash. There we go with the maximum temperature, and according to that, as I told you already, we will show the image according to the current condition. You guys can see there's arrow and sun, and go on, scroll, and there we go right on the 14 October. You guys can see the minimum temperature, the maximum, and there we go with the cloudy current condition for that day. So it's working totally fine. You guys can see that, and I have already just explained this bottom list right in the detail. Okay, so there is no need of explain it again, and you guys can just see. Okay, everything is right here. So this video is getting a little lengthy, and we are done with the bottom list. So that's it for this video. Right from the next video we will work further right on the next 14 days or dot. So see you then. That's it. Welcome back. So now in this video we will be working right on the center card, and then we will start writing the next 14 days dot dot right down below this bottom list. Okay, and it's going to be right in here, the center card. So the first thing that we will do, go towards the next days directory, then components, right click, create a new dot file, and we will give the name as center card. In here we will have a stateless widget, so write st in here. There you go, the segregation. Now we will just give the name as center card, and I have to go now and just import the package material dot. There we go. From now on, as you guys can see, there is just a empty placeholder widget. So we successfully just create that center card for now, and it's totally empty. So we have to just go and set that right in the next 14 days dot, and I'll show you the result right at a real time then. So go towards the next 14 days. There we go. Okay, as I told you already, below this in here we will have the hero widget down in here. As you guys can see, it's gonna just take that. From now on we will remove it and add it in a while. In here comma, and take this down from here. First let me just write the code and then I'll explain it. Okay, in here we're gonna simply give the specific tag tag string type. Okay, and down below in here as a child we'll say material in here, and then we'll provide the color for it. So the color will go with a transparent, and then we'll say in here child, then just have the center card that we created a while ago. There we go, the segregation. You guys can see that in here braces with it. So basically that hero widget, use that for creating hero animation, which are animation that smoothly transition a widget from one screen to another. So hero are typically used whenever you want to animate the transition of a widget from one screen to another, such as a image or card. And then you see that tag property of a hero widget, we set that to tag string, as you guys can see there. Okay, and it is used to identify the hero across different screens. And in hero animation, as I told you already, the widget with the same tag on the previous screen will smoothly transition to this widget on the next screen then. And then you can see that child, the material widget that we tag inside the hero widget. So basically this property defines the widget that will be transitioned. Okay, and then in here we just add the color property to transparent, and then this child right inside the material widget, this property defines the actual content that will be displayed on the material surface. In this case it's center card, and you guys can see that right in here. So that's it. Now in here let me just add the const modifier so the yellow line will be gone. You guys can see that. Okay, so we successfully just set that center card right in the next 14 days. Okay, that specific dot file, next 14 days, next days. And let's go now toward the center card because it's totally empty. Now you guys can see that in here placeholder, so from here also choose it so that you guys just don't get confused in that. Now we are here in the center card. So right in here, the first thing that I will do, first remove that const, and then in here I'll create the instances. First one will be for the home controller, and the second one that we will create for the days controller in order to get the required data from those specific classes. Okay, so in here first final key is going to be non-changeable. You guys know already about that how we will do it. So in here final, then we will give the name to it in which we will just store the instances. So in here home controller, and then we say get dot put registered with a getX dependency injection system. In here put, and then in here brushes, then we say home controller, there you go, the suggestion, and write it and semicolon. Now just click upon that and import the library, all just fine. Now in here we'll say final, and then we say controller. Now in this we'll say get dot put, and in here we'll say days controller, that we go the suggestion, write it and semicolon, and all just good. We are done with the instances. Now right from here I'll just remove that placeholder widget, and we will just return the container widget in here. Take this down. In here first I'll set the height, which will be 440, and right after that I'll set the width, but the width gonna be the width of the screen, whatever it will be. So we have to just create the meta query right in here. So first create the variable size, in which now we'll just assign the meta query. You guys can see that in here. Then we say dot of context and write it, and we say dot size. So then it's gonna just track the width of the screen, whatever it will be. Now in here we'll say width, and then size that we just created a while ago, and then we say dot width. Now just take this down. Now I'll provide the margin for the specific container. We will go with the agent set as usual, then dot only, and we'll set the top for it array. Okay, now right after that in here stack widget as a child. Okay, we'll take this down. In here we'll take the children, right in the children I'll take the position widget. Okay, there we go, this position widget. For now on, just remove that, we will add it in a while. In here comma, and add the const modifier to this agent set, so the yellow line will be gone. Now just take this down from here, position widget. Okay, first I'll provide the property bottom. We'll just set this to 50, and right after that we'll set the left 30, and then we'll set the right 30. All just good. Now in here container widget as a child, in here for the position widget, right inside that, in here I'll set the height, which will be, let's say, 350 for now. Scroll down below this. In here right in the container widget I'll set the width now, so size dot width, and right after that we will do some decoration for this container, which is right inside the position widget. Okay, so in here box decoration, you guys already know about that. In here I'll provide the border radius. We will go with the border radius dot circular. It's gonna be kind of in circular shape, so we'll set this to 50, and in here comma, take this down. Now I'll just provide the linear gradient color, the combination of two color. In here we'll create it in here for this specific screen, because we'll just apply different color, or we'll go with the same one, but we will just change the opacity so that we can just make a difference in it. Now right inside this linear gradient, what I'll do, I'll just say begin, and then we say alignment. I'll go with our top left, and then comma in here, then we'll just end this alignment, then we say dot bottom right. write it and comma, take this down. Now I'll just provide the colors now. So in here bracket, take this down. The first color that we will choose, it's gonna be blue dot blue. We'll choose the opacity, we'll go with the 0.7 in here, and in here comma. Now I'll just copy that for a time saving. In here paste it again, the color will be blue, and we will just change this opacity to 5, and the last one will be similar. Okay, now you guys can see that red line right on the next 14 days, because if we just go towards the next 14 days, in here it's showing that error. So the center card, that's not going to be the constant then, so we have to remove that const from here, and the error will be gone. You guys can see that now. So we have to go back to the center card, in here back again. Let's scroll down, and now we will just check the result. So if you guys didn't hot reload the app, first do that from here. I have already hot reloaded the app, so I'll just press the Ctrl S, and you guys will just notice the center card with their little design and blue color with the opacities different. Okay, now Ctrl S, and boom, there we go. You guys can see that beautiful center card in a circular shape. So it's working totally fine, and you can play along with the circular shape and also the other properties. You guys can see Ctrl S. I think 50 was good. Okay, Ctrl S back again, that's fine. And you can also just play with the opacity. Let's change this to 10. Ctrl S. I think the first one was good, that is fine. Okay, Ctrl S, and all just fine. Now scroll down. Now below this box decoration in here, I'll just take the stick widget as a child in here, then brushes in here, take this down, children, and then we'll take the align widget in here, take this down, brushes, and we'll provide the alignment property. We will just set this alignment. Let me just get this right in here. Alignment, we'll go with the top right, that is fine for this specific align. And then child in here, we'll do some padding in here, so padding widget, you guys know already. In here we'll say padding, we'll go with the edge insect as usual, and I'll choose the dot only. We'll set the right 30 and set the top for it 10. Now take this down, child column widget as a child in here, so I'll set the property cross X alignment. We'll just set this right to the start, so cross axis alignment dot start is going to be right in the start. Okay, then we'll take the children, and right inside that I'll use the shader mask. Okay, so now let's remove that, and in here let's take this brush down from here, and then we say shader callback, callback function in here, and then we say react is bound, name that curly braces, take this down from here, scroll down. Now right inside that I'll just return the linear gradient. Okay, just take this down from here, we'll set began, so alignment, we will go with the top center, and then we'll just end this alignment dot bottom center in here comma, and then we'll choose the colors. Okay, in here bracket, take this down, so the first color that I will go with, colors dot white. then the other color, go with the white, but with the opacity white dot, opacity 0.5. so in here 0.5, and in here comma, and just get this down in here to this brace. We'll say dot create shader, and here we'll just provide the rect. Rect is by the name. Okay, so copy that, and in here just provide it and write it and semicolon. So this shader marks widget, we basically use that in Flutter that applies a shader to its child. In this context, the shader is a function that defines how colors are combined or manipulated. Okay, and in here we use that shader callback property. You guys can see that it's a function that takes a rect bounds parameter, you guys can see that in here, and return a shader. In this case, you guys can see that it's using linear gradient as a shader. Okay, and here we set their properties, they began and their color specific, and basically that colors, you guys can see that defines the gradient stops. In this case, it's transition from pure white, you guys can see that colors dot white, to the semi transparent white. Okay, with opacity 0.5. and then right in the end you guys can see that create shader, and in here we just provide the bounds. So this function is called on the linear gradient to create a shader based on the given bounds. The bounds parameter specifies the area, okay, over which the shader will be drawn. So I hope it's clear, and I have already explained this right in the previous video. Okay, so click upon that in here, add the constant modifier, so the code will be clean, all just good. Now below that in here we're gonna say child, and then we'll take the objects observable widget in here, and then we'll just redirect this towards the text widget. We'll take in here and take this down from here, so string in here, and in that we'll go with the $sign because we are about to show the temperature, and we will just convert that into the integer, and we will show the degree sample with it. Okay, so in here we'll say controller, then we say day, and then we say dot value. We'll go with the temperature, you guys can see segregation, and we'll just convert this to integer type, so dot to int integer in here, and then we'll say dot to string, and in here first let me just get this right, click upon that, import the library for the objects, so the error will be gone, and then write it, and in here backsplash in here, and then we say small u, then with a double zero, and then we say capital B, and then 0. So that's the format for showing the degree sample with the temperature, and I have already explained this in detail right in the previous video already. I hope you guys know about that. So now in here comma, let's do a little style for this temperature, we will show that. So in here you guys know what we will do, text style in here, braces, take this down. First I'll go with the font size, I'll set this to 80, and then just set the height 0, and then we'll say font weight, we'll go with the font weight dot bold. There we go, in here comma, and I'll choose the color now, so we'll go with the colors dot white for the temperature. Okay, now in here click upon that, add the constant modifier, and all just good. So if you guys didn't know how to load the app, first do that, and I have already how to load the app, so I'll just press the Ctrl S, and you guys will notice the temperature, okay, with the degree sign and all of the work that we just did above for example the shader marks, and okay, right inside this take widget, align, and all, just that. So Control S, there we go, with the temperature, okay, and with the degree sign. You guys can see that it's working totally fine. And you can just play along with the color. So let's say green. I think white was good, and you can just check this out and change it according to your choice. So I hope it's clear now, and we are done with that. You guys can see the temperature successfully in here with the degree sign. Simple, okay, and all just fine. Basically this video is getting a little lengthy, so we will end this video right here, and right from the next video we will work further on this specific center card for the next 14 days. So see you then. That's it. Welcome back. So let's start working further right on the center card. So below this shader marks in here, put comma first, take this down, and then we'll take the OPX in here, the observable widget in here, and we're going to take the text widget because we are about to show the feel like right in the center card with the temperature. So in here text widget, we'll just take this down. In here I'll just take the string, and then we say feel like. With it I'll take the $sign because we are about to just get the feel like in here. So I'll say controller, I'll go with the .day, and then we say .value .feel likes. There we go with the suggestion, you guys can see. And in here comma, take this down. Now I'll do a little style for that. So in here text style as usual, I'll provide the height 0, and then we'll choose the color. We'll go with the colors .white, and here comma, then we'll say font weight. We'll go with the font weight .bold. Now write it in comma and add the fonts modifier to it, so the yellow line will be gone. Now just press the Control S, and I have already hot-reloaded the app, guys, okay. So I'll go with the Control S, and there we go with the feel like 29.9. okay, you guys can see that it's working totally fine, and you guys can see that. Now let's move ahead. So below this align widget in here, we'll take another align widget, okay, because we're gonna just get the condition, the current condition, and also with it we'll show the current time, and we will just apply the shader marks also to the current time, and then we'll show the image. So let's go ahead and start working on that. So get this down from here, alignment property, we'll just set this to the center left, and right after that padding as a child, padding edge insect as usual, we'll go with a dot only, and we'll set the left 30. Now column widget, the child in here, first I'll set the cross axis alignment property. You guys already know about that, what you will do, and we will just set this to start. Now children, take this down. So we'll take the observable widget in here, and in here I'll take the text widget because in here we'll just first, let me just take this down. We'll say controller, then we say .day .value, and then let's go for the conditions, okay. In here comma with it, take this down. Let's do a little style for that. Scroll down so that you guys can see it easily. As usual, text style in here, and I'll set the height 0, colors will be colors dot white, comma, take this down, and then font weight dot bold, comma, and also let's set the font size, we'll set it to 20. Okay, hope it's clear now. Not in here comma, and also in here comma, and add the const modifier to that, so the yellow line will be gone and the code will be clean. Now let's just quickly, we will show the time with it. So in here I'll just take the text widget, okay, and take this down. Then from the utilities class, there we go with the suggestion, we'll just take the current time with it, okay, for the conditions. So we'll show the current time with it, and let me just do the style for that quickly, so it's gonna be look good. Height 0, color that we will choose colors dot white. Let's go with the opacity 0.8, and comma in here font weight dot bold, and let's just choose the font size 15 and comma in here. Now let's just press the Ctrl S and check it. There we go, the condition is clear and you can see the current time 3:17 AM, and there we go, it just updated to 3:18 and all just good. Okay, now I'll just make this a little right, because there is kind of space that we want to look more good. So right above the condition, right in the children, above the observer widget, we'll say spacer widget, so this will give the space. Okay, and add the const modifier to it in here as all just good. I'll just copy that, and down below in here put comma first and add it, and also right in the middle in here we'll provide some height, so size box in here, and then we'll set the height, let's set it to, let's say 5, and all just good. Add the const modifier. Now press the Ctrl S, and there we go, it's look more good now. Clear 3:19 AM. Now let's move ahead. Below this align in here, I'll take another align widget. Okay, take this down, alignment dot center right, child. So we'll go with the shader marks, you guys know already about that. In here shader callback that we will provide, and in here brass, then we'll give the react as bounds. Okay, give the name that, and call the brackets, take this down. Now simply we'll just return the linear gradient in here. So take this down, backend alignment dot top center and dot bottom center, and let's provide the color now. So in here we'll say colors, then bracket it in here comma, take this down, colors dot white. We didn't see the suggestion yet, because in here we will go with the capital. Okay, white, and then colors dot white, we'll go with the opacity 0.5, and in here comma. Now from here we'll say dot create shader mask, and in here we'll provide the bound, and all is good, and the error has been gone now. Now with that child, so we have to just show the image with it. Okay, image asset in here, then we say image asset, there we go. Then we'll go with the WinVav, that's the image asset class. Okay, and you guys can see that WinVav suggestion and all of the other images that we set right inside the image asset class. So in here WinVav, I'll provide the height, let's set it to 130. Let me just take this down from here so that you guys can see it easily. Okay, height. Right after the height we'll set the width 200, and let's just fit it, box fit dot fill. So I have already hot loaded the app, guys, remember that. Okay, now I'll just press the Control S and you guys will notice that. Okay, Control S, and boom, there we go, you guys can see. Okay, the WinVav image with it. Okay, and their specific shader marks, you guys can see the color white, and white with the opacity 0.5 is working totally fine. Okay, now let's move ahead. Below this, in here is alignment widget, in here we'll take the position widget. Okay, and in here comma, take this down. So I'll provide the bottom 30 and size box as a child. In here we'll set the width, size dot width -60, and then we'll say in here the container list. Okay, so we didn't create that Dart file yet. Okay, we will be working on that in a while, and we just set the width and subtract -60 from it, so this will give us the width of the specific widget. Now in here go towards the components. In here right click, create a new Dart file. We will give the name as small container list, and in here we will have a stateless widget, so write st in here, and let's give the name as small container list, and I have to just go and import package material.dart, all just fine. Now let's just copy that name from here, go to this under card, and in here just provide it, click upon it, import the package library, all just fine. Now let's go toward the smart container list. In here we will do a little work. The first thing that I will do, let's move that cons from here, and then I'll create the instances. Okay, for the home controller, in here and get.put registered with the getx, and in there we'll say home controller. Let me just get this with it, write it and semicolon, click upon it for the library. Now in here final, let's give the name controller, and then we say get.put in here the days controller. not days, the days controller. All just fine, and write it and semicolon. Remove that. All just good. We are done with the instances. Now we have to just jump right in the widget build, remove that from here, and we will return the raw widget. So we are about to show the conditions with their specific images. Okay, so, and it's going to be right in the raw widget. You guys will notice it. Okay, right down in here in the row, like we did right in the previous screen, like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on that. Right in the row widget, I'll take the children. Right inside the children, the observable widget obx, we'll just redirect this to the small container. We have already created that. Okay, the small container, you guys can see the segregation right in here. So the small container, it will take the parameter, for example, text images color, text color. So we have to provide that in here. First, let's go with the text in here, string. We'll go with the $, curly braces, and container dot day dot value, and then we'll go with a dot preset prob. There we go. The segregation is a prob in here, so it's gonna just get that. And with it also we have to just provide the image that we will take. It's right from the class image asset. There we go. And then we'll go with a dot heavy rain. And also let me just choose the color for it. Let's go with the colors dot white 38 would be good, and the text color we will choose is gonna be simply white. All just fine, and you guys can see that. Okay, for the heavy rain. Now in here comma, also in here comma, because we are about to just get another one. And also we have to just convert that to the integer type. So in here with it we'll say dot to integer int with its braces, and then let's just convert it to string. And with it also we will show the percentage sign. Okay, so in here let's provide the percentage sign, and all just good. You guys can see that. Now let me just copy that, copy it, and below down in here let's paste it. This time we will do a little change. Controller day value, let's remove that. We'll say wind speed. That is going to be wind speed, and we'll just convert it to the integer type. Similar, convert it to string, and in here the speed is in kilometer per hour. So in here we say kilometer with a slash h per hour. Okay, and then the image that we will go with wind, right from the image asset class, just the wind, not wind. Okay, you guys can see that, and the color will be similar. Now take this down, paste it again, and this time we will change this third one to the humidity. So convert it to the integer type string, then percentage sign with it, and also the image that we will choose, it will be sun. There we go, this occasion, and the color will be similar. You guys can see that. Okay, I hope it's square. Yep. Now what I'll do, I'll just press the Control S. First let me just make sure that we call upon the container, small container rest right in the center cart. Yep, there we go. Okay, That's the center card, and we just add this small container list, and there we go with the small container list. So if I press the Ctrl S, you guys will notice that there we go. Okay, with the heavy rain, wind and sun, and you guys can see the specific 0%. The speed is 14 km/h and the humidity is 55%. You guys can see, but this is a little odd, so we have to just give space between them, so it will be look attractive then. So for that purpose, what we will do in here, I'll say spacer widget. I'll just add this in here, so this will give a beautiful space. Okay, now copy that also in here, paste it, and here paste it, and also down below, so it's going to be a little up. Now Ctrl S, and there we go. It's looking more good now than before, and we already just said that. So let's just close this small container list, and all of the working has been done, guys. Okay, you guys can have a look, and I have already explained this in detail. So that's it. Now let's move further. The last thing that we will do for this center card for the next 14 days, and our project will be done then. That's gonna be the last. So position widget in here, and take this down from here. The left we will provide is gonna be 30, and let's just set the top, which will be 1, and also child observable widget in here. Let's redirect it to the image dot asset in here. Braces, take this down, so I'll say controller dot get image. Now in here we'll say controller dot current day dot value, and right after that I'll just provide the height, set it to 190, and also I'll just set the width, which will be similar, 190, and we are just done with it. Okay, you guys can have a look. Now I'll just press the Ctrl S, and let's just see. There we go. Okay, with the current day image, it's clear, and you guys can see that everything is white in here, and you can have a look like that down below. And you can also just go toward the home screen, and all of the working is done for the center card for the next 14 days. That's a center card, and right inside the next 14 days. Okay, all of the working for the center card, as I told you already, is done. Let's close that, and it's right inside the next 14 days. You guys can see. Okay, next days, next 14 days. Okay, that's that specific file. So we are done with this app through the MVVM weather with APIs GetX. That's how we can work with the MVVM that I explain each and everything right in it, and make the code usable with the GetX MVVM weather app. So that's it, and we are here right on the main dot. If we just, let me just move it to the side or to out the app, we will go toward display screen. You guys can see that in here, the home. Just wait for a while. There's the splash screen that we created beautifully, and there we go with the home screen that I explain each and everything with the code. Okay, all just fine. You can have a look, change it like that, feel like everything is right here. Now if you guys just double tap on this today, next 14 days, it will just get you back towards the next 14 days. Okay, and each and everything right in here you guys can see. Okay, like that. So that's it for this app, and good luck with it. Okay, see you.